9 days of competition here in the Japan League. That is how we've ended up on the final day. Only one team can go to Montreal and only 2 teams remain from 8. That's right. We get underway for our Stage 2 qualifier for Montreal, and I'm welcoming Hap. I'm welcoming back Emmy once again for another hot day of the Japan League playoffs. Fluke, how you doing? I know yesterday was that was a quick one. We sped run that.
I enjoy that it was a quick one yesterday because it wasn't entirely an exciting list day, right? There was obviously the Kinotrope result, which I don't think we expected. We thought Kagasaka would take that. We had an expected result. It gives us a mix of things that are going to happen this morning, which we love to see.
We do. We do love to see. I also love to see Hap with a camera, like a working oh my god, he's moving and it's not just his mouth. Hap,
I was gonna try and just sit very still and just not respond and give you like a scare, but it didn't work out at the start. No, yeah, I don't know what happened out yesterday. At least production got some good fun out of it, and you know, testing your 2 sanity in that case.
Yeah, well, how about we deep dive into today, because we've got 2 matches coming your way. We've got the last chance qualifier seeding match into the grand final. Kinotrope and Scars are all that remain here for the Japan League, and both teams have fought their way quite valiantly, will I add, through their qualifying. Obviously, Scars really only needed the 1 win over Crest, but Kinotrope have made the long run from the quarterfinals, semifinals. They find themselves only 2 maps away from the Montreal Major. They've been here before on both occasions last year for the regular playoffs, and then for the last chance qualifiers, falling short on both occasions. So this one will be a very serious matchup for them, and we have high hopes, or at least I do anyway. Of course, as I had previously mentioned, it is in fact our 3rd place seeding match up first. CAG get their crack at Crest after Emmy. I can only say it was a disappointing performance yesterday from CAG.
Yeah, you know, there's no real 2 ways about it. If you're the expected winner of a match and you come off the back of a great series of best of ones, get you in the position for things to fall away like that against a team like Kinotrope that's definitely on the up and up, it's rough. And yeah, okay, technically it's the 2nd team versus the 3rd team, but there was I think it was like a 20 round difference of success between the 2 of them in those positions. It was I cannot state how dominant the top 2 teams were throughout this split, and for it to only fall away in 2 maps as well, Kagasaka will be beating themselves up about
that. They will be, and obviously we'll talk about the grand final later. We don't need to start deep diving into that one. How about we have a look at the Honken predictions, as a great ones fresh on desk would say. It's pretty split across the board, and I think for good reason. I feel as though maybe Crest is getting a little bit of the sympathy vote in this one.
I think James wanted to go for Crest as well.
Yeah, is that what you think? I don't know if production can change that.
I think so. Yeah.
James called me up just right now.
Yes.
And was like, oh no, I need to vote for Crest. Just like that.
There you go. Yeah.
So,
see?
There you go.
Changed.
Production man hears it himself.
Thanks, production.
It's a tough one.
I don't want to lie about his wishes.
What? We
gotta respect them.
You have to respect the wishes sometimes.
You have to respect the wishes.
Do you think that, like, obviously it's always difficult because we're just kind of having a bit of a yap here, but do you think that the split between Kinotrope and Scars is fair at all, or do you think this will be a one-sided grand final?
Oh, it's hard to call. Kinotrope has been very, very close on like multiple occasions on qualifying to the major, and weren't able to quite do it. And Scars, of course, they are currently the best team in the region. Yesterday's game, it throws some slight doubts into the mix, as Crest was able to bring things quite closer than Scars might have experienced throughout the entire season so far. So maybe that's why Kinotrope, you know, they did it well. They made an upset happen against Kagasaka. Maybe that's why it's a bit more split.
Well, how about we start talking about today's matchup, the first matchup at that. CAG take on Crest for a 3rd place match. And of course, not only is it 3rd place, you know, like obviously there's 5 SI points. I know that sounds crazy, but I mean, we were talking about it. BDS only missed out by 5 points. I don't think either of these teams are going to miss out by 5 points, but you just never know.
You never know. And I think that's it, right? When we sort of moved to the new system, when there was such a limitation on events compared to how it was before, and leagues as well, losing a whole one, the balance of when you made points shifted massively. Every little helped.
Yeah.
Slogan of a supermarket chain here, and it's also the slogan of trying your best to get to best.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Obviously, the third place matchup also sees you higher into the last chance qualifier that will be happening next weekend. So there's always that discussion as well, where you kind of need to be on your front foot here. And if you're CAG, you've had, as you said, you've had a phenomenal best of one stage. Don't let it slip in playoffs. Don't let this go any further than it needs to be. You need to make a statement here for the Japan League, and I do feel as though, with where Crest are at the moment, at least in my eyes, this should be a fairly one-sided game. Sorry to say. Whether you disagree with me or not, so be it. CAG is they're strong, Hap. They're a strong roster.
Yeah, and also all breaks are off now. Like, the direct qualification is gone, which is a lot of stress that is on these players. Also on the opposite side, of course, but like their shoulders. Like, that is what they're working towards. It is like quote unquote, just a seeding for the last chance qualifiers. I mean, you're gonna have to beat everybody anyway if you want to get that final spot. So whether you're coming in as third or fourth is not really gonna be like the big difference maker there, I would say. So, all breaks are off. They just want to make a statement now. That's probably what they're gonna try and aim to do.
They're going to have to. It's a scary time. There's no doubt about it. But looking back at what we've seen from them, it's been pretty damn good. Like, just to put it lightly, barring their 7-3 loss on the opening play day of Japan, I mean, they really have looked sharp. They've looked like one of the best teams in Japan, which I feel like I haven't been able to say firmly for quite some time. They've always felt, for me, like they've fallen into a mid-pack team. This stage, revitalized, coming into playoffs. I was so excited for them. Of course, Kinotrope and their best-of-3 storyline in playoffs just continued from stage 1. So it's great to see them with I believe that is actually their first win in at least 5 series against CAG across best of 3s and best of 1s. So that is a very big win for Kinotrope to have taken. Not without their faults, but certainly they take a lot of that into the grand final. But we'll talk about that one a little later on. For me, Crest Gaming, I think they're par for the course, Emmy. I don't think they've done anything absolutely outrageous, but I also don't think that they've missed the mark by any means.
No, I think they're performing well recently. Obviously, the fact that they're here is, no one wants to be playing in this sort of match instead of the final, but at the same time, no one expected them to be playing this match or the final. So they're able to sort of push past previous demons. They're, in the grand scheme of things, I know I said that a lot yesterday, you take a step back, it's an up chart, baby. It's an up graph. They're on the way up. Yeah. And, if they put in a good performance here, if they get the 5 extra side points, will it change their chance of getting there? No, probably not. But there's always last chance qualifiers, and you never really know what can happen. Anyone on their day, on their week, could be able to put themselves out there.
Certainly could. And you kind of look back at their results. The big one for me that I think is probably the only issue, and to force that loss that they had on the 5th play day of the Japan League. That's probably the one where we look to and go, that's a bit more curious than the others. Apart from that, though, I think really it came down to the final play day for so many teams to secure or potentially miss out on playoffs. Vitae was on the receiving end of that. There's no doubt about it. And Crest's overtime victory against Exist was crucial in pushing them into 5th place as well. So they missed out on that Kinotrope matchup in the earlier stages. Made for an interesting game in quarterfinals. It gave them a little bit of an up. We started to change the conversation for them, but unfortunately we could not change it anywhere near enough. Not as much as what we had hoped for. Let's start talking about a little head-to-head that we've got here. Anatan and Arcully.
Yeah, Arcully, for example, I think I was just thinking about Crest, and basically every single player has had like some huge moments in the game against Exist, which got them to qualify. And I think Arcully was almost single-handedly responsible for keeping them in the game at some of those points. And you saw yesterday slightly against Scars as well, where, I mean, he was like so close to like moments of greatness and pulling rounds towards them. Just sadly that time not really working out finally. And Anaton, I mean, he's just one of those key players on Kagasaka. He's been on the roster for what feels like forever. I'm not even sure when he joined. I don't even think he played for another team at any given point in his career, it feels like. Yeah, if I go back all the way to 2019, he's been playing for this team. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And still continuing to be like one of those consistent factors in the league. It's just very impressive.
Yeah, I think what's even more impressive for me about Anatun is you kind of look to, in my eyes, you look to things like the cost and the EPS. And as of right now, you know, he's performing well, but he's not doing unbelievable things in the KD or the entry department, which leads me to believe that he's just an absolute beast across the board. He's there to support the entire roster through and through. On the hard breach as well. So I've got to say, you know, all in all, it's quite a decent look. Nina, how you doing there, Nina? I am confused.
Number one.
Yeah.
I love how number two is number two.
Yeah.
Number two is living up to his name.
Sometimes these things just happen, and you know, it's like what's it, pre-nominative determinism or something, whatever it is, where your name determines your outcome.
Manifested
Name yourself number one.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I guess when we're looking to, you know, highlighted players, Anatun, Cully, they're probably players that you want to look to. However, for me, it's like 4 players from CAG in the top 10. I mean, I don't know, Hap. That probably tells the bigger story for me here, looking forward to a best of 3 with a Crest Gaming, who outside of that, I don't believe they've really got anyone close to Arcali. I'm just having a quick look back. I think the next best player, oh my days, is all the way down at 92 EPS. So there is a massive jump from their first to second player.
I mean, it is to be expected, right? After you saw how dominant Scars and Kagasaka were in the regulation, that they have 7 out of 10 top 10 players, right? Like, it's not surprising if that happens. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Crest, that's for sure. But if anything has been proven yesterday, it is that Kagasaka can also bleed, and that there is an opportunity there for them.
Well, having a look very quickly at the Vito Chalet Skyscraper into Labs. Emmy, you got any thoughts about this one?
I hope everybody has a good time.
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters to me.
Do we? I mean, do we get past? Do we get past the second map here?
No, and
No.
I mean, but that's down to Kagasaka more than Crest. If they show up and play this, yes, but we'll see.
Well, we will see. It is time for us to get underway with our third place matchup. CAG go in heavy favourites against the Crest Gaming, who finished 5th in the league overall. 75%, I think, is pretty accurate from the community vote as we get underway with our third place match.
Good morning. We are already almost about to start the first round here. Imagine if we open with a spawn peak immediately. I don't know if I'm emotionally ready for that.
Well, it feels like this is
Might be about to
exactly how we're
happen.
going to have to start
They're
off.
still punching barricades, and they die. Choppy caught out by Shuri. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first series of the day. Ying gone, Azami gone, Valkyrie gone, Blitz gone, Crest hate Blitz.
Yeah, not been a big fan of it in the last series as well. They basically continued to ban that, even though there was a overwhelming amount of Montaigne to come through. Not that the Monty was very, you know, aggressive in that stance. You could deal with it, but like, it felt like if the Blitz was on the board, it wouldn't have been used anyway. But that aside, it's again gone. We do have a Vigil Boss G playing on the top floor here. It's an absolute menace of a gun to go up against. Might not be ideal to deal with drones, but it does well against operators. Just about a one-shot. At any given range, it feels like. He's being hunted by Chibisu. See him hop over the balcony. This should be a collapse on some of the players from Kagasaka, but they just let him fall back for now. Like, there's no need to go aggressive, risk your lives, I guess. They have the man advantage already, so.
At this point, with the man advantage, with it gifted so early, you're thinking, okay, well, how can this start to be pieced away? The pressure's still on Kagasaka. As I said yesterday, they weren't quite hitting the same marks that they've been able to hit throughout the series. Don't know what it was about the game that put that pressure onto it, but something they can sort of brush it off today. They are definitely closer within the range of it. Here's the close within the range. A great encircling of our Cully there, and who's going to know them better? Obviously, Kagasaka, as they got the scan, got the drop, and themselves a moment to breathe. They wanted to find a route out, worried about being swung, and do it very cautiously.
And definitely seemed to have an idea that that player was around on the blue stairs over there. Gonna toss a quick fragmentation grenade. It's gonna remove any of the electrification out there. It's gonna allow Anyton to open up, and suddenly this side now has the horizontal pressure as well. Gotta be a bit careful. Some of the Goyov canisters popped off through the drone hole, putting up some fire. Nothing too major to worry about though. The Ossa will be using the Talon shields, probably to set themselves up in the side, if they even get the chance to, because a double kill happens on the opposite side. It's only up to Eclair now, up top with the 50 M4. Now a flawless round from Kagasaka to come through. Very clean on this first one. Now for them to continue the pace.
It was very clean. It was very sort of run through, and this is what I mean by, you know, they will probably be the deciders of this. Let's be honest, the fight between Kag and Kenotrope was closer on paper, was closer in actuality. The fight between Kag and Crest should be a little bit more set in stone. And it's not that Crest were a million miles away from Scars. Yesterday, there were some rounds that were very close. Obviously, it was a 2-0 within regulation. The result that it was. That's why we're here, Hap. That's why we're here this early morn with these two teams.
Yeah, it wasn't very cagging time of them.
I'm not even talking about,
Oh,
about Crest.
Oh, Crest, yeah.
They're the other team in this match.
Oh, I was also thinking, like, Kag didn't get the result they wanted either.
They're also a toothpaste brand, I believe.
They're what?
I don't think that it's the same
Crest or Kagasaka? Okay,
Crest.
Crest, yeah. Oh. I don't know. I'll look into the supermarket here today when I'm going later. See if I can find.
I don't know if it's like a
toothpaste.
super far out brand. But that's where I know the name from. I don't think it's the same company either. Probably not.
Would be a great sponsorship. Just a toothpaste brand
Everybody
sponsoring
always
the
needs
esports team.
toothpaste. The money never runs dry in the toothpaste world.
No,
It
no.
runs,
that
it runs
definitely
wet
doesn't.
like toothpaste. Pressure onto West Main as we approach now towards the dining side. Now, if you want to try and get some control of this, you have to look towards the verticality. You have to try and force it, or you have to go a bit smash and grab and quick and hope you can cover your plant attempt with smoke. At the minute, Rento is keeping sort of arm's length. All the different angles. He wants to be the first step up in the engagement, but they're not going quick fast. Instead, it's pressure onto the solarium wall. And then from then on, seeing if they can try and get under the double window, you can see the outline in towards this bedroom pinch.
Yeah, slight amounts of pressure coming down. Nothing really too major yet, so Crest have the opportunity to just stay put. See the Capitan now deploying some smokes. Flashbangs coming through as well. Choppy might receive himself into a bit of a skirmish soon. The Goo Mines are going to be causing the first kill to fall. It was also the hidden player inside of Trophy. Managed to find the first. Gets traded out though. It's a 2-for-1 favor Kagasaka. But still they need to go up and clear that verticality. If you do not have that verticality fully under control, you're not going to feel that safe to go for a plant.
They have at least a bit of a cross-section. They have a man advantage, but when you lose Capitao, when you lose the power of those smokes, the bolts, I talked about it just before, where you can get a lot more pressure on the plant and actual opportunity here. Lemon safety is much more removed. It's been slowed down. The X-Kairos as well. I think the first pack that we saw popped off might have even been shot off. With the Flores drones, what are they going to try and adapt those to? There's only 50 seconds left. Still got to get that gadgetry cycled. Still got to try and get in and take control. Xanaton has got in and sort of drifted his way around the fight. There is a scrap. And he doubles back. Can't quite get it confirmed. Siren Echo does at least get Lua. Choppy gets Chibasuki. But it is a 2 versus 2. No one getting sort of breakaway. These individual fights are falling away. They're going to know our Cully very well. Know them just as well back. And 2 versus 1. Black Gray has a couple of shots that graze through the floor. 15 seconds. No kit. No vertical. Oh, he doesn't have kit. No vertical. Yeah, everything go that way.
I was gonna say, like, Kagasaka, they had someone in the site for like what felt like a minute and a half in that round. It's just that the kit dropped earlier on, which basically stopped them from being able to go for that plant. And there would have been an opportunity to maybe, you know, plant somewhere where there was no verticality out there if they would have been able to survive that long. And thus, Christ, they find themselves with that first round as well. And this is what happened here. So you see the instant trade to come through at that moment. Anatut already found himself in the site. And at the moment they started fishing for kills in multiple, like, different areas, he basically got himself caught off by, like, the verticality. That lost him side control. It's a bit unfortunate, but it's nothing really they were doing with it anyway, considering the rest of the push was, or rest of the hold rather, was upstairs using vertical angles, meaning they needed to clear that out. The reason he took it at that point was because they were also starting to come in from balcony. They were also starting to put pressure down from other areas of the map. And you just want to make sure that players do not have the opportunity to support one another, and that you just take the 1v1s as they are.
One apiece. And we'll see how this one continues to sort of self-cooking, because my eyes are still firmly on Kagasaka, and it's no slide towards Crash. Crash can play well. Crash can get themselves locked in. You're having the standard mix of siege maps that aren't Clubhouse at the minute, I would say, across these three. Skyscraper we've seen as the potential tiebreaker a few times. You're looking at, obviously, maps that have been played many, many times throughout these playoffs alone.
I honestly love Skyscraper as a map. Is like, it's starting to feel a bit basic. I mean, it gets played a lot, as you just mentioned, so
Yeah.
it's starting to feel a bit like it's that mainstay.
These two teams played on it like 2 weeks.
But it's still such a like fun map, specifically to play yourself as well. As Anatol will just get a pistol kill. Not quite sure where that came from. How did he even manage to get that kill? The plant's going down.
Getting it secured. The Clash is trying to stop it, and well, around the corner, they're not really going to be able to get a grab on it. They can't just throw themselves in because they'll get caught as soon as they turn their back. They had to wait for the support to come in. The pressure round onto Shurip isn't quite going to net them anything. They're going for the swing round. The play with the air jab for a second was attempted, but huge damage done across the board. What can you do here with the Clash that's going to try and pinch a kill? The Clash is in, the player's out, and he still gets the kill. What are you doing, Shurip? Absolute insanity. This early on has the Clash right by a doorway. The Clash is now in a corner. And what was that?
I don't even know how this started off. Like, just a sudden pistol kill in Pantry. That is supposed to be the most secure position on that site itself. Like, you cannot be taken down vertically. You have a wall on either side, making sure that wall bangs are pretty hard to get through as well. And Anatol, with the Monty, just walked in, managed to tap him down, and at that moment, it's just Kagasaka going for a full-on execute, getting that plan down. And then Shurip, with just dancing around the pantry wall, finding 3 kills. Okay, so I guess that's how he got in. He just walked in the front door, shot him down, and then got traded for it. Oh. Great round from Shurip.
To be fair, that's a consistent thing we used to say a lot yesterday. Shurip had a really sort of solid day, and trying to sort of get that consistency in, where they were able to pop a couple of kills, get a couple of 2Ks, 3Ks across the game. They kept Kagasaka fighting in it more than maybe they otherwise would have been at all against Kinotrope. Still lost out the series, obviously, but being able to be entirely read by a Clash, pre-fired when they are in that pantry wall, rotate out, then get the kill onto the person that was pre-firing them, then, we'll talk about that in a second, then get the kill on the player that swung in from the side of the stairs. Filthy. Anyway,
All well on 9 HP.
Choppy's gone. That's twice over the 4 rounds we've seen them die in the opening 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the gamble you take when you try and spawn peek. And Zaclair goes down as well with Chibisu. It is a trade to come through from Rento. I'm not quite sure. And there must have been a jump out as well, yeah. So at least they keep it somewhat within reach. If this was a 5-on-3 unpunished, you already know that that round is going to have a hard time. What a shot! Saw like a pixel or 2 off, managed to take it out.
I was going to say, look at the utility that's been taken away from the side of Crest there, but now look at the utility that's been taken away from the side of Tag. Shuri does find Arcully, still keeps reaping. Lion and Hibana off the board. They thankfully still have an ace. Try and manipulate some of these hard walls, some of this hard breach. Now, being trapped by the Deimos there. Safer in this position than in others. They want to try and step in, but they didn't know about the player on Library. And they're lucky to not get themselves caught out in that situation. They're just trying to keep a couple of hard walls between them and the person on the hunt. And 3 versus 2, if they can be a bit smart and sneaky about the next pull, they can push it to another 2 versus 2 and pull it to another 2 versus 2 at the top middle. There it is. Lua pops around the corner, finds Cyrenaica. Now it's turned into a little bit of a gun game here with the operators and selections we have left up.
It definitely will be. Deimos will be used to at least get a little bit of a track. Forces him off, but actually gets Lua another kill. He's taking a little bit of damage from the 44. Vendetta eventually will be found right before he reaches safe space. You see Rento looking down the vertical being like, oh no. It's now a one-on-one. He still has a track left, so he might actually use that. There you go. It's being activated on Rento as we speak. Forces him all the way back to the site. There's 40 seconds. There's so much time for this attacker to do what he needs to do. Of course, he broadcasts his own position as well, but he now knows, oh, it's safe to grab the diffuser. Might even go for a plant to some extent, because he knows he's all the way back there. There you have it. And this information is just because of that death mark. And he's going to be able to pull it off as well. Oh, actually goes off and gets the kill with the Vendetta!
Good morning.
For us, definitely.
I mean, I said it just before that round, just after the last Shuri round, is yesterday they were so often that defining factor. Pulled out 2Ks, 3Ks. They kept this consistency up of never letting up. That was filth.
Yeah.
Rento popping that off. Rento able to step back in, but I mean, it's just, you know, it just boiled down to a gun game. The only gadget I think I saw get any use that round was Deimos. I don't think I saw another gadget used at all that was an active gadget. Lesion was dead almost immediately. Fenrir, you assume they placed and maybe prepped a couple, but no active changes.
Yeah.
Ludicrous round that puts Kagasaka 3-1 up, but it just as easily could be 2-2 right now. I enjoy that Crest is stepping back in. Lua is sort of moving into the space on towards Rafters. Getting the clarity ahead of Kag.
That's like a wild setup as well, having both those walls like half reinforced so they could fight out. Like, it was probably not expected, and as soon as one of the Selmas got tossed on the wall, like instantly just a swing in the confirmed kill. You usually want to make sure that those walls are opened up to some extent. So this is the other way to go around it, by the way. Oh, that is quite dangerous when your Maverick is still tricky to put that fire off. You could have waited for that, like a second, I guess, but...
Well, Jackal's gone down, caught out above. There is a couple of little sort of support players around onto Library, but... Oh, they're going to take out Cyrenaica on the side. I was going to say they look like they're separating. Instead, the opposite. Steps into the fight, gets rid of the player outside. I mean, lost the Ash, lost the Jackal, lost any of that sort of roam closed down. Doesn't matter how long you're burning that wall for, they're slowed massively now in terms of any control they wanted on the map, because World Taken Control has lost them all of their control.
Luckily for them, there's 3 players off-site currently, so effectively they could go for and force a 2v3 on the actual site itself. That gives them an opportunity to at least try and get that plan down if they manage to do it quick enough before the rotations are coming through fully. And that might actually allow them to, you know, play that in a post plan. But if they start hunting now, they might run out of time. And as you see it, putting a bit of pressure down onto Blue, finds a little bit of damage, not quite the kill, but Choppy will fall afterwards. And suddenly the round looks a lot better. You have a minute 20, you have one of those roamers taken care of, also a very good gun to work with. They spotted the impact, they know someone's rotating down, instantly going for the chase, but not landing the kill. Black Ray, found by Lua, been playing a pretty good game so far as well.
Yeah, Lua turned on a dime there to get the pickup, and it's a 4 versus 1 situation. Again, don't really have anywhere near enough vertical done. You can see the Tubarão on one side and the fire on the other. Where can you go? They're coming around behind you. There's a rotate right behind them, about to swing onto them. Probably no. Apparently they're sitting in the bar. They were in the bar though, and they don't know that they're this close to the fight. They're making all the noise in the world. They slip on by and slip on back.
I'm
At this
very
point,
confused.
they're just performing. It's like Simon Says challenges.
Run in. Run back out. Run back in.
Go up. Go back down. What were you to do there, really? They had nothing. With the wall not even, dangerously opened on the side as well in a single engagement there. You are walking in to be executed.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Gets him a second round. As we head to the final one before the site swap. Okay. I'm not quite sure what happened there. This is a great pick from Lua, by the way. Like, he realized he was being chased and just kept the pacing properly in there. I'm still a bit confused by the floor's drone when the Maverick was maving the wall. Like, it's like you're gonna burn him if you're not careful.
Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Now, Chalet itself, obviously, Kagasaka has brought us here. They want to go against it more because it's something that isn't like, I think, by the side of Press. They generally have no real recent record on it as a team, regardless of how much how played it could be in the region. But it's not their most banned out. It sort of sits in this weird space near that line, but sometimes it's banned against them. They don't always sort of play against it. It means that they do have a game on it, regardless of the fact that we haven't really gotten a taste of it. I think Kagasaka is sort of just gambling on the fact that we have a better game.
And usually they would. And currently they still are. But we've also seen yesterday that it can just shift quite literally from half to half. And that is something they want to prevent with everything they got today. They want to have another one where, they start off great in the first half and they kind of wash out for the remainder of the map. Next guy has also got the Goya Pocket. Okay, now Goya Pocket Fire Arrow was used. Right behind him, maybe to stop a trick from happening. Not that there's a bandit on the board. And the Deimos now finding R. Kelly. He's gonna let them know he's on site. Maybe, Deimos feels a bit funky, wants to go for a swing through the window. I mean, he's definitely repelled up. Not sure why that was being pinged out.
Players still alive this late in the round. Strange for how the pace of this game has gone so far. Sort of sat watching and waiting for everything to start exploding. It seems to be part of the course. The Deimos track reveals at least the position. Back in player, force them into bedroom with the slow creep up the coverage and the play right in the waiting arms of Choppy with 2. It's the floor and there's the third, but there's a couple of players not too far away. The rotate with the shotgun as Arkely gets black grey and this snap said we were waiting for, unfortunately, hasn't quite netted. Drifting by the half wall player. I don't think they knew that they were there. There's the pickup from Anaton. With the C4 getting the combination. Rento. Bit of a risk moving into that 1 versus 1 at the end there. Because it was technically a 2 versus 1. I think they probably hope for a slightly different swing around on it. They got the result. They took the gamble. Gamblers sometimes win.
Sometimes they lose.
Majority of the time, I think.
Majority of the time they lose.
Gambling doesn't win.
Kagasaka there for a slightly desynchronized push. I'm not they were counting down for it. They used an impact EMP to go for the FNAP that was on that beam. That's why they pinged it out earlier, because they wanted to go for a bit of an overwhelming push. However, I think the idea was to push through Ivy door and jump in from piano window, both at the same time to overwhelm Choppy. Instead, they gave him 2 1v1s, and then a third one, but he was reloading at that point, so he was not going to be able to get that kill onto the Brava. It's like, they could have been a bit cleaner. That's kind of what I'm trying to mention here. It's like, you took some time, you allowed him to basically reposition himself and get his aim readjusted towards the next angle, and he took the fight well and managed to get the kill on the back of it. So, slight misplay there on that execute from Kagasaka. Would it have mattered in the end? We never know. It would have been like a 2-on-2 potentially now, but anyway. 3-3, even splits. Now we're going to be seeing Kagasaka on the defense, see if they can hold on tighter there and make sure that Crest is not really going to be allowed to get good footing in the building.
I mean, there obviously hasn't been a timeout yet. It's something where, let's be honest, Shurip sure was the dictate of pace of a couple of rounds, and he was sort of leading it. It wasn't, you know, there's one that came down to him in the 1v1, but the other round that he sort of secured out, he was burying deep and getting kills and covering the plant and everything. Oof. This could very much be further away from Kagasaka's favor right now. Chibisu does get the opener onto a Claire. Now gone, we've already talked about the big cost, the use of a utility operator in that situation, and they have forced at least some of the terrain and territory, but still have obviously rafters to get the push out on. You're going to try and force them with Flores drones and a grenade. Maybe not as well. So instead, it's bridge on towards the stairs. Lua pushes onto Anaton. The pre-fire round from the side of the Frost can't quite get a connection with anybody. They've got a bit of a shield and safety, but they can feel themselves being encircled, so wisely pull themselves out. Wondering when Black Gray might try and operate either a bit closer or get some element of support, as all of that vertical terrain has just been stolen there by Crest. Very, very good. Hey.
Yeah, not just that. Like, they've also basically locked Shurip outside. Black Ray's on that roam, as you mentioned before, and then Sireneko is down the blue stairs. That means that the only person currently defending the side is Chibisu, who's playing on the back here of the pantry wall. And whilst prep work is being done, there is another angle that they find to get back in. Black Ray will find the kill for his efforts before trades start to come through, but the diffuser dropped. Luckily easily recoverable. We're still in a 3-on-2 situation with two playing around the pantry side. That is one of those main areas you have to clear out, and it's very dangerous trying to jump in like that. Gonna have to make sure that you get some utility in there. There is one flashbang left on Rento. I think I know where that one will be going.
At this point, they're just going to try and have to send it, I guess, but potentially get some of the cover here, as you said, wisely round the back, but instead they just push on. There's the first, almost finds the second either side. It's back and forth. They've doubled up. They're going to try and hunt for the kill here, push the player off now. Black Gray still needs to try and find an impact here. They have 5 goo mines in pocket. Who knows when those might pop off. With 15 seconds, probably not at all here. Pressure on the plant is still on them. Shurip gets one more, puts it into the 2 versus 1. They're tucked around the side of the wall, heavy hitting either side, but with Black Ray finally getting the end of it, Kagasaka held on. Crest, though, definitely stepping up on that take. The way they moved into the space, even with the limitations of losing the Capitao early, they just kept on pushing.
I'm a bit confused on what Black Ray was doing that round. It's like, both of them are in the library. Black Ray still playing around in the kitchen, has 5 goo mines, as you mentioned. Those would have been really useful to have, like, under the hatch or right on the pantry door as they walked in, but no. And the only way he started moving in is when the first person in the pantry fell, and Shurip was like, oh, no, they're both here. Maybe it's time for you to kill here. And it wasn't even like a direct challenge, just a kill he got on the outside on the opposite side of the map. And he just like stayed there, chilling for the majority of the round.
Quarter 3. Nagasaka, they keep themselves ahead, but, you know, and I don't want to say that they're underperforming, but Crest are definitely impressing me. Not that I'd entirely written them off. As I said, they impressed me yesterday. They've kept this consistency of performance up, and even against, you know, Scars, they had these long fights. They had everything drawn to the end. You worry it's going to be the same thing, but at the same time, you're sort of like, okay, they're delivering on these requests, these demands. They're pushing themselves in towards the fight with the top 2 teams before they go into LCQ.
Reap just... Oh, it's gonna be a quick push. Gonna open this up. Instantly gonna try and flood the site here. They're definitely stacked up for it. E1D drops as well. That definitely means they want to take it, but... It feels like they're actually falling back at the moment that they all stacked up and were ready for it. Surely you didn't need 4 people to open the wall to then just all fall off, right? Like, did I see that wrong?
Teamwork makes the dream work happen.
Was it just mental support there? Like, you can do this, Thermite! You got this, Walla Claire, I believe in you!
It's emotional support.
It's like personal cheerleaders out there.
Yeah. I like that even with maybe a slight surprise in how many they're dedicated to it, they're still being quick about what they want to check. They're still being quick about being removed. There goes Eclair. Didn't have their emotional support friends. It's always going to happen.
Yeah.
Shot out the double door and... Well, now you've lost the Thermite. That's actually going to have a bit less of a use. You've got at least some of the work done, but...
What are they doing?
Wanted, yeah, I'm curious about a couple of things now. If you wanted West Main, that's gone. It's maybe a bit of a full rotation here on the plan. I think they wanted to get West Main. They wanted to try and get pressure on towards French. As soon as you lose that Thermite and you lose that hard breach, that's not happening. That wall is going to stay locked. You assume it already is at this point. I don't know if they've drained it out and they can see, so they have to try and now make this work. The only bit of the breach that they've got open, which means getting clarity over Library, pushing down onto Snowmobile Stairs, and Sharuk pushing into the head of Arculi. Finds his second for the round. How many more can this Solace get? There's Anaton on the door. There's at least Rento getting one back. Sprints right into the waiting more of Tubasu, who gets their second. Since I paid to Crest, unfortunately, I can't pay them that round.
It feels like they've made like 4 strategy calls, like changing in that round. Because first you had 4 people stacked up. They try and go for the breach. They even pop an E1D, 4 people in front of it, and then they all move over towards West Main. Then they reach West Main. It's like a train of 4 people walking, and then they all start walking back towards the garage. They didn't even open up anything over there. And one gets killed, and they just continue in that train. Like they're just following each other around. And I'm just like, what was the plan here? I don't understand. Look at the synchronized rappel between the 3 of them to then just go off as well. It almost looked like they were playing like with just a single keyboard for all the inputs there. Like synchronized Siege playing. Anyway. 5-3. Kagasaka definitely stepping up on their own map pick here, looking to close this off on this half. They don't want this to become an overtime situation. Mention it, both these teams probably want to be focusing on the LCQs now, where of course the major spot is to be played for. But still, seeding to be decided. Some extra SI points to be decided, which I think especially for us, Kagasaka could be coming in to some extent useful at the end of the competitive year. And some extra money, you know, some nice pocket change.
Looking towards the potential rematch. I tip into it's definitely going to happen. It's the second map, the best of 3. Looking towards the rematch on Skyscraper. Very high preference. That's sort of call it here, although the joy of the preference. It's been in the map pool multiple times for the past couple of days. Usually as a decider, sort of a common neutral ground, I think. But obviously, the fact that it was where these 2 teams met late September. Do you remember?
Do you remember?
21st night of September.
Cannot say more than 9 words, otherwise I get DMCA.
Well, I don't think either of us are that good at singing. Lua is unfortunately not that good at staying alive this round. There is Choppy, and okay, maybe Kagasaka's game is just on the second half. Another good lead in here as Crest. They're trying to get jobs done. They're just being shut down in the sort of build-up, in that space where you're getting your hard breach active, you're getting your positions, you're getting, oh, we've been caught. Okay, we can try and rotate. Oh, we've been caught. And that's the game that Kagasaka are pushing Crest into right now.
Minute left, and with 3 people, well, you gotta do a lot of work here. Science also downstairs. I believe that we've just seen a partial fallback happen from Kagasaka as well. One or two still left on Solarium out there to prove a little bit of a challenge if they want to use any of this verticality. Leclerc with the diffuser is trying to check it out, trying to find out what's happening. One underneath the main stairs, but Sharif, who's playing an incredible game so far, 12 kills, finds that kill and disappears.
I mean, Shurip has just been untouched throughout this game. The only times that they've died has been a lost round. And that's that sort of takes the bank on a map like this. Here, 5-3. Going to be on 6-3 in a moment. They did end 7-3 when they met in the best of ones on this split.
15 seconds left.
So that is that sort of
What?
war.
What? What are we witnessing?
It's a knife fight. From the top right.
What? What even happened there? Like, he's just...
Did they pass each other on the ladder and then went back?
Like, I think Sophia jumped down whilst Mute was climbing up and then chased on the ladder, not being able to knife. Surely we get hit the replay, but it's this might be the funniest thing I've seen in Japan so far.
The surreal scenes.
Just gave up as well at
I've
that
seen
point.
a man
It's like
be
this-
split in half.
Location of a bomb.
Oh my.
6-3. We're just riding this one at this point. No timeout. I think, obviously, there is the difference of prize pool. There's the difference in SI points, but most of this will be sort of preparation going in towards the LCQ. Obviously, there's only one other spot that can be nabbed, be grabbed, and there's a favored team, let's be honest, but the favored team has lost before. You know, you have that element. Look at the past couple of days of results, to be fair. What, in Korea, there was a massive upset? Well, not massive upset, but probably a pretty big upset. PSG Talon.
Yep.
In NA, D9BC, dropping all the way from being the major champions on that Cinderella story run.
It's good. Like, you don't want it to be predictable, right? Like, you want these kind of games to happen because it keeps it all entertaining, but also keeps teams on their toes. Like, you need to continue innovating and being ready for it. Black Ray being spotted out doesn't scare him off from actually taking a fight, though. Leans back in for the double, but is not able to find anything. So he lives, but with 20 HP, and might have been a bit surprised. Sireneka, though, on the other side of the map, will find a kill. Nitrocell will pop off, but the beams will protect the person on the upside-down rappel. And it just stays with a 1-minute advantage for now. It's just an aggressive kind of game that we're playing right now. It's not even the site that's being tested. It's
No,
just...
the
It's
map.
just... And this is last round as well. It's just Kagasaka that's bringing the fight outside and winning.
Yep, they're just looking for catch of everybody. At this point, it's Kagasaka to fight outside. They're happy to play around the whole play space, but it's also the fair thing of they're just trying to throw themselves into this game. Shurip is killed. That means the round is going to be lost by Kagasaka. That's just how things work.
I mean... Oh yeah, I was gonna say he's like died 4 times. I've only like 3 rounds, but you know we're in one of those rounds right now.
We are in one of those rounds.
Yeah, doesn't you know doesn't look good in that case for Kagasaka.
They should just throw in the towel now. Shurip's gone. Where were you?
Kinda
when
like Renta
Shurip was
did.
killed?
The kills come through. Looking to go for the execute now. There they go. Shibasu will be finding one in response though, but the window hop in. He's not aware. He walks in. What? Oh, the Captain Trap comes in for the clutch. That's the diffuser down on the ground. He almost lost his life. But Sireneko from the other side of the map will find the kill thanks to his Capcan traps. As Rento strikes in, gets one, but the last 2 are damaged. 25 seconds. Bulletproof camera will be giving away the information here, at least temporarily. And now with the diffuser down, inside the side, that surely will be protected. Have they gathered top floor control? Have they rotated back around? No, it does still seem that someone's out there. They've just fallen back into previous areas. As he manages to find a kill on the side, and this gives the opportunity for the actual... Another Capcan Trap, Emmy! What? And now it's a one-on-one potential post-plant to come through.
Attackers activating the
Oh, he doesn't know where he is. Uckley's up. Uckley's down. Siren Echo gets the kill. 2 Capcan Trap kills that round. What am I watching? Am I still asleep? I know it's 7 in the morning, but am I dreaming?
I don't know what to say. Like, we have the knife debacle on the staircase, and then the round afterwards when it looks to go also well for Crest. 2 of them walk into a Capcan Trap, trying to hunt down a single player. Both of them lose their lives because of it. The 7-3 for map number 1. We will be headed towards Skyscraper very shortly to see whether or not Yagasaka can keep up this pace.
Let's go to a break. We're back with Rob.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble. Et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. past like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, I think you've got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Past like communists.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood.
Well, that was a map. That was a map. There's no doubt about it. A close first half, and then, I mean, is it fair to say it just descended into chaos after that?
I don't even know if we can call it that anymore. I don't know what it was, but it's like, honestly, like the whole knife on the ladder was kind of funny, but it's like, I get it. Like, it's a 1v5. There was 10 seconds left. He was not going to win it anyway. So, you know, they went for a funny. But that last round afterwards, where, you know, they had a pretty decent leg up, and then two people die by Capcom traps on two separate occasions, trying to get the diffuser down. Like it's painful, and they lost the round because of it. and it eventually was a nail in the coffin for that map. They're probably already, mentally written off that map at that point. So let's hope that they bring something more for the next one.
At least we had a good laugh. You know what I mean, Fluke? We got to enjoy that last round, and I don't mean to poke fun, but it was hilarious watching two openings into two Kapkan deaths that just completely annihilated their own hope.
The first half was quite a good game of Siege. The second half was an enjoyable game of Siege. But I think we sort of got the full taste of the stakes there from the player's perspective, and there are stakes, but they're nowhere near as intense as they were yesterday.
Yeah.
What will we see on Skyscraper? I'm not sure. It's by design slower and less aggressive. I don't know if we'll have Crest starting on attack or not. I assume so, which means that obviously we've just seen them on attack and things were a little bit silly.
Let's wait and see. Yep, they're going to be on attack. Oh, well, that'll at least make for a entertaining first half. Look, I'm hopeful that it's all just kind of funny ha-has in the chat happen, that they're just enjoying their third place match. Again, the difference between third and fourth place isn't massive. It's not a huge difference, so it'll just lean into both conversations. And I feel as though that Skyscraper, as slow as it may be or as fun as it may be, if I am on the receiving end of a loss like that from Crest, I'm going into this game completely wiping my mind. But if you're CAG, you just want to get this done, right? You want to make sure that, one, you get it done nice and quick so you're not messing about, but two, you also kind of need to make a little bit of a statement after a game like that. You don't want to let that kind of, I guess, progress into a little bit of a snowball. That's probably the worst case scenario, is it just descends into utter chaos. Worse than what we saw in that second half. But Hap, what's your scoreline prediction here?
Scoreline specifically?
Yeah, give me something.
7-2 for KEG. No, well, 7-3 for KEG, because it's the map of Crest.
You're going to give it 7-3. You're going to give them
Yeah, I'll go 7-3 again.
I don't know, Amy. I don't think I'm going to say 7-3. I think I'm going to be in the negative boat and say that I think this could actually be a 7-0 with KEG starting on defense.
I think it would be the first 7-0 in Japan since stage 1.
Wow.
In that case. But I am... let's go an 8-7 barn burner and put that into the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of hope.
Yeah.
You know what? I hope it goes. I do hope it goes overtime, and I hope Crest win, and then we go overtime map 3. How about that? I think that would be a lot of fun for all of us. It's time to get underway with our second map. It is CAG's favor as they're 1-0 up. They start defense here on Skyscraper to potentially finish this series in 2.
86 to 14%. I think that might be the biggest divide that we've had on any of these polls over the past few days.
I've seen the 89-11 there, but I'm not sure if that
It
was...
was the 89-11. The Enterforce?
Yeah, I think it was Enterforce on 11 and Kinotrope on 89. But then,
Okay.
Enterforce won a map, and suddenly it was the other way around. It was 86-14, but for Enterforce. It's the biggest swing I've seen. Seen happen out there. So yeah, Blitz again banned. What a surprise!
They hate Blitz. What did Blitz do? Just because he's a shield. What did Blitz do? Just because he's a shield that can blind you and can run super fast and knock you down is kind of brokenly powerful right now. What did he do? What did he do?
He shouts angrily in German. I think that's why.
Yeah. And to round it out, Clash gone. I mean, Clash wasn't massively utilized in that showdown. I'm going to see if I can try and jump back in time and get the data on when these two teams met on this map before, and if it was the same. You fill time. That's terrible filling time.
Sorry, I was
just left
what do you mean
silent.
fill time?
I gave you one specific task, and you
so confused.
just shut down and fell apart. What happened there?
It's You feel time? Like, what do you mean?
You fill time.
Like,
You
what?
fill
What?
time. All right. I choose to fill this time with silence. Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
Didn't specify how.
That's, I mean, I guess you're right. My fault. My bad. My bad. I really should have.
Right. You need me to fill time speaking? I could do that.
Well, that was the idea, but at this point, I've been able to go back in time and get the data on the bands.
Okay.
Clash was not played by Crest at all, and it was played a fair few times by CAG in the defense, and they just don't want to go up against Anaton. No surprise, it was the Clash player of 50% of their rounds. So, get that banned. It was, last time, it was a Grim, Azami, Monty, and Tukurao. So an entirely new, pretty much, set of bans here, apart from the Azami that CAG consistently removed from the game.
Can also understand the Clash ban to an extent, especially if you're going for exhibition. That is Shareep gone. Choppy finding the kill. I think it was a run out, actually an impact run out, it looks like. From the side of Shareep, wanting to go quite aggressive on that balcony. This was exactly what I was trying to actually go for with the Clash. Very, very oppressive. But it's on the balcony! A second attempt. Chibisu with the shotgun. That's still far away. Still manages to get the kill. Anaton finds one as well. And suddenly we're off to the races again with CAG, well, being ahead in terms of HP and kills.
The fact that with this much depth means that maybe we're not going to get that slow and steady skyscraper we expected. All of it on the opposite end, and then they peeled themselves away from the exhibition side back across the big divide of Drum. See if they can still try and put the pressure on towards the time. You're left with an IQ and a buck. You're going to struggle with maybe some of those Goyo canisters, losing another 20, 30 seconds on doorways, getting your way through. You've got to reevaluate here against what is effectively pretty good long-range denial with the smoke canisters, with the 2 C4s. They're pretty stepped in, and you know that the push is going to be coming a bit direct. You assume they weren't able to get any of the proper construction and destruction work done, so instead it's this, swinging onto doorways and hoping. There's the single player caught out on Drum, but, well, there's 2 get removed almost instantaneously.
Dominating round, question mark? I mean, they had the entry.
Chaotic round.
Yeah, chaotic,
More
that's
like
for sure.
More of the same that we had at the end of last month. That's my worry. Not so much my worry of the sort of 7-0. Yeah, like, I think you could have rounds like that and still end up with a 3-3, but it's the style of play is my worry. What we're about to experience is my worry.
It's very external, I think is the word for it. They don't like to be inside the building. On the side of Kagasaka, like there was 2 or 3 people there doing like little jump outs, little run outs, just to take the initial fight, and 3 kills in the back of it, and then they pull back, wait on sight, finish the job. And as you said, it's a bit more of the same as what we had in that last game. Near the end there, it's just Kagasaka feeling that they are in a certain vibe right now. And they're trying to, you know, make the most of that and just be aggressive because it's been working out for them. Spawn peek attempt here from Shareep. Misses. That was down below, not actually on the plateau. He will be rotating out. No actual pressure being sent towards him. Everybody seems to be instantly going over towards the house area. Is that a double bandit deploy? No, just one. There you go. Open up from below. It's going to see if he can challenge that. He wants to find the kill instead. Doesn't. That means the wall will be opened up together with those concussions, of course. Those were there to stop Anaton from even trying to go for the bandit track. And the wall VIP has been opened up. However, there needs to be done more, and Anaton has decided to go on a little bit of an adventure. He's like, thank you for opening up this wall. I can use this to my own best interest.
Cautious. Or much more cautious, this approach. I can't really say the same about some of these defenders that are trying to be adventurous outside the map. There's a spin round there from the Valkyrie. Cyrenaica, I think they're aware that someone is trying to make their way from the side of Acacia, but as Reap is the first to suffer, our gully gets around the back of them. There's a rotate that catches off Choppy, can't get the second. Rento was there for the job of the cover, not quite sharp enough to prevent the death, but at least picks up the immediate trade. Blinds themselves on the swing into the fight, but does enough to force Chibisu off the angle. Curious about getting things made a little bit more solid in their defense, as Blackgray is now the one feeling a bit adventurous, but the traces give the game away that we know what you're trying to do and what you're trying to attempt. A minute, and they have a man advantage, but they still need to try and formulate the execute, and that's often the trickiest thing on Skyscraper.
Entire reason the VIP wall gets opened up is so you don't have people going super aggressive out there. Nitrocell does a little bit of damage, not quite the kill. Misses the actual catch on the rotate. Stays on top of the drum. Knows that he's probably going to be swung at some point as Editon is able to find it down onto our Curly. It's an effective 3-on-3 right now. 40 seconds as Chibisu comes in swinging with the shotgun. It's only Blackgray left. He's outside the building. Gets himself a first kill. Knows there's going to be 3 on the opposite side. And Eclair has the cover this time. So it is going to be the confirm. It's going to be the round. The side of Crest.
Still sort of getting aggressive back in when you've lost the man advantage. It's 30 seconds. They're trying to find the passage in towards the site, and you're instead giving them the fights where they're propped up in defense. Isn't really what I'd say is the best way of holding on to that. Isn't the best way of sort of pushing your advantage in that situation. You still have options, but also fully aware of the game that we're playing, fully aware of the teams that are playing it. I can't ask too much. You can't ask not to fly, you know?
Yeah. It's just, you know.
Can't ask Kagasaka not to try and challenge.
It's in their DNA. Would it really be Kagasaka if they don't jump out of a building massively every now and then to try and find some kills? Or to just run around? It's like, even if you don't need to. So, you know, just up the advantage a little bit. Or throw it away. I mean, you know, it's also part of the course.
5 seconds left.
They continue the rotation now.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Up to Barbecue Kitchen. Trying to hold on towards that top floor. Of course, verticality coming in quite important there usually. It's your main way to stop any of these plants from going down. What is Mute doing? That was just a quick check, okay.
Just double check.
But for a second I thought it was just gonna, you know, run the gauntlet on the balcony there, see if it could make it all the way around to the window, but...
I think that is pushing it at that point. That's your sanctioned silliness. And I don't think we're quite at sanctioned silliness yet. They have a lot of attention that's being paid over towards their... They just drift away a bit. Now, obviously, think about where the site is and the control and the fight that's happening. And where Choppy does go down. Will they get secured? The cover's there, and Sharif does have it. It's just such big posturing here from the side of Kagasaka, saying, look, the site's over there, but we're going to take the fight over here on towards these fun positions like Samurai Window, like the cross out, like little box from underneath. Eclair does find Sharif. So the 5 versus 3 gets a little bit less frightening. At the same time, you know, half of the time of the round is gone. They've lost their Grim, they've lost their Nomad and the control of the flanks themselves. They have all the hard breach they could want at this point. But you're looking at having to get down. You're looking at having no real cover when they go for the plant itself, outside of just flashes and trying to charge their way through. And again, a lot of C4s.
Yeah, not a lot of work done, most importantly, right? Like, even if there's half a round left and you're at a men down, if you've done the prep work beforehand, you can still work with that. But basically nothing is done. And only now they're starting to be reaching these vertical levels. Oh, what? I didn't even see him when he managed to get that kill. Brings it back to a 2-on-4. Flashbangs to come through. What does that do? Well, they lead in more aggressively rather than try and fall back. Another person down his hallway. Does he know? Right behind him. He doesn't miss. He does miss. 3-on-2 now. Top floor is taken under control, but verticality's not working in their favor. And Rento, the last man standing. He has a diffuser. He has about 30 seconds to find 3 of them. That's 1 vertically. He misses the shots, takes more damage than he deals. He was still on the second attempt. Slowed down by a goo mind. It's just all working against him here. He's trying so hard to win this, but because of the fact that they spent so long on the opposite side of the building, there's just too much down here to actually make this work.
5 seconds left.
It was great time wasting by Kagasakura. As I said, that they love the idea of just setting themselves up everywhere and saying, oh, we're going to be here looking for fights, so if you want to fight, come here. It's like, meet me outside behind the bins and we're going to have a fight. In the meantime, the delicious food is inside. You know, you don't need to be around the back. You don't need to be doing all of this stuff. But they make you think that that is the right place to go. They make you think you can have the advantage, and bam, they've got a friend there and they hit you with a car. It's just one step of stepping into their game that Crest currently playing into. It's still so early. It's 2-1. They're on their defense. You know, it's great that... Well, okay, I'm not going to say it's great. It's still par for the course that Crest have at least 1 attack at this point. If they end the half with 2, I mean, that's pretty standard. They still have the potential to get higher than that as well.
I honestly have no, like, ability to predict how the rest of this half is going to go. Because, like, the aggressiveness that Kagasaka is showing, that could backfire, like, real easy. It's like, well, what is the plan B at that point, right? Like, are they gonna slow down the remainder of the rounds and play more tactical once they have, like, a couple of rounds that go away from them? Or will we see, like, them just doubling down and going extra aggressive? It's honestly hard to call. Especially because these first engagements are so back and forth. A little bit of damage done to Rento, but he lives. Most importantly, if Sharif, I think if he was like a little bit more patient, he might have been able to get the kill. Goes for the walkout onto the mezzanine on the back. Doesn't find anything, so what is he going to do? He's going to lean back into Samurai here.
Do it again.
He's going to do it again. He's not going to fall back. No. No, definitely not. No, he's just going to take the fight out of the window for the 3rd time in that one. He's like, maybe now my time is up. Maybe I do have... Oh, wait, the wall has been opened up. Let's see if we can see anything from there.
I mean, he's being called. He's being tracked. He's just being encircled. But also, a minute gone. There's still a Valkyrie underneath that can try and play these C4s. They haven't been able to get into the building. They're throwing themselves out of kitchen. There's at least a kill. Lua gets onto 1, gets onto 2. Anaton went into that fight, but they fully knew they were going to do that. And that's huge, because all of that time that had been wasted, if they weren't able to get, you know, 2 kills out of it, they would be massively behind where they need to be. They still need to get inside the building properly up top and start asserting their position, but...
What did they do? They still don't back off. It's like, oh, here, repel. Let's see. Can I fish for something? Sharif slowly falling back. Oh, there's some shots coming right through the drum. Sends some over. Doesn't get anything. Knows if they can drum now. Is going to blow out one of those Goyo canisters. Grenade might get him. No. Goes back in closer. They're just not backing down, Emmy. Like, and that's the scary part. They're never backing down. They're just continuing to lean back into these fights, even if they're 2 men down.
Seconds now as the starts to come on towards the architecture of the site itself. They're still back and forth. They have the Goyo canister they can pop there if they want to get themselves a little bit more time, a little bit more space. But oh, Black Ray. There's the head off for 1. The grenade will force the motion, but they couldn't get the cementer's kill. There's at least the end of it, leaving just Chibisu gets the shutdown onto 1, but no. Knew exactly where the fight was coming from, but so did they, and it's an awkward gun.
It's like, surely you're not allowing him to, like, get this clutch now, right? Like, it's a 1-4. Manages to get the first with the shotgun. The second, very close with the SMG-11 there. Like, this is just so... where was this Kagasaka yesterday, by the way? Just the hyper-aggressive plays. Like, on border, it would have worked out probably in their favor. But there, it was a little bit in between. And I mean, you know, this round particularly didn't work out because Lua was very aware of how they play and very ready to catch them as soon as they went for it. But all you have to do is just look at that first minute of the round where you had a single player inside of Exhibition just being distracted by every single opening that is in the map and being like, oh, I can peek out of here. Oh, I can peek out of here. Oh, wow. They just made a hole for me, which I can use to maybe find an entry kill.
Attackers have located a bomb. 10 seconds left before insertion.
I would not like to play against this team on ranked.
5 seconds to go.
Like,
You'd probably be more likely to play against this kind of team on ranked than a lot
Yeah, I
of other
know.
teams.
Defuse a bomb.
it's like, I would just lose my mind. I don't know what to, like, I don't know where to start. You have to be so ready for anything. Like, it's kind of the thing. Like, they will jump out. They will run out. Even if you think that you have it covered, trust me, it's not covered.
They did well on the back of that press to be able to pull themselves to the 2-2. As I said, the pace is still the same crazy pace that we've had, but it's just as likely to go to 3-3. We might even end up there. I also said it before that, you know, you get 2 attacks on Skyscraper, you're pretty happy with that. A million miles away from Manic's idea of getting a flawless map. He might be getting even closer to me, the one that predicted we get to 3. Leclerc gets Chibisu, they get eyes inside the side. Anderson's able to at least get Lure and stop them flooding in, but there's Leclerc doubling down on the breach itself. They've hopped in towards Samurai, they're putting pressure on towards the angle. They've got the cross in.
Drop the bomb to
Now as Shuri gets the drop from the far end. All the way towards the breach from behind the dragon. There's Choppy, keeping things back and forth. But the kit is well within that sight line of Shuri. He has 1 health, so we can't take any more prolonged engagements.
Just afraid. Choppy doesn't know where they're coming from. He's watching the back more than he's out watching the actual site. I think he isn't wrong to do so necessarily. Sharib, holding a tight angle, I believe, is looking for Choppy as soon as he walks by. 1 HP. If you pre-fire this, you will have the kill confirmed. He misses. Eventually we'll get him, though. Takes a little bit of a hit. Zero Neko needs to find 1 on 28, 1 on full. Knows one is in the Samurai window, and the other deep in sight. It's completely being spotted out by these bees. They know exactly where he is. Surely they catch him, and they do instead. Crest find themselves with another round, find themselves in the lead in what is just like the 5th stressful round in a row for them. And Kagasaka to just keep leaning back in. There's no slowing down.
They guarantee themselves that even half, guarantee themselves. Very good setup going into the other half of this, and I'm still very curious how Kagasaka are going to approach this map from the side of their attack. They've currently matched the round count they're able to get last time they were on this map. I quickly throw myself through the hello hole of time. See how many attacks they're able to pull off. 2 last time. So, Kag being able to get 3 of the 4 attacks that they did, you still have an idea that they're going to be pretty solid on that second half. What lessons were learned, I guess, is going to be that test. At this point, being able to improve themselves, maybe even doubling their success rate on their attack is perfect lead-in.
Definitely will be. If they manage to get 4 here, that's, you know, the decent half that you would be wanting to see here from an attack. Especially when you're mapped down. But that still needs to be confirmed. If this is another 3-3 split, Kagasaka find themselves in a prime position. Try and lock this off. Air jabs are being set up because, why not with the way that they've been playing on the side of Kagasaka? I have a feeling that the air jabs will actually be quite helpful in some of these situations. It's a shame you only have 3 though. There's nearly not enough to cover every single window and doorway. It allows them to focus slightly. as Lua, just acting like a door, puts out that there is something seeing him. Walks slowly over towards the back stairs, sees that there's a player inside of T. This could be the first target for the hunt. Anatun, Sharif gets blown back by an air jab, almost into vision of the actual window. Decides to fall back this time around. He's like, you get me for this one. I'll fall back.
Yeah. The amount of attention paid towards that side of the map, though, and where they're throwing themselves in. I said it before, they were drawn in to Kagasaka's world. On the far side of Exhibition, this time it's focused on towards the site. They didn't even start the breach. Eclair finds Chibisu. Gets the early kill. The Monty's knocking on the door. Now, there is the vertical that they need to try and take care of, but instead they're going to rotate the kit, go for the reverse plant here, have the shield on their back, and hope that it covers enough. It doesn't, is the answer. It was a risk. They hoped the angles would be in their favor. They were not, and as Anaton gets Rento, now even less, is in their favor. They lose the Monty, lose one of their roam control. They still have the air jabs that might be placed unless they've already been discovered by Shurip's face. And as they get the smoke cover, they're going for the plant once again. If there's making a lot of noise, then that's enough for them to try and make a lot back. Now even less with Akali finding a kill. They have some vertical control now. They might try and just get a plant tucked behind the pillar, wherever they might feel safe here. Choppy goes to Cemented. Anaton's the player above. There's still a watch and a wait for a close back down, a post plant. Curious why Kagasaka didn't operate in that 3 versus 1 window. But here with 30 seconds, Blackberry swings round onto 1. There's just Choppy left. Now they see a second of a fight. They're not quite able to get it cemented. They don't want to drift too far away from the kit. Fortunately, they have drifted the up. 3 apiece, an even half once again.
Kind of confused they managed to, or rather surprised, they sent 3 players into the same angle to try and get the plant done. The Monty got shot on the side of the head, the second person got a nitro cell on them, and the third managed to get it down and away from it. And that's why maybe Kagasaka decided to, you know, hey, there's a guy in kitchen, let's actually take the fight to him instead, not knowing that there was a third person out there that was going to try and attempt that plant in the meantime. Slight oversight worked out well for them in the end, though. Yeah, but side of the head. Slightly from above as well. Of course, the shield doesn't cover the top. And the lock off. Now, the side swap, as you mentioned. Kagasaka last time, 3 out of 4, 75% win rate. Right now, they just need 4 to lock it off in regulation. 3 for an overtime confirmation, at least.
Alright, let's see how much Crest has learned about what is defending against Kag's attack. They a pretty convincing swing round of things. Anaton on towards the Monty, an operator that famous for it, has done for a very long time. Change of the clash might have been something that brought them more success. At this point, there was no removal of this. We instead get a case of an operator that was previously restricted. Kag were fine without it. See if they can do better with it.
I'm just afraid of what Kagasaka is gonna bring. I just have no clue what to think of it. Like, are they just gonna hit site directly and just rush it because there's roamers on the board? And, you know, there is a very clear divide on this map which they need to rotate back through. Lock that off, then you've basically locked off all opportunities for them to actually get back to the site. Which is doing a lot of prep work here. See, the Goyo canisters are to be destroyed. Now Goyo is inside of top terrace, near Shrine. Oh, top dragon, sorry, near Shrine. It's just gonna be holding off there. As long as he's there, it's not hurting anybody currently. They just want to get rid of that utility bit by bit. Xanaton already baiting out the first smoke. And who else than him, of course, to play the Montaigne. Like, there's a shield, don't mind if I do. Good bait.
Wait to hear that get close. There's the smoke cover. Good usage of the utility. The smokers keeping themselves alive. Now, they obviously can't swing up because the glass will take their head off. So all they're doing is buying themselves some time, getting a ping out, and hoping that they can try and prevent this Monty. Now, there's their moment, and they opted through it. They heard the Glaz throwing it, thought, well, he can't be looking at this point, but he does get the end of Eclair because they just kept on running. The Glaz pushed into the territory. The Monty pushes up as well, and now they have control of top flat. And eventually they rotate. Chibisu has the crossfire. Shuri's watching for anyone that might try and cross underneath and push their way up towards the back end of the main stairs. In fact, they're going to take that themselves and coming around on the back of the hold. But with everything that they have right now, you can very much assume the Monty's just going to ball in, get themselves the plant with the reverse shield on their back, and their Shuri activating on the top of the main stairs, and Sireneko getting Arculi. What a great execute this has been here from Kagasaka. It's really step perfect of how you need to get this job done, and at this point now, you're just defending against a wave of people. Pre-firing everything. Does get at least one. The Monty of Anaton is
tried to get a fire.
problematic.
He was like, oh no, the fire's my only hope.
Take them down with you.
It's like, if I go down, we both go down. There's no one of us that's standing there. And it is surgical deconstruction of the site. Like, the Montaigne walked in, no one below, walks up the staircase. Like, first minute, all the utility that they have to stall is already gone on that side of the map. And that just shows you that Kagasaka, they were just hitting the side directly. They didn't need to go all the way on the other side of the map. Especially when you have a Glaz that, well, outsniped the Warden in that round. Supposed to be, of course, a direct counter to it. Like, the information is there, and it's just a wallbang to come through. Anaton must have so much fun with shields. Like, ever since the rework. There's always already a big shield, like, fan, you know? Now it's even better for him.
10 seconds remaining.
Actually gonna find out his most played operators in ranked. It's,
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Monty, obviously, at the minute, is it has its uses that are very aggressive, which is why they've sort of become famous, because very aggressive teams sort of run with it. But that's how Anaton played it anyway. So it's like, I don't think it's actually changed Kagasaka's game much, because back in the day, that was the run, and they actually moved away from it. I think when they fell out of favor, they pulled away from Monty, and they pulled away from Anaton driving on shield operators, because it got known, and when things get known, they get beaten.
hasn't played a lot of ranked, but his most played operator currently is Fuse.
Fuse is a shield.
Which I'll say as a shield. It might be in for a surprise.
Now,
Shuri, put on your left.
I was gonna say, Shuri tucked away in. That position's been droned out. Nook slips on by. Doesn't get choppy! Oh, I can see why they opted for it, because they had the confirmed position of one player. If they cut the player out in the middle,
Defender has been discovered.
Claire just gets two. Sireneko on the window and then jumps out to get Anaton. Get the cover, get the man. But I understand the Nook's idea. Just Choppy saved the day by winning the fight.
Yeah, I get it as well. Choppy was there, you know, as a bit of a backline cover for Eclair, so as soon as, you know, the pressure started to really come down, Chibisu finds himself inside, gets a kill. How much more can he get from here, though? He has a rotation back, doesn't get the second. Also, Diffuser is down on the balcony outside, so Blackray probably will be trying to find the kills instead. Are they going to be aware? They should be, considering the fact they went for a jump out. Actually vacated the entirety of Geisha. Just back on site. And that's the good thing to do here, Crest. Like, you want to win these rounds, you run a 1v4, there's a minute left on the clock. There's no point being super spread out on the map and give him a bunch of 1v1s or the opportunity to actually get a post-plan position for himself. So we're just going to see this time tick out slowly while Blackray is going to try and get a kill here and there. See if he can maybe challenge anybody. Gets a bit of a pre-fire towards him. Didn't expect him to be prone on the ground, like shooting next to a samurai suit into that. Like, I don't know. It's 2 pixels. Hard to challenge. But a great round from Crest. They gave them
How much does that cost? Yes?
I was gonna say, a taste of their own medicine, or a cookie of their own dough, if we would be using the Dutch way of saying it. No?
a classic Dutch thing.
Classic Dutch saying, cookie of their own dough.
A stroopwafel of their own.
Troop. Stroop. All four. And we go to Barbecue Kitchen. There's a lot of aggression there coming out from Crest when they did take out the Nuck. It's a bit of like a surprise strike gone wrong. Instantly followed up by Eclair bringing a fight towards the window and deciding to jump out because the person was placing an exothermic anyway. They can shoot back then. And he's going to play in the exact same area as he did last time. Exact same operator. Probably, you know, same setup that he has there as well. Because Kitchen is one of those sites. And verticality is important here. And Geisha is often the connecting part. Either the entry or the end point of that top floor needing to be taken. Because it directly, like, you know, borders above the site. It has a hatch dropping into it. There's so much verticality that can be used for the cover. If you want to get a plant down, especially in that site, you don't want anybody to be up there.
Or a piece. Still traded out. Still theoretically anyone's game to grab. We were wanting to grab the fight. On the window, but it's just a little bit away. Everybody's been able to step in as well. It's not that there hasn't been a single player out of a connection or a couple of players dominating the game. Obviously, only a pocket full of more kills. Shoe Reap. Take all the territory that they can. Gets rid of some utility. They're as noisy as you like. They know the Monty's here at this point, and as the break comes onto the castle wall itself, they're not going to double dip. They're being a bit cautiously here, Kagasaka, on their approach.
It's a different approach, that's for sure. You know, stay unpredictable. That's the meta they have. Now they're trying to play it slow. See if they can get anything to come at them. Xanaton knows Eclair's on the other side. He's just trying to force the aggression from him. Because he's not going to be able to take this fight alone. He's going to need some help. You see it coming in from the window right now, but Rento just looking to go in aggressively afterwards. Flashbangs to come in. Rento drops down, which means that he's all the way up below now. Eclair running as well, but he gets taken down in a DBNO state from the Maverick holes out there. They won't know that, but they will know a lot of damage has been done. Rento in a good position, by the way, for a flank. He's finding himself inside the toilet.
Well, you can kill people in the toilet. If you're deadly enough. Black Ray, gone. Claire is bleeding out. They're trying their best to get in towards the terrain here as they get picked back up. Not quite able to confirm it. Only a few seconds of life left, but there's the catch there onto Rento. 15 seconds, and Kagasaka have to actually try and do something at this point. They're throwing themselves towards the hatch. They're hoping they can get the plant down underneath it, go for the drop and get the dunk onto it, but none of it is secured.
Those two
You sent
people!
yourself into the lion's den. What was that? What was that?
I don't know. I think they were like, we have the hatch, we can plant there, but it's like 4 people watching. The entire team was inside the kitchen.
You know what I would describe that as, Hap? Not having the hat.
Well, they had the hatch, snow was underneath it. Well. Crest up to 5. Kagasaka. This might head towards a map 3 if they don't reel it in quickly. 1 in pantry, 3 in kitchen. The confusion that must have hit when a Monty drops in the middle of them. It's like, whoa, we didn't expect it to become like this, execute. The scenes. Either way. Crest 2 rounds away from sending us to map number 3.
10 seconds left.
Whereas Kagasaka who's looking to close it off, of course. Yes, it is the last game that is inside of the regular season before we head towards the Open qualifiers and the last chance qualifiers, of course, for both these teams. But they both still want to get it over with as soon as possible. And it's, you know, just because they don't want to show much, they need to start focusing on those LCQs. That's where the major spot is being given out. However, these 5 SI points, like there is a BDS analyst somewhere in the world still like having nightmares about those 5. Can make a difference down the line. Clean cut. And Asheri pushing onwards is gonna take out some of that utility. We have a player right behind Dragon. Surely Choppy will be found by like the Monty, or at least they will be aware of where he is. There is fire, however, and there is a crossfire, so they might be trying to actually go for a bit of a bait by not showing Choppy, as he just fired at it, so now they definitely know he's in there. But more so like using Rento as a bit of bait, like, hey, come towards me, it's free, you can walk up and try and challenge me as a 1v1. But that just went out the window.
Yeah, I think that was it. They had the position behind the dragon statue. They were trying to draw some attention up towards Shrine. You saw the ping come out, you saw the play of it, but I don't think Choppy was ever in on that plan. Now he's trying to be very aggressive against the Monty, really stepping in. They're not that scared of you, but they are scared of the attention coming up behind you. Great rotate round, but it doesn't entirely net it. Cyrenaico's down, with Anaton being the only one left standing. Will get picked up. Crest look very likely here to push themselves on towards map point and push us into a third map of this showdown.
It must be around for them right now. That was a great flank to come through from Arcurley. You know, it took too long. They were just wasting time, and at the moment they went aggressive, like, it was actually a masterful play, because the Monty's standing there, he's like, oh, the mute is so close on the door. Probably calls over his teammate to, you know, get the kill confirmed. So suddenly they're both in the same room. And at that moment, Arcurley just comes up from behind, takes down the Monty, takes down the other player, and boom, you find yourself with a round victory in the back of it. So a bit of baiting going on there, but the right way. And now it's 4-6. At point for Crest. Kagasaka needing to find 2 in a row now to push this to OT and try and lock it off in 2. But if the round goes like the last 2 rounds have gone, we're not going to get there.
A timeout, our first over the first 2 maps. And it's sitting on the death knell here. Obviously, they've technically ahead of where their opponents were on the previous map where it wasn't pulled together, but they want to lock this out in 2. They don't want to sort of be battling it out, continuing this for another hour. At this point, they're just not quite able to get the landing right. And if they can't get the landing right here on Skyscraper, you worry how things are going to go on the next map as well, where, you know, a return to labs, Crest had some good performance, had some good moments there, and some extra spending money, it's some extra SI point. Still playing through the same qualifiers for the Hope of Montreal, which is really the dictator of whether you get to SI or not.
Nighthaven Labs is also a map though with a lot of potential for Kagasaka. And I mean that as the rotations that are possible, the amount of windows you can jump out from, you know, the soft walls you can use to set up some weird angles. Especially on their defense, they might just have like a field day out there with everything that's out there. It's like giving kids a new toy, but for Kagasaka, where they're like, oh wow, so much windows to play from. Crest. They're starting to get the idea of it though. And, you know, you see it in the way they play. They're very ready for someone to go aggressive at any given second. And that's what's keeping them in the game and actually got them to this point where they're now ahead. Because they're aware of how Keg plays. and they're just able to get themselves into positions to deal with it now, whereas that wasn't really the case in that last map.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Will this timeout be something that nets them the result and resolve that they want? They're playing with the Glaz underneath, which is a curious route through. I guess we'll see how they stack up. They're just kind of firing through the floor. A good use of the rifle, but at the same time, you know, if you hear a Glaz is huntable underneath and try and get themselves close towards the fight, they can be used in close quarters engagements, but not as strong as they used to be with it. All gets popped open towards the top of the VIP house stairs. Being so cautious this time round, Kagasaka. They do not want to give this early body advantage away.
This is kind of how they lost like their momentum yesterday, though. As soon as they went too careful, things just started to fall apart. And it's always weird to say this, but it's also been like their issue, of course, in like the international tournaments, because as long as they stayed aggressive, it worked out until teams figured it out. And then they went like calm, methodical, careful. And they just weren't able to get the results anymore. And you know, it works great in the best of ones. It's just that as soon as you go best of threes, they will start growing into your playstyle.
There's the prep. There's the player. Kully's able to get Sireneko, puts them into the worst position when the C4 flies through, finds Chibasu with 30 seconds left. 3 remaining players popped up in the middle of the site trying to get some kills. Almost died. Juice from hopping in the samurai window. Anaton's killing, but gets killed themselves. It's a 2 versus 3. Barely any health on Black Gray. He's trying to find a place in a position to get this plant down. The Glaz is looking for space, but as Black Gray goes down, Hap! This is a 3-mapper.
I'm so confused as well there about the jumping in the end. Like, you know there's fire, you jump in to jump out. It's like, you gotta make a choice there. And Crest, they did well. And I said it, like they're growing into the playstyle of Kagasaka. And they're starting to get a grip of this match. 7-4 scoreline, pushing us to the decider map. Haven Labs to decide it all. It's gonna be an exciting one.
Well, exciting is the middle name of Rob Exciting Manic. So let's go to a break before we're back with them.
tulips in a twist. And I boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, I think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. And I boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
We're going to a third for a third place match. That's right. We're not going to be falling short of a banging series. Unfortunately, CIG cannot get it done on Skyscraper. Emmy, I think I see you ripping out your hair there.
Yeah, because why? You know, I think it's I get that this is a game that's had some silliness back and forth. I get that we've had it, but Kagasaka were just purely throwing things at the wall and nothing was sticking. And you know, Crest, yeah, the latter half of the last map was a bit silly and a bit odd and they didn't call a timeout and whatever. But here, I mean, that just... Until that last round and they had a timeout, Kagasaka weren't really doing their best. I think that's very fair to say. And things just fell apart. And now we're going to a third map because of it. And, you know, there's this... I don't know. It feels like we're here, but we shouldn't be here, right?
Yeah, and that's okay. You know, it happens. That's the way that this game does go sometimes. I think we can take away positives for Crest at the very least. I think, you know, a performance across the board, 7-4 victory. It's pretty convincing. And for me, Hap, I mean, I didn't even need to look at the cost, but every player did their part in the entire thing.
Yeah, everybody was having their moments, and you know, it's especially on Crest, you're thinking like, was there someone who was having a quiet time? You know, and then you look and you just see Rento is -1 on the kills, but everybody was really doing their thing. So, and that's kind of the recipe for success. We've mentioned it time and time before. You cannot rely on just a single player to pop off consistently. You need the entire team to show up, and that's what happened in that map, and it's the big difference maker.
Certainly is. And now, of course, we head over to a third map. We head to Nighthaven Labs, and I think that, you know, of all three maps, there's a decent amount of structure to them, but Nighthaven Labs, we said it yesterday, Emmy, so many times the attacks just flounder a little bit, and it feels as though they don't fully understand a win con. Hopefully, between Crest and CAG, we can get a close series on this one.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I'm hoping so, right? Because I know I said we're probably going to get, like, a close series on Skyscraper. Maybe I was memeing, maybe I wasn't. I still expected more from these teams. And I don't mind going to 3 maps on games like this, but I want us to go there because we are going there, not because we've ended up here, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. I think it just turns to a best of one now. Both teams have had, you know, I guess good performances on certain maps, and I mean the one for me, is that 363 days ago? Is that what I'm saying? Holy crap. Okay, I didn't realize that it was played that long ago for Chris. That's probably not fantastic. That cannot be a second preference map if you haven't played it for a bloody year. But wait, hang on, is that even possible?
That's
Maybe their other maps are
it.
just really bad.
Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. That's the last time they
I think it also has to do with the amount of times they ban it, which is not a lot in the stage, 5 times.
It's bad math.
Yeah, it's maths. The maths
Math
works,
ain't
right?
mathing.
The math is definitely not mathing
Math
on
ain't
that
math.
one. But Emmy, I guess like all thoughts aside on this one, you know, basically we just have to get underway. There's no two ways about it. We get to see a final match between these two teams. It cannot go any further. We must decide a third place match here. CAG take on Crest as we head to Nighthaven Labs.
In we go for the third map. This is actually my first third map of this weekend. I know you started with one.
Yeah.
I haven't had a 3-map series yet.
Well, welcome.
I feel
To
a
the
bit
club.
cheated that it's this one. Because if it was the next game, or if these two teams don't, like... The best that these two teams have played was the opening half of Chalet. And it felt like a competitive series, and I was like, I'm excited about this. Then we sort of lost the plot for a while, and now we're here. And we have a chance for redemption. Chance. to live
You know,
it
start
down.
strong, end strong, and then whatever's in the
Start strong,
middle
end
is
strong.
fine.
What's a sandwich? You've got a strong start and a strong end.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. No, I totally
What's your
agree with
favorite
you.
type of bread?
Difficult to say.
I don't know that bread.
I don't really have a favorite kind. Like whenever I go to the bakery shop, I just be like, yeah, that one looks good. Just give me that one. Like,
Just give me bread.
Yeah, give me bread.
Want
Whatever you
bread.
have.
I like tiger
Fine.
bread.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that. For a big part of my youth, I had a lot of tiger bread. But ever since I've become an adult, I've barely eaten it anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a sad story.
Yeah, I know.
What a sad little life you lead.
We have like
Jim.
very, very many different kinds of bread in the Netherlands. So,
Yeah. Europe loves a good bakery.
Yeah.
Anderson, what are you doing?
Don't question the
Are
Anaton.
they trying to hide that they have a bandit?
I think so. I think he wants to get a free trick off without them realizing.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I mean, it's a nice little corner to hide. There's still
Is it the Donut
ways-
Thatcher?
Yeah, always the drone to move in. Should be able to at least delay them, but they don't have Thatcher. But who's Rento playing?
There's Mav.
No. I
Yeah.
don't think it's going to be as successful as they hoped. Either way, hey, they don't know that Mav's there. That's only the gift that we've been gifted. As we start on Nighthaven Lab, the fans pretty much the same as Crest have just gone into being Blitz #1 haters. They hate Blitz. They're not talking. Nobody is. There's the bandit
Someone's bullied them.
charge already removed. Already quick pressure here onto the connected jungle side.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. You need a little bit of time to dissect this site, and if they're not playing here, why not just take it instantly? It makes life so much easier for you to take control later. A little jungle area down. It's a bit of a tricky one because people could swing out from the electrical door, also known as connector by a few. So you need to make sure you have some control there, and of course there is an external window you can use for that, but at some point you just don't have enough people to watch everything. So you gotta make a choice here. As they're slowly falling back. Pressure on the side is coming in. I believe the Monty's running through as a Nitrocell was tossed in. Gets the first kill, but I believe Montaigne is on site. Definitely dancing with him.
They just found that opportunity. Akali gets Shoe Reap underneath the... Buck now has free reign of this territory. I'm going to type that into Google Translate.
Okay, I was gonna do the same thing, but if you do it, that's fine. So there is a Fenrir up outside. That's gonna stop the Monty from moving in with full confidence. It's gonna be completely blind when he tries to. Have you Googled it?
No, it's not coming up with anything. I think I might have spelled it wrong.
That's a shame. Gumine, Fenrir is definitely going to be hurting the Montaigne quite a bit. It's 12 HP per tick and just doesn't feel safe pulling it out as the execute comes through. It's just a complete shutdown. Monty has to back off. The rest of the actual team pushes in and 4 kills within 2 seconds. It's a way to start off Nighthaven Labs.
Start how they mean to go on. Crest.
It's more words.
Yeah, you're right. There is more words.
Just trying to...
This is like a real... It's like a really bad detective. More words.
So that says something like... Start, and I think the other word was... Throw. So I don't know if they said like start the throw. As you made in Agata. Yeah. So that's like... The translation I get is start to throw. Okay, I don't know what that means.
I did type it in right. Just nothing came up. It must be a
Spelling error on their side.
No, I'm more likely to say that it's either a colloquialism and Google Translate isn't that good. I feel like I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that they know their language better than Google knows their language.
I just know that I make a lot of misspellings, so...
Well, Dutch is a misspelling. That's a language.
Well, I mean, you know...
I listened to you speaking Dutch with the other Dutch talent. Actually, really noticeably Anne.
Yeah. And sometimes Stefan, whenever we're together in the same room. And not killing each other.
Sometimes Stefan. And it just sounds like you're just mumbling a different language. Like, it sounds like you're mumbling a mixed German language.
Well, it's actually what it is. So it's like...
There you go. I'm a...
It's a Germanic language.
Phonetic.
Yeah.
Understander. Crest. They get the first round. They get themselves off to a very decent start here. As I said, you know, they were a team that were knocking on the door. You know, you don't want to put the underdogs and the sort of top dogs' favoritism into too heavy a weight, but let's be real. Crest's performance so far throughout this playoff weekend has been better than their performance throughout the seasonal split. They put Scars through the, you know, toughest run that they've had. They've still got a game in hand. Lua won't be one of those players that gets an impact this round. The early removal from Black Gray. 3 rounds and 2 kills for Tag Saka, but can they try and push that to some more?
The exothermics used to open up IT. It's a little bit of a, you know, misinformation going on there that they thought it was clear. Luo was just opening up with the skeleton key looking for verticality when Black Ray just popped up, and that's just the cat game, right? Like, they just like to be active, be everywhere at once, have the entry kill, and still there's 4 people roaming, it feels like, at this point. Just the bandit stopping everything from falling apart on the side of Cyrenaica will find one before he gets traded out. It's gonna give them an opportunity to take some ground, at least in that first floor, start pushing towards the staircases, and also see a little bit of fallback happening from Chibiusa. You see Sharip being like, this is my time to go up the staircase and try and take the fight instead, as he puts a bulletproof camera behind him for support.
From this point onwards, Attacker, they still have the advantage of time, the advantage of man, and the advantage of the fact that their defense, they can prop themselves up, keep a barricade, slow the pace down. Not that that's really been their forte or their enjoyment of the game throughout this series. Crest picking up, getting a big rotate round. Kind of the worry that on Chalet, that was the thing we kept on sort of harking on about, pointing out and criticizing them for, was they would often sort of do these massive shifts with not enough time left in the round. They know. Now they do. Sharip weighted Venus flytrap for the fly to walk across the plant.
Bomb located by attackers.
Quickly droning the site. Have not really a lot to work with, as there's 10 seconds left. They need to start to go for a push, but completely blinded. Arculi is the last one standing. He takes out the camera, but they've already fallen back. They're playing in a bit of a crossfire there. Gets blinded again, and the bailiff in the face. And as a result, it is a round. That goes to Kagosaka. I was doing some extra research on these players, Emmy.
Oh yeah.
And I was checking Sharip and his ranked shenanigans last season. And it usually tells you something about operators they like, right? There's a certain operator at the top that has been consistently banned by a certain team. He's a bit of a blitz main.
Right.
There's an 80% win rate in it, on rank.
Like how you are extra research just looking at their profiles to get their ranks.
Yeah, it's just trying to see if, like, obviously a lot of these players usually play in stacks, right? Like, they play together as a team. They're not really doing strategy, of course. Like, the fundamentals are there. But it usually tells you something about operators they like to play.
Well, I think over the weekend, Crest have just had it.
Yeah, they banned it everywhere.
Near 100.
Yeah.
I think it might be an 100% ban rate. Full Blitz over this weekend.
No, they didn't ban it on border against exist. They didn't ban it on constant against exist.
Okay, they just don't trust exist with it, but they trust exist with it.
They banned against Scars and they banned it against Kek, yeah.
5 of 7. Pretty good odds. The F. That mine gets stolen. As they get themselves some eyes towards the top of cargo, you're looking at cutting this in half here. Trying to clear this vertical pressure. Obviously, they've opted to not go back towards the top. They don't think they can make it work, so instead, back rotation happy. Find yourself now fighting and defending the verticality that the other site would have been anywhere on the top floor. You need to make sure that you can keep cover of them going for the coverage of the plant. Said cargo seems to be where they're kind of shaping up in the far distance, but you can get a lot of watch from that from Aquarium. So this is that game that Crest play where they sort of dig around, they nip at heels, they see where they can try and start to pull defenses apart.
With the drone, the shield's going to be entering very soon. Rento trying to cover off that top floor. Verticality important here, of course. Usually is where these pushes basically start or fall. So they're getting themselves in from jungle. They're going over towards electrical, pushing themselves over towards what usually is the top floor site. However, a bunch of goo mines basically giving away the game and play here. The breach is going to make things a little bit easier. There's still 3 players on the top floor, and as Black Ray will take down the first person in terms of Arcully, it's not a great start.
The IT position here, they're being called out. The Monty's there as well, goes in for the knife, goes for the cover! Anderson! What a pop-off! Somehow gets the man covering, gets the Monty as well. Now has the Deimos that's jiggling around in the corner, but with the kit there in 45 seconds, they've tucked. They're playing time. They're wasting and waiting for the 2 remaining players. All of them are stacked in. They're still going to obviously lean into the engagements, but the C4 cover from Chibisu. Saving Private Anaton. Dips behind the next bit of cover. Gets themselves tucked in. Now the kit has been reclaimed. But at this point, you just got to take the fight, finish it off. 20 seconds, a 1 versus 2. Try and send it in. Now they have a player watching either of the 2 sites. But the ping is on this one close by. Flashes them out. Goes for the next follow through. Anaton, how did you pull that one off?
I have no idea. That was amazing to watch, where he basically doesn't panic. He sees the Montaigne come in. It's like, all right, well, I know how to deal with this. Just smacks it. Does a little bit of damage. Gets the cover. Smacks it again. And gets him from the feet. And then Deimos is rushing to be part of that fight, but already tucked in at that point. And the Nitro Self for support, absolutely huge. Definitely show that on the replay again. Oh! Here we go.
There it is. I mean, it was great. You couldn't have asked for a better result, and that's one of the plays. If you pull that off, you would clip it and post it.
I would definitely clip it.
With how powerful, especially with how powerful shields are, right?
Definitely would be. There's like, if I would be to pull that off, it's like that's gonna be posted everywhere. You know, Talent Chat, Twitter, maybe even Facebook, you know, for like all my aunts and uncles that are interested. Don't understand what I'm doing though.
Look what I did. Look what I'm achieving.
You're converting like an other completely like endemic group of people into watching Siege. It's incredible. Oh, did you just see someone run by there and just walk off, or was that the outline just betraying me and not actually inside the building?
Might be the betrayal of the outline. Outlines are not.
No, Arcully was inside. Just walked by. I thought for a second like he was just moving to the door as Kavera walked by. So they both missed each other there.
The Monty with Lua changes hands, and obviously, as we went last time, it's better. Slightly different applications of it. Player playing above, waiting for just this moment. Let that wall get opened, but they've repelled off. They're not going to fall for the old C4 out the open hole trick.
He's just waiting for the head. You cannot give him that fight. Like, he will win that as well. It's easier to hold it as a defender. It's such a small area as well than it is for an attacker to use. Drones rolling in. Slight bits of information being gathered. Sharib so far still just running around the map. I'm not actually sure where they are currently. I don't think they are on the side as Choppy. Just trying to make sure there's no rotations coming in, but is actually maybe the most vulnerable. Cyrenaica will find the very first of this round. Eclair dropped off. Spot the shield. Start the suppression mechanic a little bit by just firing at it. And Sharib back down towards that first floor is going to be going for a different approach. Might actually head towards the CC hallway. Nitro! There's a lot of damage towards Lua. 42 now. And I believe the push in the back is coming at the same time. We missed.
Oh, there's the knockdown, but he gets dropped and rocked around. 5 to nobody. A flawless. The Kagasaka, they went for the explode onto site, but unfortunately it fizzled to nothing.
So the Monty was pushing all alone there. There was no cover whatsoever. The rest of the guys were actually trying to like go over from the garage side, you would almost say. Trying to make a push happen there. They were being shut down at the same time that the Caveira actually came into the rear of that Monty, shut him down as well. Didn't get the kill, I believe, like someone else confirmed it, but the injury was definitely coming from Cav. But 3-1, and Kagasaka doing quite well so far on their defense. If they get one more round, they can definitely be happy. If they get two, they might be looking to lock this off as soon as possible.
I mean, it's feeling a lot more controlled now. Obviously, with how this opened, with how good that round was and felt by Crest, it's almost what I've been pining for from the side of Kagasaka. They're still attributing themselves well to the map. They're playing around the space. They're being dangerous. And yeah, there are some moments that are just those moments that are a flip of the coin that goes into them. You can't always bank on a 1 versus 2 when one of them is a Monty. But at the same point, their confidence seems to be there. They're not entirely throwing themselves one after the other into impossible situations. Is almost habitual on Skyscraper. Another approach, another shield, lure. Seeing if the Monty can make some distance and difference here.
I mean, the shield's been used pretty consistently now, and I'm just not seeing the results that they're looking to find out of it. They won the very first round, not by Lua per se, but you just see Kagasaka walking around and see the shield, they acknowledge it, it's like, okay, well, as long as it's doing that, there's nothing I can do about it! And then you have just a flank to come through the bait, like, they know that the shield's gonna unshield, they just swing someone in from the side, a double kill from Sireneko to come in, and Kagasaka might have just locked off their 4th round already. Breaching charge onto the Kiba might instantly be replaced as well. No, Chibisu actually deciding to fall back there towards the side. They have the 2-minute advantage. They don't need to take the fight even more, especially considering the fact that there is still 2 roamers all the way up in that top floor. So as soon as the execute starts to come down, they already have that vertical kind of pressure to come into them.
At this, such hefty limitations now on the approach. The Solace is able to get the full read on any of this gadgetry as Anderson gets the full read on Arcully. That happened from the vertical above. Now as the 2 remaining players want to try and slip their way down revealed territory. Shurip gets the end of it. That Fenrir mine above them. Problematic every single time, and every single time it pings off, they know exactly where the players are, but at this point, every single route they seem to be taking closer towards the site is going to be death. Go for a long journey, but with only 45 seconds, if they don't, a little bit of a shift on.
Might be a timeout.
I think it is. Time to talk and reassess. 4 defenses won by Kagasaka. If Crest do get a second attack, again, I know I said it before, 4-2 is not the end of the world, and then Crest stepped up, but it feels like we've got that Kagasaka that we've been waiting for since the beginning of Chalet.
10 seconds to go.
Slowly ticking out. Now we've seen also an instant timeout taken after a pseudo timeout like we are having right now. Of course, your coach cannot speak at this moment in time. If you really need to speak to him, you need to have the actual timeout. This might also be a bit of a momentum killer. Just let those 45 seconds sit there, let them cool down. You call out another timeout now for another 45 seconds of them cooling out. But it seems like it might have been enough. They're gonna just continue going on, saving that timeout for when it truly would be necessary, which could of course be when you're match point behind. Perfect bait there. Oh. Where is this? I've still not seen where it is.
It's above it.
Yeah, it must be
Above
like on the
beam.
little like exit sign that's on there, right? Like
It's like up where above the vending machine there's like a bit of a stick out beam, I believe.
yeah.
And it's just on the other side of that. And you see it when we got the perspective on I think it was Shuri going for the swing from the games room, where that one is that he's just activated.
10 seconds left.
This map is, by the way, absolute pain of dealing with FNATs because the ceilings are so like
Before insertion.
suited for this.
Attacker's objective is to
I have no other way of describing it. It's just that you can hide them really well on the ceiling. Same goes for like Valkyrie cameras. Well, last round on the attack for Crest here. Potentially of the entire series. So they want to make sure that it counts. Use of the Twitch drone initially. Going to take out quite a bit of information utility. They know they have a plan. It seems like they're just going to be eyeing to go for like the jump in plant. But of course they do need to get that top floor control first. The bandit is out there. He's tricking. Maverick is going to just tank some damage from the electrification out there. It's nothing too much, but it's going to allow them to at least challenge. The one thing it does though is that now the bandit batteries are removed, there is holes on the ground. Which means that as soon as Eclair is starting to run up to try and place down an exothermic, there's an opportunity, of course, that Anaton is feeling adventurous and is deciding to actually go watch through some of these verticalities. He actually has a C4 out he wants to throw over, goes right under, no damage done.
Well, a bit of damage done to the wall to obviously at least get rid of it now. And again, it's the game that I sort of talked about before of they know that C4 trick. They're already on the rappel. They're ready to pull the trigger and zip out of there as soon as things get dangerous. Now with Lua getting the opener, the conversations had a bit of a reward, but not a very long one. As Chibisu almost immediately finds a fight back. The Monty is inside the site, putting pressure on, but what are you doing? Where's any level of support? They win at least one kill, but now you've just sacrificed yourself on the pillar of mid. As you lose the Monty, you lose the approach. Trades either side of at least finding different bodies. It keeps it at a 2 versus 2. 45 seconds. The fight has just turned into a bit of a brawl. There's a player tucked inside of cargo. They have the hot pings on them, so they're just sort of reading the play around, and well, there's the pickup on the rest of it. I think they were down from the spray through the wall, leaving just Lua alone. Dropped out 5-1 half.
To be honest, the Monty shouldn't have even gotten a kill out there, but as you mentioned, like, where's the support? You cannot just expect to jump in there and be allowed to go for a plant for free when there's people out there. Like, you've taken control of the top floor, you need to have that verticality at least to protect your Montaigne like that. And again, Lucky managed to get one kill out of it, because he should have gotten none. And this is when the timeout gets called. They've just had their pseudo timeout after the round kind of went away from them. They just let it run out. They had a bit of a chat. They just went for that last attack and didn't quite stick as well. So this might be a reminder of like, okay, pay attention to these kind of things coming up on your defense, because you only can lose one round and still win this game. And that's a lot of pressure on this team. A single round isn't a lot.
Just one. And that's it, right? Is this the point now when Kagasaka is activated? Things seem more well put together. They seem more aware and more reactive to what each other is doing. Everything has a sort of acted response. Not pulling my hair out as much anymore.
That's good. We don't want you to do a Tim cosplay for the next. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Got Ace.
Don't need another.
Pengu.
It's a saturated market right now.
Fresh has been balled before.
5 seconds to go.
Honestly, like, I'm pretty sure if we manage to get like a good bet, like a good wager going with him, he's gonna, you know, get his hair shaven off again if he loses it.
Yeah.
the least likely to shave would be. I don't know if Parker's ever been bald.
I think he has been bald. I'm pretty sure it might be edited actually. I don't know. Like I
Maybe
remember
just
some
blocked it
pictures.
from my memory.
I'm gonna find it for you.
I don't want to remember the sight of bald Parker.
Bald Parker. So.
Cover comes through. The wall gets itself popped open, and they're not taking any chances again. This is the team that kind of wanted to see. On the last map, they have all the cover in place. They're making sure that there's these support systems and support teams. They have the Maverick burning the lines. They also have the Thatcher. They have their A plan and their B plan operating, and they're not risking things. On Skyscraper, they would have already ran in through the first breach and lost a body. They would have made these decisions that netted different results, and that was the frustrating thing, is we know that they could play very different style of game that they just weren't. They have secret reads on a player that they're trying to catch. They knew they were on drone. I think they worked it out based on how quick the burn and the shot came through. A lot of big guns backed up and ready. Anaton. They were spraying onto there, but the fighter's being rebuffed for now.
Still the first going in favor of Kagasaka though. After you've just had your timeout and you're facing potential end of this series, Choppy goes down as well. This could be going into a map point. Another flashbang. They've just seen someone on that door. There's only 3 left to find. Anaton is a bit slowed down due to the ice that's around him. He's going to be finding an angle. The pickup has just happened. I'm actually able to secure the kill, so we're back into a 4v5. But Choppy very damaged and low HP.
Black Ray gets another. Akali shut down. They have a bit of a long watch here, Choppy. They're trying their best to find just a step into this next fight. It's encircling around them. Rento ducks their way back in towards the site itself as Anaton keeps the pressure on. Eclair is gone. They've secured half of the site. There's some pressure that's about to hit them from the side of Aquarium. They are just being shut down. There is the Aquarium pressure, and there is Kagasaka.
Again, like, where was this in the semi-final? This is the kind of team that we would have expected to see. We just didn't get it. But now they're up 5 match and series points to try and lock it off. Surely one of them will stick, and especially if you look at that last one, you know, went quite well, quite effectively, you'd say. Go for the replays. Just clean pickups, just the information out there, knowing when to go for that pre-fire and catching them on rotations, and that is just Crest nowhere to be seen in that round. I've just shared a picture with you, by the way, of Bald Parker.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I remember now. I said I blocked it from my memory, and you just brought it horrifyingly back to me.
Yeah. So, like, I would say I'm sorry, but I mean, Dez has worn a bald cap as well once, so does that
Dez
count?
has worn a bald cap. Fresh has worn a bald cap.
But he's also gone bald, right?
He's also gone bald. I can't remember if he went bald on stream. Dez shaved an eyebrow
Yeah, that's true.
for a meme fight that then he realized how long it takes for an eyebrow to grow back.
Did they mess up the breach there? I think they didn't get it fully.
Well, Manic's bald.
Yeah, true. Yesterday morning he told me that he was intending to shave his head, but he didn't get to it.
Yeah.
Opening kill. Choppy. Rento will go down, an instant trade to come through. They have a bunch of, like, nice angles in the actual side wall itself, though. It hasn't been breached to actually walk through, but it can be used to stop some of these rotations to come in. However, Anaton is the one that carries the diffuser, so he's going to have to rotate around. He's going to have to get himself towards that basement at some point, try and get that plan down. And this is where Eclair realizes, oh, that is a bit dangerous to move through. He's gonna fall back, call it out. He's like, okay, that's now off grounds. Like, we cannot be there anymore without the worry of like an attacker looking through those gaps.
Kagasaka, they just need to try and find a way to formulate this next take. Akuli is hoping that he can get the sort of boss G fadeaway. Stay flirting around the top of Gargoyle stairs as long as he can, and then drift on back and on away. Kagasaka there, reevaluating, reassessing. Obviously, the Nook going down. It's not the end of the world. If you're going to lose somebody that's a high risk, high reward sort of operator, and especially the way that they play them. There's some creative work done on this wall. It's the sort of split. The Samcam going through as the Sue gets caught now. Give them some of the eyes on towards that default plant spot. I'm going to try and hope that this cover works, but think about this setup. There's a high chance that if things go wrong, that player outside the wall will have no ability to impact or affect it. Running past the pillars, back and forth. They don't have the vertical control currently. That is all for this player to watch. Goes for the blind, goes for the plant itself. They have the cover from the breach. Black-Gray gets one. They're rotating around onto the back. There's the cross. There's the lockdown. It's a 2 versus 2 post-plant. But now, with the Maverick outside the wall, or the Maverick holes even outside the wall, it is just down to the Sam, and it's almost like whack-a-mole at this point for the defenders. There's the down onto 1. They have the intel on when they're going for it. They have so many options they have to shoot against. They're going for the pickup, the playback down. He's doing a masterclass, and there it is. It was all the risk that came with that play at the end, but give them a few options to peek through, and you never really know which will be your doom. Kagasaka secure themselves 3rd place on the 3rd map. I'm not going to say Crest run out of steam, but Hag definitely found theirs.
Yeah, they got back into their usual kind of playing style. It worked out well for them. They managed to just overwhelm, basically conquer the rest of this map. A 7-1 victory for them is going to lend them 5 SI points, about 4,000 extra USD, but also the 3rd seed as last chance qualifiers, where they will chase a potential qualification to the major.
After a break.
CAG. They finally show us what they're made of. They finally show us what champions are made of. Unfortunately, it was in a third place matchup, and it took 3 maps for them to do it. But fluke. At the very least, we get to see a CAG moving into next week that is still dominant in BO3s.
If this CAG can play next week, and I mean specifically that map CAG, they're probably going to get that second spot. People would have said that before playoffs, but
Yeah.
it's been hit and miss. And, you know, that was the first time I felt confident in saying, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's easy to say when it's a 7-1, but again, the first half of that Chalet was a back and forth fight, and then Crest sort of pulled off. The Skyscraper map, Kagasaka pulled off, and here on Labs was Crestwood giving it their game, but Kagasaka gave it a better game.
But they did, and unfortunately, you know, it's a little sad. It's all sad for Crest because, you know, they really were in this. They were really in this series, and it took until that final map for it to just slowly dwindle away. I thought maybe after Skyscraper, we might see them actually beat CAG. Anyway, it's not to be the case. Hap, positives, what have you got? What have you got for both of these teams? Do you have negative takeaways, positive takeaways?
I mean, for Crest, they got further than a lot of teams would have expected, right? So they're definitely on like that upwards trend, and you know, on a different day, maybe they would have been able to take this third map to a very competitive level and take that victory. So I'm very excited to see what that brings to them in, of course, the rest of the last chance qualifiers, but also, you know, the rest of the tournaments that we would have this year, like qualifiers, but also next year, more importantly, when they've had a little bit more time to develop.
Yeah.
Whereas for Kagasaka, I mean, they had a great game now, but it's like they kind of need that yesterday. And that's, I feel like I've been saying that about CAG for the last years or so. It's like they have a great game. It's just always a bit too late when it comes in.
Yeah, it feels like they're consistently inconsistent in big matches, unfortunately for them. When the chips are on the table, that's when they tend to slowly fade away into the background of the discussion. A little bit unfortunate for them. Of course, for those of you that are just tuning in or were watching that matchup, that was just a third place match, which means 4,000 USD extra, 5 SI points extra, and of course, just a little bit of extra seeding heading into next week's last chance qualifiers. I believe that will put them in second seed, as the loser of the grand final will take first seed. So, you know, something for CAG to take away. And Crest, they get another BO3 under their belt. 3 in total, 2 of them against the best teams in Japan. So it's a really great experience for them, and something that they really need to focus on, as next week is their final chance to make an international event for 2024. But of course, we move on with today's matches. We've got Kenotrope and Scars. This one's the big one. This is the one that we all wait for the entire stage long. 10 play days to get to this point. Emmy, I had a very simple question for you. Who you got?
Scar.
Very
Hap.
simple answer.
Who you got? Who you got, Hap?
I'm also on Scars.
You're also
Sorry,
Scars.
I'm being boring. I was like, I also put them on my prediction. Left it up to you to.
Who have you got?
Yeah, who you got?
Who have
You
I
got,
got?
mate?
I got my homies Kenotrope. I got them taken it. They've been here twice before in 2024. Hopefully, they'll be able to get it done. Third time lucky. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, you know what? I'm not even going to say a short break. I'm going to wind that back a little. We're going to go to an extended break, and on the other side, it's the grand final of the Japan League.
communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go.
It's grand final time here for the Japan League. An incredible series we saw for the third place match. Gonna have a little bit of humor coming into it. It is CAG finishing third overall in the Japan League, going in second seed to the last chance qualifiers, but turning our attention into the most important game that you could ever have for a league. It is the grand final. This is the Montreal Major qualifying game. Kinatrope have fought their way through quarterfinals, semifinals, and now find themselves up against Scars, who have merely needed to make a one-game run. Emmy?
I mean, okay, there's a lot of fun that comes into this, right? The fact that obviously it's the top dog against the team that's been fighting, but it's also, you know, Kinatrope had one of the best potential runs to a major last time round when they had to play 3 back-to-back best of 3s in a row. Here they're coming in fresh. The performances have been getting better and better and better. There is a chance that this is going to be a huge banger of a game. There is a chance we get another upset going into teams being sent, and I am so excited to see what happens.
Well, how about we start talking about this one? Let's start breaking down Scars, your first place team throughout the league phase and have continued to stay dominant throughout HAP. There's no real touching Scars at the moment, at least up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it started to look like there was a couple cracks here and there, you know, the games were a little bit closer than we used to be seeing from them, but it was still a very convincing victory on their side, and you just have to look at those attacking and defending win percentages, and basically the entire story is already told. 70% of all rounds, they win. And you know, if you do the math, let me check. Yeah, that means you cannot win games against them that way. So that, you know, you gotta make sure that they win less than that.
Yeah, certainly do. Of course, we were talking about their league phases coming into this. Their only loss was to CAG. In the final playday, they lost 7-5, but apart from that, they have been nigh flawless, only dropping the most rounds they've dropped in a single game so far, at least up until CAG, was only 2 rounds. I mean, Emmy, if this doesn't paint a picture as to how far above the rest Scars is at the moment, I don't know what will.
this is it, right? For everything that we talk about expectations, they are the expectation. They're the bar, but they're also raising it. They aren't resting. And that's the sort of setup that A, you want from the top team in your region, but B, you want to beat that top team in your region. And this is the best possible test and maybe the best possible contenders to do that.
Well, I'm excited to see how Scars go in this one, but they do have a formidable opponent. Kinotrope they're formidable. That's just it. I don't need to intro them in any other way. They have been here twice already this year, and they have looked quite strong. Unfortunately, I feel like their league performances might have been missing somewhat, but overall, Hap, this is a very serious contender to the throne.
It is a serious contender. And, you know, like, they've already got in second twice. They are pretty certain that, you know, okay, this is the game. We're going to be taking it here. We have to qualify. We cannot come in second 4 times in the year and miss out on every single opportunity to qualify for the major. And this is their 3rd opportunity. So, I mean, they played an incredible game yesterday. Now let's see if they can continue that momentum. That's the most important part. Can they continue that strength?
It's difficult, right? Because you have already played your 2 best-of-3s. We've already seen them. It was a close first map against Enterforce, in which case it slowly started to fizzle out by the end. The CAG game, though, I really felt like that had some incredible storylines going into it. The fact that they win that in a clean 2-0, regardless of how close the first map was. The second map was an outright victory on Clubhouse, 7-3. I mean, Emmy, if you ever wanted a very serious game to come off the back of, a CAG 2-0, you couldn't ask for much better than that.
Yeah, I think that's sort of that conversation, right, where we had Kinotrope stepping up massively. They keep putting this pressure on, and sure, they've gone through a couple of obstacles that are less sort of congruent with beating the top dogs. You're going up against, you know, teams that are struggling near the bottom, but here that sort of aggressive follow through, the 2-0, the sort of statement piece is that lead in, and you know, that was their revenge as well, because CAG were the team that stopped Kinotrope from getting to the major last time. They were the last team that they had to beat in that absolute gauntlet that they ran. So now they've got that rid of one demon. Now they've got to get the biggest one of them all to get to the major.
Yeah, it's a tough ask as well. I mean, you look at their past 3 international qualifying events. They went nigh flawless in the playoffs for the Japan League in stage 1. They only lost to Scars in the final game. Again, Emmy's just alluded to there. All the way in they had to play 3 best-of-3s back to back to back. They all went the full distance of 3 maps. They played 9 maps of Siege on that day, and unfortunately, they just fell short. EWC quals, I can't talk too much about. I don't know the extensive background of that, but they still finished 3rd or 4th. Like, this team is, for me, the 2nd best team in the region, because Scars are just too inconsistent at the moment for me to always lock them in that discussion. I think Kinotrope have a real shot today. This will be their 4th opportunity to qualify for a major event. I mean, it doesn't get bigger than this. This is what every team in Japan hopes for, right? It's that story arc, that run from all the way back in the quarterfinals, beating the top dogs in CAG, placing yourselves in the best possible position on the final play day. It's important, but what's more important are the players that can be impactful, Hap. Sometimes it takes a moment of brilliance from an individual.
Yeah, for sure. And the 2 players we're highlighting today are Nina and Mao. Now, Nina is the undisputed #1 in the league so far. The man has a near 2 KD. And just plus 11 on entries. You know, he's been a consistent factor of Scars, someone you need to shut down. Whereas Mao, whilst his stats might not look as impressive, he was the MVP against Scars. He was a big reason why they were against Kagosaka. He was a big reason why they were able to take that victory home. So you kind of want to see him repeat that today in the match that matters most.
And that's really the scariest part of this discussion for me, is you need individuals to step up. And when you look to the side of Scars, they just have so many players they can look to in those clutch moments. You've got your Rex, your Washois, Nina, top player in the league by a country mile. It's not even close. He's been absolutely indomitable in stage 1 and in stage 2, so it only gets harder from here on out. Let's very quickly have a look at how these two teams have faced off in the past, hopefully to give you a little bit more context as to what to expect for this upcoming game. Now, it has always gone the favor of Scars. They are yet to lose a single map to Kinotrope, but you look at some of the results and you start to go, okay, these series are close. There's legs on it. A 7-5 win for Scars in Playday 1 all the way back. God, that's like March now. I'd almost been wiping that from my memory. And then this stage, it's just it hasn't felt the same. It doesn't have the same venom to it. But hopefully, Fluke, hopefully today, Kinotrope can get a map on the board. Not necessarily a series win, but a map win would be a great start for them.
It starts with the map. You know, every win starts with the first step, every journey. And this is their journey. This is their thing. As I said, you got to beat the demons. You got to beat the things that stop you from getting there. They did that yesterday, but the one that stops everybody from this region getting there is Scars. Regardless of this result, you look at most of the teams from this region, it's the same story. Scars win everything. Somebody's got to be Rocky. Somebody's got to be Lil Max. Somebody's got to be swinging for them fences.
Someone has to, and hopefully it's Kinotrope. I mean, I've been a fanboy of Kinotrope for a long time. We don't see Bank. There's no border, consulate, or lair to be played. Our first map is going to be Cafe with Scars starting out on defense. I mean, if ever you wanted a series to start, if you're Scars, a defense Cafe could be a really great way to start this.
Yeah, it's like we haven't really seen Scars on Cafe this year, so it's a bit of unknown territory. The thing I'm actually more concerned about is the next map that's been left open, which I believe is Scars' best map in general, which is Clubhouse. Oh, actually, we're going to Labs. Okay, so Clubhouse is left open, and there's a bit of a bamboozle of me there. But okay, that's also like a very heavy strategy kind of map to come through.
Yeah, again, I mean, you just saw it in the previous map. We've been talking about it this entire weekend long. Teams really, at the moment in APAC, are struggling to attack on Labs. Scars is probably the one team that I would feel confident in outside of your Bleeds or your GGs. So that's something that Kinotrope are going to have to be really careful of. They follow it up with the ban of Scars' most preferred map in Clubhouse, and we end on Skyscraper. Emmy, the 3 maps now being showcased. How you feeling?
At least we get Cafe, I think, is my sort of statement. I mean, I've seen Skyscraper a lot. Labs is a high preference. We saw it yesterday from Scars, and they played it very well. It's dangerous here. So Cafe, the Kinotrope Cafe gamble is their sort of risk third. As you see here, although it's technically a lower preference on the side of Kinotrope, they have a much more of the sort of bans. They played it well against Enterforce. It does give a different taste of the game. It does give them an example, but this is the point of a risk, right? You are throwing yourself onto a map, hoping you can outplay some of Scars' stuff on it. It's been a while since they've won it. It's in their pool. It might be better in yours.
Yeah, this one's the one that really scares me. I mean, Nighthaven Labs is such an easy map to get wrong if you are, in the underdog seat. It's really, really hard if you don't get a good start to this map to claw your way back. So I'm genuinely, this is probably the map for me that I think is a no-brainer. This is a Scars pick through and through. This should be their take. So if they take Cafe, I could see this ending in 2. But Skyscraper, the final map, is where things start to flip a little bit. Now, for me, just looking at the last only month of preference, so I won't reference this as much, but just looking in the last month, every team that has versed Kinotrope and has had the opportunity to ban Skyscraper, they have. So that starts to indicate, okay, it's looking like Kinotrope are going to be in a very comfortable seat heading into this third and final map. When you look on the other side, I mean, Scars, I know this is a very deep preference in their map pool. It's showing me 10th at the moment, which is obviously not possible. It's 9th, we'll say, over the last month. So this is real. Like, if this goes the distance, Hap, we could potentially be seeing Kinotrope's first ever international event.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised with the fact that Skyscraper got all the way through, because, I mean, you just mentioned the short stats, but if I just went over to a year, it's been banned against them 18 times. They've never banned it themselves. So they are very, very, very happy probably to have that Skyscraper, and that kind of just makes me feel that Scars has something hidden there and knows how they want to be approaching that, so they're also happy to go to that third map. Otherwise, it's a huge oversight.
Well, this first map is going to be absolutely critical for Kinotrope. They need to set the pace here because they won't have fun if we go to Labs and they're 1-0 down. We kickstart the grand final. This is for the spot at Montreal Major. A huge opportunity as Scars looks to go back to back to back. They are not missing international events, not for a lifetime. It's time to get underway. Fluke and Hap to run you through the action.
Thank you very much. Now we go in here to Cafe Dostoevsky. I have one big question that is on the tip of my tongue. Why? Because not just that this map isn't really the sort of top preference, not just because it is a good preference for Scars, but mainly because why not your first preference of Skyscraper? Why leave that as the decider? A map that we see a lot, and sure, I might complain about it, but you know you can bring a game on it. Why have that as your third? Is the game plan to try to push to it? And is there an idea that you have on Labs that you know leaving that up is what they're going to pick? So, why? That question that I'm going to be answering. We will get that answered. How? Well, Hap, thanks for asking. By watching some
How?
Siege.
Oh, so late.
By watching some Siege.
Oh, nice. You know what I love doing?
What do you love doing?
Watching some Siege.
Oh, well, do I have the Siege to watch for you, the winner of this game. They will find themselves one game up. The winner of this series will find themselves on the plane from, I was going to say sunny Montreal. It's not. Very cold.
I was going to say it's very cold. Please bring winter clothes.
Very
plenty
cold
of them.
place. We've been to Montreal before. Very cold place.
That was in the middle of the winter as well. Like it's not going to be as cold, I think, yet in November, but it's starting to get there.
Is February the middle of the winter?
I think January is, so like February would be end.
Like, yeah, January. December, January is the winter. Christmas.
It's 3 months technically.
That's
If we speak about the calendar.
No,
I'm pretty
it's too
sure,
early to
like-
sing Christmas. I'm sorry. I take that back. I retract my Christmas.
Oh, in the Netherlands, the paper notes are already in the supermarket, so we're getting there.
Oh, not the paper note.
Yeah, the paper note. Only the Dutch viewers will understand.
Yeah, all three of them. Kinotrope
yeah.
starting here on their attack Scars, playing on towards their defense. Now, the utilization of Shkoposh on this, if you're unfamiliar with the new operator, they're the purple logo that's being played by Nina. They are two robots that can be controlled and swapped between one at a time when they're inactive. They can be destroyed and it won't kill you. If they're active and destroyed, well, they kill you. But otherwise, they are a bulletproof camera that is stationary. It's not an instant swap. Takes a little bit of time.
Oh.
But the Echo drone, utilizing that little speed boost ability to get itself right around the corner, and Reddy was just getting a read on whoever was on the rooftop.
Fun little question while we're waiting for the first section to happen. Do you actually know what the gadget is called? Of
The
Skopos.
Shkoposh gadget.
Yeah, the Skopos gadget.
I remember one of the robots is called Colossus.
The other is Talos.
The other one is called Talos. Yeah.
But it's the
I
V10
don't know what the
Pantheon
gadget is
shells.
called.
V10 Pantheon shells. Yeah.
That's the name of the gadget.
Yeah, that's the name of the shells itself. Like if you go for the model rather than the personalized names they've received.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Can I buy them anywhere?
You'd have to ask. I don't know. That's see, obviously, I'm not an owner of a V10 Pantheon shell, so you'd have to ask one of the owners, or maybe there's a retailer near you. I don't know.
One owner, and I don't think they're real. Crouch drop down to survive and slip away. quite able to get the catch there onto the player. Now, Yukis, from this position, they've been able to at least force someone off of a shield. There is somebody around the snow door, just below the Christmas tree, and the fight is an execution, more like. Mao was more than ready for that approach, almost baited into one fight. Rek gets caught out. Nina, not sure where the other shell is. They could maybe try and swap once that call is passed through. There's pressure from the Flores. But for the time here, 30 seconds, they've only really just got some of their feet inside the building. They're knocking on Cigar, but as soon as it comes through, all the cover has to come from Okayu. They're flashing out the positions, dropping down. They're inside the window. They're both knocked out either side. The back line is held. Yukis does get fish-like, and Yukis gets another, driving down the center with Mao on the cover. Suddenly it's just Nina. Gets the first drop, gets the catch onto the drone. They have both close by. They're going to try and secure the plant at this point. Kawa gets it locked in the final time, but the cover in Yukis is solid. And Kinotrope open up with the first round.
Yeah, managed to put that first one on the board. It was a bit messy in the end there. As soon as they started dropping through the skylight, they lost the diffuser initially. However, able to hold on, able to fight back, push themselves through, get those kills. And you start thinking about what was happening down, you know, on the red stairs. The phone calls were going off, and they were trying to go for a swing through the hatch. That's just not going to end well. And that might have been like one of those. Hey, you see it here, this one. Like, you don't want to be there at that point. It was maybe a bit too greedy to go for. As they see, hoping to hurry to stop the plant. Not given the opportunity to. The rotation will be continued, however, as we head towards the kitchens, head towards the ground floor, as this is one of the only maps that does not have a basement. I sometimes still forget and call this the basement.
That is your lack of architecture.
Yeah. That's just a skill issue on my side.
Corey, an architectural.
Yeah, I think he is.
I'll ask them about it. I'll tell them.
And like full-time memer on Twitter as well.
Basement.
Of course.
I think this is the basement.
I know it's not a basement. It's just because I'm so used to having a basement site in maps in Siege that it's like.
What they could do is take the basement from Villa and put it on this map, and it might get more
sure.
use. In that it doesn't get any use at the minute.
Yeah, 4 floors.
Eden Trope. First round was theirs, and it took a while to get themselves actually punching into the site, and it did turn into a bit of a trade game, but their positioning was good enough. I love that. Zapped him. He's like, hey! Whoa! 5 HP. They've taken off the player. Nowhere near as much damage as they used to do, but you kind of want to keep those Twitch drones just to get the removal of any gadgetry. Knowing that the Echo was around that situation and knowing that they might be watching is one thing, but you get the ha-ha of pulling them off the drone. Now, how do they try and overcome this approach? A bit of the cover here as the smokes, they can get the Selmas on towards the wall, and in fact, they're just going to keep going, try and find the fight up towards the hatch. They've swung in towards Bakery. Now they're terrain. I do wonder why the Ace decided to throw themselves all the way into that engagement. If that had gone wrong, then this wall would have stayed solid a lot longer.
Yeah, it might have been like
Quietly, actually, no pocket breaches.
A bit of surprise, right? Ah, there you go. Not a breach to come through. So that wall is going to stay opened like that, which is more closed than it is opened up. Now, I think there's still going to be an angle to work with for some of them, but if you stay crouched, you should be in a pretty good position here. In a trope. Hoping to work on this. Smoke canisters being used. They're pushing through prep out here. Want to get the opportunity to go for the plant. However, there's a person right behind. The kitchen counters and kills start to flood through as they flood the site.
Well, with Rek getting the end of Okamesh, they do come out with the 4 versus 2. The Echo went down to a grenade, but taking bodies out in the meantime, I'm sure that's a trade they're happy with. Now, Power's a little bit lost. They still have the swing positions, and the other player is on the other side of the building. I think maybe just getting into coat. They're far away, they are, but they're on a drone. Your teammates fighting for their life here, Mao. Now it's the 4 versus nobody, but bit of a shaky landing there from the side of Kinotrope. Once again, as we saw before in the first round, they tried to do a similar thing get themselves set up. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Put pressure into the site. Put motion in. There was just nothing that was done. There was no vertical control, no ability to force that player off that angle, and the failed hard destruction as well. The wall was just an angle more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of confused. Like in the first round, it kind of worked out, but like just barely as well, because the gunfights went their way in the freezer specifically. And here they kind of try to do the same thing. And you mentioned it, like, why does the ace instantly go through and try and take a fight rather than open up the wall? As that is your only responsibility, really, as a heart breach, and afterwards you're just the gun playing the game with the rest of the team. And I mean, he does it afterwards, but he gets tricked. But also, like, the fire is still out there. They pop it as he's in the middle of this, like, the bakery. It's like if someone would have been putting pressure on him at that point, there was no more falling back for him. That would have been like a fight and die kind of moment. But well, Scars, they find themselves around as well. Extension will be made into piano as we currently speak. Lots of castle barricades to be put down. First, of course, taking out the glass. The reason why they do that, for the viewers at home that might be wondering, why do they open up the barricade if they destroy it anyway? It's just for sound propagation. You want to destroy the glass so you can hear rappels to come through, and you can hear people shuffling on the other side of the wall if they're rappelled up on the wall. Just gives you a better idea of where they are.
I thought it was just for fun.
Maybe it's a bit for fun as well.
And it's very, but no. I guess sound propagation is right. It's the real answer.
I'm sorry to be the fun police here. Destroy the theory.
Bearer of bad news.
Yeah, exactly.
Want a piece? The Deimos on the hunt, and well, it's 2 C4s. No, 1 C4. Okay, there's a different explosion I heard of. Some sort of pocket gadget went off somewhere. I don't even know what it was. Ah, it was a breaching card in the pocket of that dirt I see. C4 nets nobody. So otherwise, Scars don't have anything to directly stop it. All the cams in the world and hard gadgetry. Just try and delay on the top floor as much as possible. And that might be the worry here for Keenantrope, because, as I said, you know, they're sort of good at setting up for a step A and trying to impact against it. Almost caught on the rotate there. But as the flashes come through, it's a throw-in of utility that's not really backed up by anything. You're sort of trying to weigh up the cost right now of what they're achieving versus what they're giving into it.
A fight on the upside down rappel, and that's not a fight you want to be taking for a long time, because at some point one of those bullets is going to be connecting. You know, it's just your head that is going to be removed in that moment in time. You see a small rotation happening. They're all off the rappel. They're headed over towards the opposite side right now. Maybe go for a bit more of a horizontal take as Fenrir is being tracked. We'll be aware of the fact that the Deimos is at the door, at the window. Maybe they just go for a hop in to try and hunt him down as a grenade gets tossed in first.
The Deimos getting the reveal, getting the pings and pressure put around the corner. They know exactly where each other is, but Fishlike is here to offer some support towards the Fenrir who is being tracked and sort of saying, look, you know where I am, I know where you are, and everybody's dying and trading outside. They'll see the kick go cold, a 3 versus 3. And that ground that Keenantrope thought they had has been ripped away from them, and with only 40 seconds left, all of the players outside the building, they have to try and keep this pressure up. They step back in towards the middle of red, creeping their way with eyes on pillar, but now without that Deimos, they don't really know what is clear, what is safe, what is covered. 25 seconds, one above to keep some of the control on the verticality, but as soon as you step eyes in here, you know the pressure's going to come back across. There it is. The cross angle from Rek and Wishoy. Leaving Mao solely in the corridor. Great take. Fishlike, less than 10 seconds and 2 more players. Unless Scars decide they want to lose this round, they should get it won. There's a first fight that does go into Mao's favor.
Don't you dare drop.
Wishoy did not drop.
Don't you dare throw this round away by going for the fight. Like, we praised them for this yesterday, where Scars knows, you know, exactly when to do nothing and let that work in their favor. That's a big part of why they're such a strong team in the region, and you know that's a skill that a lot of international teams possess. Like, if you're 3-1 up, you don't need to take the fight. You can just let him be, because at some point he will have to plant, and that means he's defenseless anyway.
Oh, they know their win condition. And then they play towards them. They have a lock-in on it, and they have a coolness about it as well. And, you know, here, it was great for Mao to get those couple of kills and throw themselves in. But as I said, when you're in that 2 versus 1 player, when you have such a small amount of time, all you have to do is get within 5 seconds of the site. And it doesn't matter if you're above or below, it doesn't matter if you're moving away, it doesn't matter how you're doing it. As long as you're in a position where if they plant, you can go and try and cancel it when the timer hits 0, that's it. You should have won the round. And it doesn't always work out like that. Obviously, it would be a bit of a boring game if it was a game of just probability.
Just run the simulation.
Just run the simulation.
Yeah.
Like when you're playing other games and you're like, I don't want to play this one. I'll just simulate it.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
You would do that.
I wouldn't.
Boring people would.
Don't want to play the game then anyway. You can just well play an Excel sheet.
Wanna play the game? Blitz and fuse 2 shields. See if they can maybe try and get in the building and not die. Seemingly that is the game that Kinotrope has been struggling with a bit. They're going for these sort of very small territorial gains and trying to impact off of it. Think about the size of the map. Think about the percentage of rooms that they've taken on all 3 of their attacks so far. It is minimal. The impact and effect they're having on the map itself, maybe having some shields to help shepherd and push their way in, will give them a little bit more confidence on that lead-in. But a shield is very weak to being swung in on, and a gridlock's very weak to being shot whilst it's trying to throw their gadget down.
Might have actually caught Nina kind of inside of this room now. Oh, there you go, just removing them. Yeah, and this is kind of
They're quite easy to destroy if
there's no one there.
Manner.
Yeah, like you're just throwing them in, and there's no one responding whatsoever. They can just play above the hatch, and nothing happens. The jump out is there. That's a shield. It won't be picked up though. That's like
2 shields.
There's 2 shields. It's like the most unfortunate jump out ever. You find 2 shields. Like there's no way you were gonna get out on top of any, like in any situation there.
Nina sprays through, gets the execute because, hey, look, those track stingers didn't do anything towards this player position. Ret gets the lockdown onto Akuya. The Deimos is chasing. Going fishing here. Kawa cannot get the cement on a player that's now safely inside of a train. Please. Yukis gets the entry underneath, and I mean, you can see some of the ideas coming together, but again, as I sort of raised the point of before, the usage of their utility Kinotrope and how they're trying to get control of things just aren't working. There's no pressure that's really put onto the Scars players from that perspective. There's no shepherding being done of the players being forced out of their positions, and there's no real direct impact on the back of a lot of their utility usage. So instead, kind of turns into moments like this. Again, 40 seconds, they're trying to prep themselves, just pushing on towards the site, but look at the map control they have. Some of, the pressure next to it, some of red stairs, but very little.
And again, as a kill comes through there, for a second I was afraid, like, are you shooting a dead body? But Rek finds that final kill. Scars wins the 3rd round. And as you mentioned, like the utility, they have a plan. It's just that they don't follow up on it rightly. If you throw in 4 track stingers and expect the job to be done, and there's no one there to stop the one person you know is in there, because there's a reason you're throwing the track stingers, but you don't stop them from shooting them, then you might as just well bring nothing. Or, maybe, crazy kind of idea, bring Nomad and just lock the door that way. They can just shoot it when you put it on the red door. So it's a bit of like a questioning, and this isn't the Kinotrope that we've been watching yesterday. Because the 2 rounds, or the 1 round they won was a bit of a rush. The 1 round they got quite close was also sort of a rush. And then the 2 rounds afterwards, Scars have just been playing in their back seats. Like, they haven't taken gamer pose yet. Where you just sit forward to focus extra. It's relatively stressless. And it's a very early tactical timeout, but they kind of have to.
It's the timeout conversation. I mean, we're sure threw themselves in, but look at that. It's just like playing a tower defense game. Sort of sat there, shooting down on them, had the full watch. Scars very much in that professional cruise control that is earned by being the best team in the region. What was the team talk about? How will they try and find a slightly different utilization? They have... I was going to say they have, but they had Hibana. to maybe try and play around with the wall, get the hard breach done a bit longer. I like the idea of the ram. I'm hoping we get some verticality control, which was entirely missing last time they were here, and, well, they didn't really get control anywhere else, but I think the verticality is a very big step. You can force people down sets of stairs and lock them off with the Nomad, which was the other one that you sort of called for before, more effective than the Gridlock if you aren't going to be there directly to sort of support the back end of your gadget. So with some of the early work being done down here, I hope we see the whole team head towards the top and start to make their way down.
Well, it's at least 2 people that are rappelling up. The next step, of course, is going to be time management. Now, of course, when you have a fuse, it is to be expected that you are going to the top down, because you wanna make sure that you get some. Oh, wreck.
Ooh.
Do you want to go for like a little spawn peek out
was
there?
The ram.
Oh, the ram.
Threw the ram through. I don't know.
They shouldn't down it.
Barricade.
But it's like 5 HP, but
Yeah,
maybe shot instantly afterwards.
I think it was the follow through. I think they had the idea that a player was there, quickly threw the gadget, and then peeked on the back of it, so it was a surprise for Wreck. I mean, they were close enough to the window, they probably wanted to cause trouble, but
Yeah.
I think that goose was a bit cooked.
Now, Fishlike is ready in VIP to stop anything from going off on that hatch. I don't know if that boogie is actually going to be reaching. I think there is a Goyo canister placed on top of that hatch, so I might actually just put it on fire for a bit. Yeah, there it is. It's going to be lasting another 20 seconds before they can start actually doing anything about that hatch. You have 1:10 left. Probably they'll be sending down some fuse charges first, as you do have the clusters anyway. Well, so why not use them? And eventually, you're going to be left with like 30 seconds to go for the execute, and there's a yokai on the board. So maybe these fuse charges will get some of these yokais. Because it's an easy way of destroying all PC utility in a room without really having to do any work for it.
Doesn't get the first castle, that
Doesn't get
won't
either.
either. So it makes it a little bit awkward on the approach. You get some of the Goyo canisters, but now it's some extra support, some extra cover, but no route out. And that's the important bit, because if they hit this drop and Fishlike starts shooting them, they have nowhere to go. The Toto canister, just get the clip of that. I don't think they'll have the throw ability to get it on a second slow. It was pretty quick.
In the same place. Didn't get it before.
Canister and oh, that falls.
Yeah, I got set. Opened it.
The castle?
Yeah.
No? Castle's
Yeah.
still locked?
I got one of them on the bomb chassis, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. The other side is still locked. There's the swing round. There is Fishlike getting 2. For his tally, there is another, and they might be in, they might be trying a plant, but this is exactly what we sort of talked about. All of the focus was on trying to push the players, and the Echo Drone should be the end of this round. Yeah, they tried to get it. Huge play from Fishlike. Obviously, they lost the early body, but I mean, I know I said I wanted to see them all go up to the top, and I got my wishes. But there has to then be later on some movement back down. The position around VIP, around bottom white, was never contested properly. They didn't force the player out of that area. They were happy to sit there for as long as possible, and that's why they just swung down long and swung down towards Wedding and then swung back on and got on their drone. Like, they weren't under pressure, really.
Instead of when the round starts,
There it
like,
is.
the next thing is going to be the fact that you need to have the time management. And if you looked at the operator lineup that was there for the defense, I'm just going to name them, right? And then we can kind of discuss what this all generally does. We have Goyo, we have Smoke, Castle, Echo, Tubarao. And there's one like reoccurring theme with all these operators. They all stall. They all make you slow. So it's like, you have the Tubarao that stops the hatch breach for about 40 seconds. You had the Goyo canister that was on there first, which did it for another 20. Then you have 2 castle barricades inside of the freezer that took 4 cluster charges to get 1 removed so they could go for a plant. And after that, the smoke canister starting popping. And then there's 5 seconds left to go for a plant, and hey, there's also a yokai that's been hidden in the freezer literally the entire game. It wasn't picked up by any of those fuse charges to just secure it. So it's like, it was such a stall-heavy game, and they played right into it. They weren't like trying to speed it up or anything, like they did in the first 2 rounds, and actually worked out quite well.
Scars separate their lead further and further ahead. Now, obviously, they can still get it locked out here, make it a 4-2 Kinotrope, but it feels a million miles away since the round that they won, and it wasn't on this site. Scars definitely sort of let one slip through the net, and since then have been so much more responsive. No more Scopos, no more new ideas. Go back to classics and get the classic result that you expect and want here. Obviously, these two teams playing for a chance at the major, but also think about the SI points. Really, that is where they come from. That is the meat. If Scars get to Montreal, I'm pretty confident that's secured them.
Pretty sure they will be
being
confirmed,
able
yeah.
to get there, regardless of how they perform at it. So there's also that element of this play from the side of Scars, getting that proverbial bag and getting to SR.
Get like at least 55 points, I believe, from SI, plus 5 from this, so that's like an extra 60 they have already. Which puts them on like 320, which is like top 10 positions of SI currently.
And the cutoff last year was 300.
Yeah, so they've basically already made it at that point. And then if they manage to win any game, they get more points.
Exactly, and that's it. So this game could be the decider of whether they go to SI as well. Here's the pressure now. Okamesh able to keep that dream further away, but Fishlake still on the tear. Look at the kit though. Akuyu's getting it planted in and amongst the chaos of all of this. The fight is happening, and they've been able to execute on the back of it. I said we feel a million miles away from the first round, and Scars are a million miles away from what they were trying there. Nina picks up a freebie. Swung on the door, a very lost player. Okamosh with the reverse repel. Into the 2 versus 2. Now with Okamosh leaving just Wreck alone, they're suffering from the upside down repel. What a power position Okamosh had there. 4-2. Scars are able to operate 2 plants, 2 rounds, but now we get to see how much of this map was theirs on the defensive half.
Yeah, it's always that big moment when they swap sides, and now we get to see like how effective Scars really will be, because this is the map of Kinotrope. They picked this. Whereas that means that Scars gets to choose the first site, so you kind of expect a little bit more out of it now from Kinotrope. Like, you know, they need to get at least 4 for overtime, 5 to win it now. Scars, they're kind of on a bit of a momentum streak. Now, it's been slightly hampered by that last round, because that just completely went away from them there. Like, that's one of those rounds where they absolutely had no clue what was going on. The plan was going down, there was the upside down repel on the white staircase that was dealing lots of damage. And we're all just basically walking into it at that point, not really able to do anything about it. But now they're onto the attack themselves. And there's so many ways to go about it.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion.
Blitz as well, Fishlake.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Whereas we've seen a whole lack of Blitz in the previous series, considering it was being banned the entire time. Seen it quite a lot already, this game. Actually, I'm lying, it's just a single round. I thought we'd seen it more. 2 rounds now.
Listen.
Still infinitely more as last game.
Sometimes it's fun to lie. 4-2. Scars. They can put this first round to bed the same way Kinotrope did on the start of their attack. Very good stead here. Obviously going on to their favorite map next. You get them with the 1-0 up here. You probably have the whole series written at this point, because they are going to thrive, and there is a huge bit of pressure. Kinotrope on the second showing. Be able to get themselves more rested control internally. You can see the Blitz is eyeing up the drop here on towards the top of red. They make the motion. There's a player inside Cigar. It'll be the attempted rebuttal, and it's their best friend, Elysian.
Ooh.
Mesh tucks onto the hatch. Doesn't even get the chance to get it shot open and get out of there. With Shoy with the upside down repel. What an encircling of that player was. There was nowhere for the Legion to go.
I was gonna say, like, at that point, like, when that opens up, you just gotta go. Like, you just had to run out for it at that point, or open up the hatch and just leave, but there came. Flashbang's now being sent in. The run out is not responded to! Yukis lives as Washoy gets taken down. That is definitely something that should have been a kill, but now Nina, pushing on, knows one is going to be coming at White. Looking carefully for that kill. Actually turns his back to him. Gets one before he gets traded out by Yukis.
Doing absolutely everything they can here, Yukis, to keep the team fighting, keep the team battling along the top. There is a lot of time to work with here. It's seemingly the opposite of what we have with a lot of Kinotrope, where, you know, the time would be that factor. They'd always push at the very end. Rek getting Yukis, getting the cover, the encircling and surrounding. It's a bit of a scrappy fight on the top of White, but
the Blitz is down.
The Echo wins it out before being blinded. Gets the down on the Blitz, though, whilst they couldn't see the Echo drone. Is it in position? It is! It won't be the deciding factor of the round, but the 1 versus 1, watching the player move, forcing them to a new location. They tuck, they dip, they dive, they dodge, they drop. They can't get it! 20 seconds!
Kumine.
They're gonna have to go for the fight, and now Caillou! Huge clutch from the Echo!
And Okamesh can't believe it as well. He's just sitting there with the hands in his, like, in front of his face, like, what? How did we win that one? Because that was a Scars round. It started off great. They managed to get the isolation kill onto the Legion. They managed to take site control. Now, of course, we had that little run-out incident, which should have been refragged. That would have put him in a way better situation for the rest of that round, but I mean, it was a 1v3. The repelling came in from the white, like the white hallway window. That one was shut down. That happens. But then the Blitz being downed whilst the Echo is completely flashed secures him the round.
Overextension might have been the problem, but it's hard to say that. It's hard to quantify that when you're talking about a Blitz taking a 1 versus 1, right? In that situation, you will always favor the Blitz. Awkward terrain will change the chances. Awkward territory, like the top of stairs, and there's that tucked corner where they can't quite get it, but they had the flash, but you don't always know that they've been hit by the flash. It doesn't matter in this situation. When you also throw in dumb luck to that just occasion of sometimes hold left trigger when you're blinded, and you will get it. Hold that click, hold it down, and hope.
That's all I can do.
Hope gets you a killed Blitz.
What else can you do? Just surrender whenever you get like flashed? Like, you gotta fight back. You gotta try whatever you can, and maybe you get a kill out of it and clutch around. Which, in the end, you know, what if this goes all the way to like the last, last map, and then eventually they win it, and then this is the moment where, you know, because he held that button. Of course, there's gonna be many more moments like this in the series. But it's like, just because you managed to take down that Blitz, then we were able to win that round and make sure that they weren't like a round away from getting first map point. What is you wondering? Yeah, quick tech pause.
Quick pause. You get some of the replays, and that, you know, it's the compliments on towards the position of how Scars were seeing the opportunities, seeing the ground that they needed in terms of taking players, and that's the kind of difference here, right? So when I'm talking about how Kinotrope were approaching it, they were going for ground, but players weren't gifted with them. They'd often go for executes, and all 5 or 4 of the Scars players were still standing. There was never really any more dead than that at that point. And you have then, in that sort of situation here, Scars, okay, they've got the player and Cigar. Right, we have somebody on the piano rappel. We have somebody here pushing on the top of Red. We have somebody here on towards the balcony cover as well. We've got the player in Circle. Okay, now we need this player on the top of Lumber, around Wood, around the top of White. Okay, so we have this. And it's just always those conversations around the player's positioning and how to get it. Okamesh, I feel the same. It was huge. Getting the Blitz, getting on the cam to deny the plant and force the player off, and then getting the brains to rotate, obviously, via the freezer and pull the fight out elsewhere. When it became a 1 versus 1 fight, it was dangerous, but you still have those echo drones. You assume your team are pinging all the calls, saying when they're at. They've got every step of the motion. We don't know what information the attacker's at that point. Huge round.
I still think that like entirely fell, like not really fell apart, but like a big part of it was UKIS being allowed to unsanctionedly run out, get that kill, whilst there was someone out there that should have had their refrag. It should have been a 4v1 at that moment in time. And that would have given the Ashe the opportunity to play top white, which then gives you opportunity for the Nomad to actually swing in from that hallway safely. And then you would have been able to have 4 people on the ground chasing down that last player. Rather than, you know, it was just Blitz and Heban on site. Echo was rotating out. At that moment, the Nomad swings in, doesn't have any like cover or friendly help whatsoever, gets caught off as a result of it. And then you're in a 2v1 situation and everything can happen. Just like just that one run out that was unpunished could have changed the entire outcome of that round. Probably would have.
Now, obviously wasn't a attack timeout. There wasn't the time for conversation behind it. But still got this chance at breaking their way through. They've got a lot of obstacles for a Blitz, especially, you know, with the Ela. You don't always see the Ela mines thrown in. That disorient as soon as they'll hit those close corners. You're thinking about pantry. You're thinking about just swinging this door potentially. Dart of a removal. Maybe gadget. Will this wall get reinforced? Yes. They're not going to stick around and find out what happens next.
They can because the fire is there, right? Like, they're not going to be feeling confident swinging in that door to try and see if they can maybe get a shot off on the head of the man reinforcing. But for now, it's a pretty horizontal approach that we see from Scars. Say horizontal as we have an upside down rappel. That's one yokai taken care of. Big pain point in that last round. So taking care of one of them that early on, very helpful. And we talked about how we needed vertical last time around when we were here, but I don't think that there's any defender playing for... Oh, okay, there's one upstairs. I'm not sure if they made vertical holes, but the rest is all on site. So it's quite understandable if you want to take this head on.
Pass out. Nobody passes behind it. Utility versus static utility game at this point in Gower. Stuck themselves. A bit of a safety corner here. Even after the heroics last round, you don't change the plan. The Echo is somebody else this time. The blinds come out, the Blitz goes in, and they're going for the plant itself. The shield will protect them, hopefully. Is this drone in position or place for time? No! Nowhere near enough, and a plant going down with all 10 players still standing. Everything suddenly got turned up to 11. Alkayu gets one, Okamesh gets the follow through, but they need to take the territory. Wishoy gets the cover, and UKIS pops off, but with a Blitz and an upside down repeller Fish-like onto it, it has to be a team's concerted effort. There goes Fish-like. What a drop, and Kawa screams through. What is up with Kinotrope Echo players being the best around in the server?
I'm a bit confused on like what just happened there. I mean, of course they went for like a 5v5 post plant, but you want to have that pressure around. This is what happens when you have like a unified front, right? Like you only have people inside a bakery. That means all guns are going to be aimed at the same direction whilst the defenders are starting to come back, and we'll have a tactical timeout out from Scars. Gives me some extra time to talk about this, but if you only had someone putting a little bit of pressure down from Freezer, if you had someone trying to press the top of Red slightly, you know, just that way you would have had a little bit more width to your push and not make it so easy for the defenders to just start pushing back, to start retaking the ground. And as well as the Blitz, they went for the plant. That's great. They got the plant down. They did the job. But if you then play Blitz super carefully in like the back line, you're gonna get overwhelmed. Blitz is a great operator to use to zone defenders, but also to make them kind of panic and force them to fall back or make mistakes. If you're playing it in the back line, like, it's just not gonna happen. Like, what are you gonna do when you're standing in the bakery? Like, you're just with a pistol, we have these automatic weapons. As soon as you start aiming down the sight, we will be winning that fight 9 times out of 10. It's a bit of a curious way that round played out.
4-4.
Bomb located.
What we have now is, I guess, Scars not being pushed to the sort of ropes, but the answer maybe to those questions from the very beginning. Because for the joy that Scars would feel winning this map and going into their favorite as the next, imagine being Kinotrope and knowing if you win this and fail the next, you are then going to your favorite map. This is that gamble that I talked about of why did they leave Skyscraper, one of their high preferences, a lower preference for Scars, although it's more common, in place of Cafe, a bit more of an unknown entity, but a decent map for Scars. Because sometimes gambling pays off.
Oh, there you go. That's the kill. For a second, I was afraid there was someone else coming over there trying to go for a bit of a, like, you know, pickup or a bit of cover, but it's an early entry that way. Nakayo has also been doing quite well on the server so far. But then you look at the rest of Kinotrope, and they're basically just all within 2 kills of one another, so taking down one doesn't really, you know, change that much. It's not like it's a talisman player currently.
He is gone. He'll lose Frost. Gadget 3 might still have an impact later on. There's a lot of, I'm not going to say reliance on towards the traps, but the possibilities of it with the Kapkan and the Lagoon Mines as well, which are being utilized. We don't see 5 in pocket as we had a little bit earlier today. You know, if they have Washoy in pocket, Zolkomesh is able to take care of the buck. Now you're looking at all the stuff destruction above. What is going to be in the place of that? They haven't been able to get through, and there's a lot that needs to be done here. See what, going to play with the secondary of Grim. The limitations much more solid. The single pockets will get opened up with some of these charges. Otherwise, at this point, only 2 more of those on Tayu. You have to be very specific about where they're going to be thrown down.
Yeah. Hatch opened up as well with the Selmas, so it's going to tell you that they want to put up some extra pressure towards this area. It's mostly just about securing reading from what you see. Like, they're taking care of the most, like, common hiding positions, like the strongholds that you have out there. This way they can also cover the door. So if a plant goes down, as long as they have top floor control, they should be good, in theory. With 50 seconds left and still having the Grim, there is, of course, an argument to be made here that they're in a pretty good position. If you manage to get those Grim Bees in the door, you can see them when they rotate through. However, it's a smoke on the opposite side. No, it's not a smoke on the opposite side. There's also not even a nitro on the opposite side. So there's nothing they can actually toss that way, which means they do need to swing out. This gives a really good opportunity, actually, for Tayo to just step in and start planting.
Well, talking of, they've stepped in. They started planting. This rotation up from underneath might be perfectly timed, and it's not quite well enough to stop the plant. They do get a couple of decent kills out of it. Puts us into the 3 versus 2, but it's a post-plant once again. And a little bit more of an uncomfortable situation because you've got to go for the retake, the cover. Okamesh is just going for the defuse, though, and nobody's there close enough to stop it. What are you doing? Where are you? Why? Why were they so far away?
I'm not really sure. It's like you had everything going for you there. You had the verticality made. Now you've lost it because you didn't hold the wide stairs well enough. I think that is the first point where that went wrong for Scars. So then they pulled out just to be safe. So they weren't going to be swung on instantly in the first corner they turn and basically forced to go to the outside. But then you could just have a player on top of Pillar. Like, yeah, it's still reinforcing. That's just painful. Like, on Pillar, to hold for cover, and someone who's gotten the top floor control also means that you're not going to be able to get that verticality out there. As an attacker, your first job should be, as soon as that's down, to make sure that you have the complete and everything that you need vertically under control, because it makes it almost impossible for you to lose that round.
That's it, right? That's entirely it. And I think I sort of looked up via the outlines, but obviously people have noticed the outlines are slightly lying at points at the minute with the UI, where they're not always exact as the color of the team. But it's a 3 versus 2. You're playing with the man disadvantage. While they're defusing as a 2 versus 2, you have to try and isolate a fight. And the only reason you wouldn't both go above there and work together is your assumption that all 3 of them are going to go above. That is the only thing I can think of. But even then, you're still at least drawing some time out of it. You have to be ready to work on each other. One of them was on Christmas Door on the pillar, ready to swing. An okay decision. I'm not gonna say it's the worst. But what was the other remaining Scars player doing? They were twiddling their thumbs. 5-4, Keener pulling ahead, pulling away when this game at one point was, I think, a 4-1.
This might be a quick push. I think you have to force people stacked up on the actual skylight. Look at that, all 5 players out here. Checking drones, they're dealing with some information, but surely you're not going to be going for like another rush right now. Because your quick plans, I mean, you managed to get the plans off, but that's about it, right? Like, everything that comes afterwards, they haven't been able to actually keep up on.
Yeah. Fenrir Mine activated. I don't think it quite went where they wanted it to. But it will mean if someone goes to the hop through there, at least get slowed down. Blitz is making a bit of a motion. They're pulling away. Kenotrope's not going to hand them the fight. They've wasted a minute and a half. Verticality has been cleared. With an asterisk. They've still got to do the physical work of getting over there and making sure they know it's cleared. It's easier for me to say. But about the importance of the removal last time, how it drastically limited the approach that Scars could make. This time they still have that option. They still have that little room they can play with. Here, doubling down of it. The Ram took a lot of damage from an engagement, but they're still able to get their clearance and the blitz. Pick up the kit once they start trying to potentially move down, but a minute has to start turning into some focus. It seems like locking down top of White Stairs, securing the back end of this, and just trying to plant behind the machinery to stop the rotate up.
Scapkins are being spotted, will be taken care of, because you never know if you actually have to start pushing through. I'd actually allow them to go for a bit of a drop into train as well, to hold off for the A-bomb side. The Blitz is definitely thinking about it, has the diffuser in hand. There's also a player on site that they know of. Smokes are being tossed through. This is going to be a dining take. It seems like they get the very first kill. The top floor is being retaken as the plant's being attempted.
This is it. This is the important moment. Now the plant should get secured, but they've worked well on retakes before, though it is a 3 versus 2 versus 4. They're at least able to find one more body in the engagement. Okay, suddenly a 2 versus 2.
They can defuse.
That togetherness. How is this going to operate? That post-plant watch. They're going for the hold. They heard about the player coming down the stairs. They can't quite get the angle onto them. Even in the mine, it trades out. But the last player locked in from Scars. This time, they operated together. This time, they secured the round. They even the game out 5 apiece. That was obviously not the primary site, not the one they played at the very beginning. Maybe they hoped that going there instead of bar would be the sort of shake-up of things. They have the option to go back to bar. They're going to take it. They also have the option of kitchen.
And top floor.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
That just went almost wrong again. Like, how about just sitting here? No one had an ID. It's like you droned this guy out like a minute ago. You knew he was in the side. He was in a different spot back then, but it's like, why would he have moved at that point? And this almost went wrong and back there as well, but it's the Fenrir gadget. Like, they were just completely blind. It turned into a 1v1.
I think if they would have stuck the defuse when they had it, they would have won.
They would have had it. Yeah, no, they would have. There's no way he was going to be in time. Because you have to go skeleton key, open it up, walk up for another little bit, and then swap back to your C8 to actually get the kill. It takes about 2-3 seconds to get that done.
The other player, I think they were inside piano at the time that was going down. They would have had to drop the hatch, swing around the corner. It's doable, but it's risky to go for the punch. There was also the protection. Where they were crouched, they had, I think, some of the protection from the bomb chassis at least behind them. And it's not impossible to get the kill from where the buck was, but every little help. 5 apiece. Kenotrope.
So
One
like
round separates them from winning OT.
Is it?
From winning.
They also had the Fenrir still for the buck, so the buck was just going to be blinded anyway when he was going to try and then push for that. So rough, but yeah, 5-5. You mentioned it. And back towards the more default kind of take that we're added into right now. That top floor. again, like, it was such a good start with Scars last time they were here. They were able to really put in some good damage. And I'm gonna just blame it on that run out that wasn't traded upon. Like, that's when it just kind of fell apart, because it basically meant that Rek didn't have the cover that he needed to safely enter the building, and then suddenly it's a 1v2 with the Yokai still on the board. The Blitz takes the fight, because you have to, because you cannot let that Echo use that Yokai drone, although maybe that would have been the better choice, to just let him do that and waste those charges and stay in the 2v1. But they kind of have to repeat some of that success without the dangers behind it. And there's mirror windows on the board right now, which are going to make life just a little bit more dangerous, as I believe the Blitz might have just decided to rush into the site.
Yeah, they got Porter waiting, putting the pressure on. They didn't go all the way in, but they got enough beyond that sort of Benro mine to cause some chaos. The C4 pops off, doesn't add anything, but Washoi does find power. A little bit quieter a few rounds ago, but Washoi's been able to step up over the past 2 rounds. Get themselves in, get themselves removing the mute. Some decent gadgetry out of the pocket. It's already probably been deployed. The C4 had already been thrown and blown as well. At this point, with a minute and the man advantage, what can they do? Kenotrope now is getting a little bit, ooh, excitable. There is at least a trade that comes out. A lot of pressure onto the player, but they're lining up. It's a big dedication towards it. No, doesn't secure. What should have been the kill, the secondary shotgun, but the player's long gone. Chasing ghosts in the cigar room.
Oh my. that went, like, almost went completely wrong for the side of, like, for both teams, really. That flank could have been huge, but then, like, 3 people leading into the fight to an LMG Finka. Like, they're all 3 gonna get mowed down in that case. The one that finally gets the kill runs out of ammo before they can find a second. Would have been, like, the ultimate return in that round. Again, that window, it's been so deadly to the side of Kinotrope. That's just a 4. It's the right... I mean, he had the right idea. Like, usually when you miss a gunfight, you know, that's the corner you tuck into whilst you reload and get yourself back together. Instead, they were just prone in the middle of the room, but right behind a cigar counter, and... Oh, that's been spotted. To the glass anyway, but... Maybe find a drone on the way there. Not this time. And now 5-6. And suddenly Scars find themselves on that point. And we're back towards kitchen, where we did see a pretty easy plant for the side of Scars. It was a 5v5, there was no contesting whatsoever. But then, because they lacked the width to actually hold it, they lost everybody in just mere seconds.
Kenotrope, they were so close to pushing this on. They still are. Scars have refound form over the past 2 rounds, but, you know, it's not been a million miles away. They're just forcing Kenotrope now into these awkward situations, these awkward engagements. And think about how all of this started. Think about that Echo round and how this game would already be over. There's always still the possibility of them finding another moment of magic like that.
And they have to. Kenotrope really needs this map to go their way. Again, like, they're not the favorites in this game. Historically speaking as well. And they've made like a hell of a playoff run so far, but they need to make sure that it lasts a little bit longer as Kawa takes a small amount of damage. Holding off to the bar this time. Washoi will go down on the other side though. I'm not sure if that was a outside swing from Okamesh. I think it was through the doorway. Actually, no, it might have been like, yeah, through the opening of the doorway. He didn't run out, because he died next to the castle barricade out there.
Now they've been able to remove the Twitch. You're thinking about those Goyo canisters, the jammers as well. That a little bit more problematic. Going for the quicker breach here before they start the soft. But getting as much work as possible done alongside the fuse shield. You can try and play themselves on towards the plant. I criticized before when we had Kenotrope not quite able to clear out those power positions. They didn't opt for them in the end. Here, and just hunt down the utility either side. Get these 2 players inside the bakery, maybe a bit more cornered. You can see, obviously, the Ace wants the showdown. The Ace is looking for the engagement. They're tucked close on a corner. getting the fullest follow through though. 50 seconds. Scars trying to formulate their approach, slightly slowed by the missing player. They don't have the break. On towards that wall, they still have a Selma in pocket. Ooh, a missed moment to get themselves level.
Extra knowledge there. They know someone's inside a code. They know a couple are inside. They also realized they're not really able to go for that freezer take because there's still someone on there. Someone on your left, right behind the cupcake bar. You gotta go for this challenge. That's the Echo. He's on 5 HP. They will find him, and that opens up the opportunity to go for a plant now, but still so many angles to watch, Emmy.
It's down to 15 seconds as their chance of driving on through. They're looking towards the plant here. They're close towards the bomb chassis that will offer some support. They've got the pings on the players. They're not rotating the shield. They're going instead for the engagement. It's a 3 versus 2, but the kit will get confirmed. No! Alkayu from deep drops the C4. Couldn't be closer. We're going into overtime by the skin of our teeth.
My oh my, that almost managed to stick there. They managed to bring it back to a 2-on-2. The diffuser just half a second away from what it feels like with being planted on the ground. Of course, a Nitrocell would have probably still made it like a 1v2 at that point, but the time just would be ticking down in favor of the attack at that point. But 6-6. Still think that is something Scars is content with, considering the fact how the initial start of their half went. They more so grew into, you know, those last few attacks. They started to look a bit better. There was a bit more width to it. Maybe a bit too much in that last one. But it was something more. Now we're back to reading, where they made a bunch of verticality. They got the plants off, and then decided, you know what, we don't need verticality. And that really came back to bite them. Please, if you get the verticality, also hold it. That's the important part. And they do have a Nomad on the board now. They have a Gridlock as well. Both those operators are probably, it's just a guess, only there to completely lock off those staircases once they have full control. Just to make sure that there isn't like a sneaky retake of that top floor without their knowledge. And that at least slows them down slightly when they attempt to.
Six apiece. Play for now in this mini best of 3. And, you know, we sort of said it before. There's such a weight on map 2 and map 3 that the defining factor, weird as it is to say, is how this first map goes, is who you prefer for the whole series. Kenotrope, doing the distance on Cafe, they were screaming in charge for a while. They're back on their defense. They have some space to play with. They've got a lot of pressure coming towards Alkayu. They're not going to sit around and see what's next. The drive of Scars, so aggressive as they're pushing behind it. They wish to catch these loose players. They're catching a couple of strays. The butt.
Out of dropping it. Oh, is he dropping? No, he's actually just staying in place. And I think they might have missed him here, but he did shoot the drone. So they have an idea of roughly where he is. The second one just drove by, so they definitely should know now. And Nitrocell will find one, though, with Shoy to drop. That's going to be a great start. And you instantly see them pulling back towards the site. They no longer have to stick around here now. They have the man advantage. And a minute 15 on the clock. That's the buck gone as well. Talked about the importance of verticality. They're kind of lacking it in this current stage. They don't have the defaults open up that they require. There's, well, 3 breaching charges still left on Tayo, so he can still try and open it up. He's doing that as we speak as well. Definitely doesn't help that AFNet there. That's just blinding them every single time they walk by. Slows it down just ever so slightly more. But the execute and plant will come down on the same bookcase as it did the last time round as well, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, they're once again playing with this man disadvantage. They're trying to just formulate a way, but such a good fallback, such a good bite here from Kenotrope. They're refusing to give any ground. Talking of, there's Alkayu getting one. There's the drop. They can't even pull off the roam because everybody's already dead on the flank beforehand. 20 seconds of 5 versus 2 Kenotrope. setting themselves up here for eyeing up map point for the first time. They might even get there on the back of a flawless here. Now, it's not set if they do get this locked in. Not a flawless, but they are now one round, and they were able to pull 2 attack wins, the first and the last time we were here on their half. Can they get a little bit of extra magic?
Big question and a big time now for Kinotrope. Again, we mentioned it. The map veto would favor them if we do go to a map 3. Scars is able to get back into this. And is able to push us to 15 rounds, and basically, you know, it's not really a 50-50 at that point whether or not the attack will be won. Oh. Unfortunate. But it would be like such a close game, and losing that one out as Kinotrope then, and then having to go to your opponent's map pick will be very, like, demotivating to some extent. They really need this map. And preferably now. And not make it stall for 2 more rounds. No shield this time on the side of Kinotrope.
Yeah, they have the chance. They've actually swapped it around. Pulled off. They don't need the shield. What they want, I think, here is maybe, I don't know if it's the chance at quick cover. The 2 rounds that they got locked in, you think of the very first one was get in, 30 seconds left, they went for the break. The last one was quite an early sort of take. Capitao, they can get the smoke cover. It has the feeling of them having the control up here. They're, you know, it's always worth saying every operator is picked for purpose, but that's a very specific one here with the Capitao to cover the motion. I don't know why they've looped their way all over the building. You know, you can change the spawn you want.
Only to a certain point. So like 3 seconds left on the prep phase. But yeah.
Alright, I still get confused what spawn is what.
I only have that on the new maps. Like, I'm like, oh, where did I spawn again? A great start. Duke is finding Iraq. It's a mute off the board. It's a Nitro to no longer worry about. But more importantly, a body that is no longer fighting back at you. And they're looking to lean into the fight here. They also just realized there is a drone on the counter feeding information as Mao takes a little bit of damage, doesn't go quite down. Grenades are being tossed in, and well, there's a lot of fire on the ground right now, but that's 1 shut down, 2 shut down, as it is now an effective 2-on-2 situation.
Swinging their way around a 1 versus 2. Okamesh, all that's left here to try and keep this into their favor, keep it off maximum round count. The castle will slightly separate, and everything's revealed by a bulletproof and a goo mine. Everything that's going wrong could be going wrong right now. Pre-firing angles, trying to just find something, but Scars are giving them nothing. We've complimented them on this gameplay before. Scars hold the fort down, lost the early body, but then as Kinotrope threw everything in, unfortunately, they just could not get the positional trades. You wonder, was it the right decision? Doesn't matter. All that's left now is seeing if they can make the best ones on their defense. 7-7. To decide who takes map 1 in this best of 3 series.
Going for the other first floor site, so engine room will be used now. It's the one plant they managed to pull off and actually hold on the side of Scars. They again heavily relies on that top floor to be taken under control. Actually, no, I cannot count. It's going to be bakery and kitchen. So there's floor and I thought of engine, but there's no basement. so yeah.
One day you'll realize.
One day I'll learn that, yeah, 1F doesn't mean reading here. It's hard. Either way.
It's hard out here.
It's do or die. For both these teams. Maybe a little bit more so for Kinotrope than it is for Scars. Scars still has their own map pick to come up that they prefer. And Skyscraper is relatively unknown ground, of course. Very preferred by Kinotrope, but we haven't seen Scars play on it. for a long time. As the RC repairs are starting to come through, it's just the start of the preparation. They want to open up the wall, they want to see what's inside. Oh, no real utility to be found. And thus they'll go for a Goyo Pocket. As that is one of those big stall mechanics that they have. 20 seconds for every single one of those Goyo Pockets worth of fire. And it seems like just a lot of prep is going on towards the actual freezer side here. Does he make it? What is it? Yokai.
Ooh. Send it in. Send it deep. Scars. I'm going to say all the pressure relies on it because as much as they've talked about the power of Skyscraper, it's not that Scars don't have a Skyscraper game under their belt. It's obviously, you know, it's part of the showdowns they've had before. It wasn't the map that these two teams met on. But they met a very different Kenotrope when Scars played against them last. The energy is fantastic in these playoffs. They seem to just come alive when there's this opportunity.
VIP and the long bar downstairs and restaurant are the two key positions to clear out for the push that they're looking to go for. It looks like they want to be focusing on getting in from that freezer, plant right behind the bomb chassis. But to do that, you need VIP cleared. And to clear VIP, you need to make sure that there's no one in the restaurant who's providing cover to achieve that. For now, no real pressure is coming into any of those areas. It's just prep work being done, verticality being prepared. But as soon as they drop that shield in, the stun is actually coming in from the Yokai, but as soon as they drop that shield in, it's just going to be shot in the back by the Ela that has been uncontested so far.
There's this challenge of the congestion. There's this congestion that's starting to occur around the drop point. You can see it being circled by, I think, 9 of the 10 players on the lobby are ready to react to the White Stairs pressure here. The flash comes out, 30 seconds, and everything is about to explode. We're blinded on the back end. They push all the way in towards the sink side, and there's an Echo drone that's trying to get into position to stop it. Will it connect with the roof in time? I don't think it will. Just.
Yes.
Only just 20 seconds. They're going to go for it again. The Echo drone's going right on the body, so it can't be shot out. It's playing its game so well. How can you take care of it if it's right under your player's feet? They can't. They have to swing in. They've got to move aggressively with the pressure. They're in the new place, and the Echo drone is just playing cat and mouse. But they can't find it finally through. But look at the time. What a way. What a way for that to go! Just chasing the diffuser plant like they were playing the mouse-clicking game. Kenotrope secure. Cafe Dostoevsky in the dying throes in a ludicrous manner, but look at the kill spread from the team. So precise, so exact, such a start.
Why did they not plan to, like, the Echo played that perfectly, by the way. There's no two ways to take that away. But it was a 2v1 in that matter. They could have just planned it. One of them shot out the cab or got the cover. I don't know, but it's like, oh, what a way to end it. Kenotrope, they get the first map and they push on and see if this time they will qualify after the break.
Well, that was a critical match that Kinotrope needed to win. They could not afford to drop that, and they just narrowly, and I mean narrowly, get it across the line. Let's go ahead and have a look at the replay of the round that ultimately won them this game. I still cannot believe this. 5v5 Emmy with 30 seconds left, and it is entirely the Echo.
It's just like the chaos for them to go directly underneath so it couldn't be shot out, and then following and chasing. And the idea there is cause chaos, right? Because if it goes up to try and get it, theoretically you have a teammate that just covers it. But they didn't have the cover on it. They didn't get the lockdown on it. They're still just playing around it. What stops them there at that point? Why are they off? There's so many players still standing for the side of the attackers, and you're just thinking, what has happened there? And I think if you ask them, they wouldn't know.
A calamity for Scars. That is the easiest way that I can stipulate how that round finished. But ultimately, this was such a close matchup, Hap. I mean, the fact that we go overtime, that kind of signals how close this actually was. But I think Kinotrope are very, very fortunate that they were able to make this their map and their map win.
No, I totally agree, and I just come down back to that fact. Like, in that last round, the cover was there. They didn't go for the plant, even though they just taken down the yokai. And like that, well, it's like we can harp on that point. But there's also other points in the game where we're like, okay, well, a mistake was made here, or a mistake was made there, and you know, things could have been different, and that could have changed the outcome. Like, it was just a very close map, and the coin could have fallen to either side. But Kinotrope is the one that brings it in home, and you know, lucky for them, because we mentioned it, they kind of need it if they want to be at least forcing themselves to a third map at some point. And now they have the luxury that Scars is on the back foot, and they can actually start focusing on maybe doing it in two.
Well, that's just it, right? We really said coming into this, Cafe absolutely had to, without a doubt, be a Kinotrope win if we wanted to see the series go the distance. Now, they get a free jab, right? Like, Kinotrope get to sit back. I don't mean sit back. That kind of sounds like we're not expecting them to do anything on this next matchup. I mean, granted, this is Scars' almost number one. It's their number two. There's no two ways about it. Labs is a very comfortable map for Scars. But, Emmy, they get the free jab, and that is just so important in such a critical match.
I think that's the sort of swing round things, right? Because you're looking at now the preferences of these teams, the fact that we've got Skyscraper as a lead-in, which is a great Kinotrope map, the fact that if they're going to get better and better, maybe Labs is a map that they can sort of, you know, put the pressure on. It's Scars' best map. You're going to expect they take it. The longer this goes on, I mean, there's the sort of split. The longer this sort of goes on, maybe. But then there's also the idea of they played this yesterday against Crest. Maybe there's some things that have been learned. Maybe there's a couple of holes that can be punished here. Maybe Kinotrope will be that team that confirms themselves after two maps and gets themselves back onto a major since, what was it, Copenhagen last year?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a monumental moment for Kinotrope, reminding everyone at home that throughout Japan Stage 1, right, so we saw them play twice, throughout the EWC, throughout everything we've seen from Kinotrope, they have not beaten Scars on a single map, and already setting the pace on Cafe, this now leaves this series up in the air, and Scars will be sitting there thinking, we know what this roster has done in the past. They made the gauntlet run, not only in the last chance qualifiers, but also in the Japan playoffs. This roster does not mess around. Kinotrope right now, they are up the map, but what they really need to be careful of is that they don't allow Labs to snowball out of control. They're going to have to stem the bleeding as much as possible, because this is such a big moment for them, Hap. They are one step away from the Montreal Major.
Yeah, quite literally, just 7 rounds away from making it, and they'll know that as well as we do, and as well as the viewers do. And the pressure, to some extent, is on Scars, but maybe even more on Kinotrope, considering the fact that they have missed out twice in Stage 1.
Yeah,
because they want this more than anybody else in the world for them.
They do, and this is it. Kinotrope are one map away. We go to Scars' map pick of Nighthaven Labs. Montreal is what is on the line here. Scars need to pull this back and send us to Skyscraper if we want to see them do it without needing to go to the last chance qualifier. It's do or die here for them, but for Kinotrope, this is a huge moment in time. Emmy, Hap, enjoy.
We have had an upset in Korea. We've had a changing of the guard in some ways of this year in NA. Will we have maybe the biggest surprise of them all here? 35% of you think Kinotrope can pull it out on this map. I mean, Scars aren't going to make it easy. We know that. But Kinotrope, suddenly, of all the teams that have gone up against Scars, Kinotrope make it look possible.
It is going to be an exciting matchup, especially considering Scars is supposed to be the favorite here. You just saw, we saw it in the stats as well, but Kinotrope, they pulled out a bit of a steal in that last round by the Yokai playing at the feet. It was an amazing play. And that might have just hit Scars a little bit of the mental. And if that's the case, they have the opportunity to, try and maybe continue on that, see if they can maybe get like 1 or 2 rounds early on and see if they can build from that point forwards. And that would be a great start on your opponent's map pick.
Did you get the benefit of leading in here? Their defense of getting themselves in a position where maybe they just have that one extra round, that 1 or 2 that could gift them a bit more. Now, yesterday when we got the taste of this Crest Gaming, they are able to secure themselves 3, even half. Unfortunately, as soon as it turned over to the other side, Scars locked in on their defense. Crest got 1, I think it might have been their first, and then from then on, things went a little bit downhill. But here, that knowledge, that information, that idea of when else they could be playing them against it, and the game that they could be, sort of stepping into here against Kinotrope and playing against each other. And that recent knowledge and that sort of surge of an idea of an unknown map, if you're leaving it in, you assume it's going to get picked. And from Kinotrope's side, obviously, it's been something that they've banned pretty consistently. I think they've played it at all this split.
I was looking at the map bands and I was like, Clubhouse is open, Nighthaven Labs is open. Like, I thought Clubhouse was going to get picked. Instead it was Nighthaven Labs. Clubhouse was banned right afterwards. It's like, it kind of feels like, those are 2 good maps for Scars. Maybe they're like, we cannot, ban them both and still be very comfortable, so we are okay with the fact we have to play one and hope that it would fall in their favor, the choice that Scars would make. We can only speculate what the reasoning behind it was. As for, we are not the coaches of the team. Crazily enough.
What?
Yeah.
Have you
It would be funny though if the coaches are on the live broadcast talking to each other.
Delay. Shut up. Yep. We have to tell the audience what's going on. If you can't tell, it's just been a very short delay. We'll hope to be back in properly as soon. We're not just trying to build up the energy. We're not just trying to build up the tension. So it is fun. We want to watch Siege. We want to see who is in it. Sometimes we even want to play Siege. When the mood strikes.
It is a fun game. Although it frustrates me whenever I watch the best teams in the world play the game, and then I go myself, and it looks nothing like it because people don't know how to communicate together like that. But there is just something different about like witnessing good proper Siege to be played. When everything just connects and everyone is working together. And that's what we need to see from these teams now. The proper Siege. Kinotrope looking to qualify themselves after coming second for what feels like the entire year. Scars looking to push us to a map number 3 as the first one slipped away from right underneath their feet.
Now we can feel the tension. So, Montagne, as it's pronounced in his traditional Montreal French. Gone, Ying, gone. Follow through here, the limitation. There's still obviously the blitz that saw a fair bit of play in the previous showdown. You're thinking of more slightly awkward play spaces, bigger. You probably prefer to have the Monty just sort of showing up as the wall. Thinking of entrances onto the IT, maybe garage in the play. Flash gone as well. There won't be any reverse of that.
A defending door just standing around and slowing you down whilst your teammates are trying to get C4s in from below. Alright. As we get going, 12 rounds of regulation. Will that be enough to decide whether or not Kinotrope will go to the major, or if we need a map 3? Will this also go to overtime? A full 45-round series to decide which of these two teams would go to Montreal. That would be the best preparation they could get from their region. So you don't want these to be quick 2-0s, right? Like if it's a 7-2, 7-3, it's like, okay, yeah, you are the most dominant team in the region, but you didn't really have the competition required to prepare you for the actual event itself. So you want those 15-round games. I, for one, loved them.
So it was a 3-3 split yesterday for the Scars, and their opening attack half here before they were able to drive it pretty consistently. Will they improve? All the questions paid towards Kinotrope of what they've learned. So, what have Scars learned here? Because Crest were testing things. Crest were putting in a very decent performance yesterday. Scars had to step it up, just as they did earlier against Kinotrope. Because Kinotrope's been able to secure themselves a map. They've been able to make a team that doesn't often bleed. There was only one map dropped by Scars throughout this split so far, and it was Kagasaka, who were fighting in third place. Kinotrope. They've already taken that team out. You said it before, you're trying to beat these teams that are on the up and up. IT, from one side of the pinch. They can maybe try and get lucky on a player that wants to hit the C4 out. The cover is there, and not leaving anything to chance.
Yeah, you wanna make sure that you have that cover properly taken care of there. You don't wanna just be like, okay, you got that by yourself, you know, like just good luck. Tell us when it's done. We'll come over to open up with the soft. That wall was pretty awkward though for the Maverick. You saw like the holes that were created basically made it hard for him to actually find the anchor points. As you see what I'm talking about here, like the top has been taken out, the bottom as well, so the reinforcement falls out in between, and then the buck just opens off the soft wall that is still out there. Because that doesn't fall along with the hard reinforcement. Now the two openings have been made. And that's where they'll be trying to manipulate the space from. But the mezzanines, still heavily defended. It's also something you want to kind of take care of if you want to walk into IT.
Picking up and heading towards the rotate. The barricades are just going to put a little bit more pressure. They're buying time and buying wreck. First step gone. The buck is gone. That was a fight that might have happened underneath, usually where the buck tries to get their point of ingress, but otherwise the main focus is here on a wall being put up. They played that extension game, decided that they're otherwise going to be torn apart soon, so don't give them that body back. Keep that advantage into their favor, and that's what happens when you're able to remove the buck on towards the back end. You can then play that vertical space. They've got to keep the pressure rolling here as they push on in towards the rafters, on towards eyeing up the site itself. If they can try and get the warehouse here opened, you still need to get the mighty wiggle room. As soon as you tuck in, you can assume pressure will come round, and Kawa is that pressure where Shoy is gone. 5 versus 2 left here for Nina and Fishlike to try and overcome. Get the first bit of that whip I talked about on the side of IT, but Fishlike wants to try and step in. Kinotrope are not offering them anything here from the end of the round. Caught out as soon as they went for the transition into the room. And the last is Yukaz's take.
Class round from the set of Kinotrope. No two ways about it. Just calm and composure is on their side there. They use the Kivas to hold off for the mezzanines as long as possible, then fall back, reinforce the wall. They know it's still safe to do so. The Nitro Cell, as soon as they create the the opening into jungle, because, you know, like, at some point that's going to happen. There's pressure going to come out from there. There's your Heart Breacher suddenly gone on one of them, at least, the Maverick. They also dropped the diffuser just for a moment there, and it just causes a bit of panic. And then besides that, just, you know, these kind of shots, just the angles, the tight angles being held, just for the lock off, but Scar is never really inside the building properly there. You see the diffuser just stumbling into the side afterwards as they try and get it in there.
The first is Kenotrope. And again, this is not the sort of end of the world. It's your first big site on your map. You've still got the energy, but obviously fine. The fact that they were able to just take the map on the previous time round at Scars, they should still be firing a bit hot. It was a scrappy end to map 1. And that is something where the longer that scrappiness goes unanswered, the more frustrating decisions and moments like that will become. Scars, though, they can lock themselves in. If they're able to get 2 of their attacks, they're still playing for the sort of par, what a lot of teams expect on towards this. Kenotrope, they want to try and nail this, and then the tertiary site is where things are going to get a bit spicy.
For sure, but if Kenotrope is able to get those 4 rounds on the board, I think that's still a pretty good half for them to work with. Especially on Scars' pick itself. Trying to get the breach on. Is it going to be tricked? Oh no, he pulls back in time. I think that was an Impact EMP missed. One more in pocket. Nina. Of course, like, you're not going to be able to win that from a bandit, like, if you are EMPing it, because he could just keep placing them. And it's an instant activation as soon as it's placed. It's not like Decade where it takes a little bit to activate, so you still have the opportunity to go for another EMP impact, if you had it, to disable it. And thus they decide to, I believe, call back from it, and decide to not open up that wall as we speak, and go for a more vertical approach. They're opening up the other walls towards the staircases, and maybe the hatches is more important for the push they want to go for. Still waiting, there we go, opening again. There's the trick, where's the verticality? Oh, just blows up, he takes a lot of damage, but he survives, and that wall stays closed.
It was the Twitch drone that was only really the counter there. It hits those Goyos and does some of the damage, but there was no verticality. As you said, they're free, and you're sort of thinking, you know, you've got the RAM, you've got the buck. This is what you're built for. This is what you're designed for, and yet the design is sort of falling a little bit off the page. UKIT, out and about, exploring some of the parts of the map here. They've obviously got the eyes around the top. Bending stairs. With Okamesh going, they've also now got the eyes inside the site, trying to go for the swing. Rek steps in, gets one of the bandit charges, gets right back out there, but they've done the job they needed to do. The bandit is not in a position to try and play against this, so instead, Wait sits for the breach. Taiyu, more than ready for Kawa's games, and now, with everything they've got, they can get this kit secured down. Another smoke canister. Oh, it's a step too short. Look at the health.
If he stands up, he
the
dies.
fish, like, maybe even saved, but can he get out of there? Can stand and survive for now. Popped over the top of the vending machine, playing a very dangerous game here either side. Where's it going to come from? It's like playing behind a shield. It's awkward. And at this point, what a return to form this round has been here for Scars. Just step-by-step destruction and annihilation, and you know where the last player is, and shutting them out for a flawless.
Just the lack of depth there from the side of Kenotrope. They were too focused on that main breach. You had like 2 people on the vertical that were holding that. You still had the bandit out there, and they just took one of the back stairs. And they just waltzed in from there. And it's exactly how Scars won one of their, you know, their games, or one of their rounds yesterday. It's also round number 2, where they spotted, okay, there's just too much going on here. And they rotated around, they use the staircase, they go down, they get the plant, and they win. It's like almost a repeat of what we've seen then. Smoke canister almost hitting it, but just not in range. Would it have changed much? I don't think so. Like, the plant wouldn't have gone down, but it was still time. Either way.
Want a piece? Scars. They have their response. They have their idea now, and said the longer the scrappy ending of the last map goes unanswered, the worse the question becomes. It's been answered
5
pretty
seconds
heartedly.
before insertion.
They've been able to do the damage here on the secondary site. This
Attackers are
seems
moving
like
to defuse a bomb.
a bit of a warning bell, a little bit of a red flag. The Kenotrope being waved right now. You've got to see if you can try and lock this in, because, well, if that's not your secondary, something else can be. There's a quick approach, letting themselves drone in from deep underneath, getting the full stretch, maybe some of the lurk play. That shut down quite well before the start was finding loose players last time.
And opening up the wall. This time, of course, it's for the floor below, but still, you want to have that verticality. It's just that the fight around this top floor didn't really go well. Also, missed one of the anchor points. Kind of a dangerous position. The team flash to cover as well doesn't help. Slows it down just a little bit more. Oh, no, still not. There you go. No, still not. Needs the one who doesn't want to cross over. There you go. Minute for it to be opened up. A little bit of help with Deimos. And that means they can now start putting pressure down onto IT. An airdrop has been placed in there. It's just to make sure there's no run out's going to happen from that wall, and maybe be a bit of a surprise factor as well if someone steps in. But the double mirror setup on the top floor would suggest that they're not really that interested in keeping that wall closed anyway. It's more of a, what do you do after you got it?
They're trying to find their first route through, wondering if they're going to try and put some pressure here up from either vending or just through the floor itself. As the Deimos comes in for the call, it's Yukis that actually leans out first. Finds Fish-like. There goes the Deimos as well. Wishoy is found and locked out. Trying to guess Fish a bit wide here on the map. The net is truly spread, and at least Nina does find one back for the side of Scars for the favor of their sort of preference here, but Commando crawling in, or attempting
One above him
to.
as well.
That's not quite going to be the surprise now that you've shot it open. Kawa would probably be happy for you to try again.
That's providing some cover though. Misses the first opportunity.
Whoa!
Gets downed, but the trade is there. You go for the recovery. Takes quite some time. It doesn't seem like it. Tayo will be going all the way up. Look at he went down to like 45. This is 10 seconds gone already. He's going to turn into 15. Has to go all the way around. About 20 seconds wasted to get him back up for the fight. And the Nitro just picks him out afterwards. Now he's the last one standing.
Using the player as bait for the Nitro, a single player standing. They wanted to secure the vertical, but the only thing they secured here at the end, Kenotrope's round. Last pop. Them a second. Keep them on the 2-1. You know, they probably would have preferred to do it in a different way, especially with how that round worked out, but it truly is traded heavy blows right now. There's back and forth, generally. Sure. There's close moments that could go either way. But these are, you know, you look at the strength of the first round from Kenotrope into the flawless from Scars into that round where Scars were sort of operating in response to everything that Kenotrope were doing, but in a negative way. Everything had to be, oh, they've done this, now we have to do this. Oh, they've killed us here, we now have to do this. Rather than driving that forth.
Will they break the mold though? Let's go back towards that top floor. They managed to take this one quite successfully the last time round. Was really no pressure coming out from the side of Scars. Or no meaningful pressure, let's put it that way. And if they do, well then suddenly it's 2 rounds in a row. And then it's 3-1. And they get another shot at the basement, where Scars basically outsmarted them by using a staircase that was not being watched. Get something in position out there, so at least you have the information and can adjust accordingly. And that round could play out differently as well. It's all about the adaptations that we need to see. Of course, that goes both ways. Scars has the opportunity now to adapt to what they saw the last time around. What went wrong? How are we going to be approaching this?
I think they heard the shield start to break through and did a bit of the damage to the Blitz. It's awkward to take a fight up a stair set. Anything that's flat terrain is your sort of benefit when you're running with a piece of sheet metal in front of you. You're also lucky not caught on the wrong side of it. There, they flip their way up, pick up and rotate, get their angles opened. Basic fundamental jobs that Scars are well versed to. This obviously fell apart really heavily when they ignored this jungle connector side. So instead, getting some focus over here with the Maverick. Burn open, get the roots on through. Give yourself a little bit more threat from the back that otherwise wasn't present last time.
And now of the Izami. Also know he was there last time round. How are you going to deal with it though? The jump in is not in your favor. That flashbang is going to be blinding you. It's just probably going to be the Blitz that has to go for a bit of a jump in that they're waiting for. They know he's there. It's being watched. But don't forget, Yuka still has the opportunity to just rotate back in and close off that wall. Instead goes aggressive. Doesn't deal any damage. Gets full fleshed again as Okamesh goes down.
Okamesh struggling to get into this game. Frequently the first body gone from the side of Kinotrope, whether it's the first body gone from the round at all. Do not feel confident to go for the rebuild onto this. They are expecting the pressure to come round, and it's come from underneath. Very good adaptation there from Scars. They realized that this play was coming through, and now it leaves a big gaping wound inside the sight hole that they're juggling the idea on. Alkayu does find Fish-like, does find some of that cover, but with that work done that was such a struggle last time, it gives Scars this option. Pressure of the Blitz. This is how they want to utilize them. Just on the backside of the site, see if they can try and step in, force the players to turn around. So they've got to look away from the rafters. There goes Mao. There goes Yukiz, getting some revenge, and Kawa suddenly stepping back in towards the fight, forces Scars to be at a man disadvantage, and Nina now has to rotate their way back round. They weren't able to be the impact. They weren't able to draw the players out. If anything, they sort of heralded their position. Does get a lockdown with a pistol. Does need to keep stepping in the pressure. The Izami goes a little bit wider. The Blitz is right on their tail on the chase. Back and forth. The pistol! You can't forget about them. I expect them to turn the back, but not like that. Alkayu, once again, in a do or die, clutch it out situation against the Blitz from the range, and they make it stick!
I'm scared for Okamesh. I just think he's just gonna lose it at some point. Like every single time they win a round, he's just so surprised. Oh my. Kinotrope, 3-1 up. And a tactical timeout from Scars. That's early, and that's actually good for the side of Kinotrope. In the first half, taking that one away, that means you're doing something right, and they don't like it. And if they now find a response on that basement, we are aiming at a 5-1 scoreline. Then there's nothing for Scars. No more levers to pull to try and get themselves back ahead, except for the players themselves trying to make the difference. You're getting closer and closer to qualifying. And they're just holding on so neatly onto their sights.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A timeout called at this point, at this mark.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Scars, although still in position and part to be able to do some damage. We know that they won this out pretty comfortably after a 3-3 opening half. At the same time, the stress of the play, these moments that could really connect well for them. You think about the times that we've seen them operate as that sort of five-sided force on their attack, their positioning, usually so sharp in response to each other. But there just seemed to be a little step of unease, whether it's the pressure of being on the back foot, the pressure of being one step away. Whatever it is, Kinotrope really making full use of the space and the danger. Back here now, not going to play with the Blitz not going to play with the Bandit even this time. The Blitz is still there, and there almost goes the Dokkaebi. Stepping in for a spawn peek. What's the best way to shake a team's mental after a team talk? A spawn peek kill.
They don't get it, but a lot of damage done. It's basically like after a DBNL, 20 HP. Like any shot will probably be enough to put Nina out of commission for the rest of the round. As the Blitz is doing some face checking up above. It's the right thing to do, to be fair. They need to be quick. They need to clear this top floor as soon as possible so they can start focusing on the first. There's the calls. It's going to be helping the blitz. It's going to be where there's no one there. Nuke is actually trying to lean into a fight. Rotated up towards the top floor. He's taking out a drone out there, and I'm not sure if they know that he's around. Rek is on a drone. They're watching. They're prepared for it, at least. Are they? That's the question mark, because they're both looking for verticality. They're nuts!
Oh, they strike Yukis! Swings round, Washoy and Rek caught watching another floor. And the biggest flaw so far as Scars' approach, their inability to know just where Kenotrope are. Absolute cinema. Now with the Dockerby massively hurt, but that being their top fragger, Nina gets the freebie. Lured to them. Look at their fingers, they got some of the cams, but what they've lost there, the buck and the twitch, and now the blitz. Leaves two slow burn operators. Great guns, sure, but this has turned into an aggressive fight. This has turned into a drive-through. It is a huge site with a lot of coverage. You can't play the outside angles you did last time. You've still got to cross one of the two sets of stairs, and both of them actively and eagerly watched. How do you form this?
Don't forget the mirror windows, the nitro cell that's still out there, the Tuberov Zoto canisters that could be used to slow them down. There's 30 seconds, there's not a lot of time. And there's so many players to find. Animus isn't even safe to go through, and you see it right here. Nina being slowed down and know exactly where he's walking as the flashbangs come down towards the side. So is Tayo, trying to move through, trying to spot some legs. However, wherever he goes, there's at least someone that can see him. He spots one going towards the pillar. He's now right next to the door, and they both get shut down in Kenotrope. 4-1 in the lead. Edging closer and closer towards the Montreal Major.
Four to 1 Kenotrope. And, you know, it is a game of two halves, and I have to keep saying that. And I am confident I'll be proved correct. But that doesn't mean Kenotrope can't win it. Doesn't mean they can't push it out, because the mental game is so in their favor right now. Scars shut down time and time again. At this point, they just need to try and hold on to this as their round. They always say if you only get one round, they've already got one, but you'd like to have a second. Make it the one just before the turn of the half, then you can carry that momentum over. This, they'll know the site they're going for. They're not going to play with the blitz. The shield just has not worked for them, in a manner of speaking. I said we saw a little bit of the blitz play on the previous map on Cafe, and here, you know, again, proven sort of right. The big, vast spaces don't offer it the same. There are many sort of weighted corners where you'll have a second story that has a perfect vision. You don't always have on Cafe to the same degree. You can get blitz in tighter spaces. Here, the openings are just vast.
You're going again. And the utility game is just the first one that starts. You gotta try with that Bravo to see if you can get some information. Maybe, you know, hack some of the cams as well if you manage to get an early kill. There's nothing really they can use to really affect these mirror windows but the S charges that are on Washoy. They're not gonna get an exothermic on it. They're not having any other form of heart breach out there. You see that the Bravo drone is doing some good work on the hacking here. Some default cams, some other piece of utility. We didn't quite see everything. That's the only one we've got. So now it's just a normal drone. It's done what it needed to do.
Where will this first body fall? Kenotrope, dedicated to not being the victim of it. They peel themselves back towards Aquarium. On the stairs, they don't want to be caught out and surrounded here on the verticality. It's not that easy, but you can maybe try and get a bit of a rotate later on. Punish them the second step. That could be a positive part. Smoke canister from deep. Get the Bit of the delay there. Akamash probably not as free to swing towards that connecting window next time. Now they hear the pitter-patter of the feet above. Nina gets Kawa, and there's Yukis tucked on the corner, just waiting, even amongst the calls, finds the kill. Gets the Brava. You assume a good portion of the Brava's work is done, but still, the instant trade is something where that territory, that ground around the kitchen, it's being pinged out. It's something that, you know, maybe they'll have to go and get some control of. It's Alkayu that gets caught by Wreck. They're continuing to try and drive themselves around across the map itself. You can see there's that rotate I talked about before. Kenotrope, round on the back. Yukis.
Once more.
We're always waiting. They know.
As long as he doesn't swing, though, he keeps them busy. It's like Schrodinger's Roma right now. The smoke canisters are stopping this push from happening. There's no more left. However, they need to go, and they kill 2 more people. It's on up to Mao now. And he knows one is pulling off for Gumine. That gets blown up. It's a 1-on-2. And the diffuser with that dropped. He's trying to hold it. Misses the opportunity to lock off the kill afterwards. The plant is now happening, but do they have information? It seems like they have something. They're opening up. They're just not responding to it as he swaps over to the Vector just too late.
A foot to the side there, Mal. They had a good idea, but I mean, they had to take a risk and a gamble because now they got to fight their way up and even up and up. You can see they've gone to the floor above the kit. They have to take this fight first. Otherwise, you would just be a sitting duck, and Bushoi knows about it. They know that they can play the space away. You only need to really watch it when it's being done. As they say, the watch pot never boils. Let them stew. Not even enough time to get back to the kit at this point. It is a 4-2. Scars had a bit of a back and forth here. They had a better idea of how the round was going to go. I was looking for the fight, wanted to get the kill on the back end of it, but I think at that point, when it got cemented, knowing how long it would take him to get to it, knew that the round would be.
That's a 4-2 split, but I don't think that's what Scars would have hoped for. When they started off this map, I think 3-3 was the minimum that we were going to be looking for. So Kenotrope, doing what is necessary so far. Now though, to the attack, and that's always the more difficult area to play in. You now have to solve that puzzle. You now have to make Scars feel uncomfortable. Is it doable? That's for sure. With how close that last map went, it is I'm so excited to see how far this goes. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to overtime as well.
Kenotrope. Can they find some of that magic they've been able to demonstrate today? Can they put the pressure on here? The earlier they get their first round, if they get one, the more Scars are going to sweat. Remember, their timeout has been called. Scars can only play the game that is ahead of them at this point. We could find ourselves very quickly tied up. In 2 rounds, obviously the lead-in, as I said before, the manner of how Labs likes to play out, the manner of how Scars likes to play it, their defense is rock solid against most teams.
Opening. Oh! I don't even know if he saw him or if he just wanted to get rid of the keeper barrier, but he definitely managed to get the head of Fish-like. And that's an opening. For free. There's no response whatsoever towards it. Because they cannot. It's too far away. And that's no more juggling of the Fenrir F-Nets. I just hope he activated all of them and put them in place. So at least he still has that pressure post-mortem, but it's a great way to start this off.
I mean, what a way for it. I said it was going to be rock solid, but apparently there's still holes that they're able to climb up. They know roughly where a lot of the players are, and usage of the impact to remove the drone, fair enough. Gets rid of their intel, gets rid of their watch without having to risk the danger, and that's that important part, is the intel game. The longer you can stay here unprepared, go rotation. The Buck looking on past his power, finds Washoy, but Nina gets the free pick up on Okamesh again. He's quite able to get their teeth in the Deimos. Might be caught out. There was a Buck that wanted to try and find the route up this fight, but they're more than ready for it. So instead, Yukis doesn't take it. Move with the team, move with the pack, try and get your way in on towards Garage. Now, the last time the push was entirely centered around here from one of the two teams, it did not work at all. And here as the break comes through, there's the pressure. There's a Bandit that's trying to dabble with danger on the back end of it. Sharp gun in the right hands, but Tool isn't quite able to make it work. The breach is together, and it's just a step back up here, Hap.
40 seconds and they're pretty stacked up near the mezzanine side. We have one near IT, they're droning, and as they get droned, they swing by. The information is now outdated. Where is Rek? He's right behind the desk. He knows that someone's out there. He's actually going to go for a rotate. It seems like as Nina will find Mao, so that's a great swing to at least bring back things to equal.
On towards the back end of meeting, trying to find the fight here, but it's just a bit too little, too late. The Bucks, do they know? No, easily caught out, and again, second time we've seen an attempt on towards this site, but the focus on clearing the rest of it was just a bit too late. Now there's a 1 versus 2, but no time. The round goes into Scars' favor. I'm going to say cool as you like, because probably would have liked it a little bit chillier. Same time, they get the result, they get the win, they can keep themselves moving, they get the next. As I said, the game is all tied up. Also moving in its expected way.
Blitz being explored now, at least. And it's a shame because it's like such a good opening to start things off. Like Washoy being picked up as well. It's like the 2-man opening, and then it just falls apart as soon as they reach the site. They probably will be kicking themselves over that one slightly though, because you know, that could have been their round. There was 2 advantages. But then it just kind of stalled, and they weren't able to move in the back of the momentum that they managed to get. The lack of information on the Benedetto was rotated. All some of the factors that played into that. But it shows that Kinotrope has bite, even on that attack. Now they just need to make it work on making it stick, and again, you know, they only need 2 to push to overtime, and from there on, it is again an anyone's ball game. Yes, it's 4-3 now, you know, it's very early in the half. But considering it's Scars' map, and we've seen what they're capable of, like, I'm more than well expecting that they'll at least tie it up at some point.
You have delay tactics in mind. You've got Scars here, the smoke square, the castle, play things away sort of close range, and you have I'm not messing around with your utility on the wall. Obviously we've seen a lot of Maverick play, we've seen these little pocket ideas, but actually the combination here, they can't quite get it tricked in the same way. They are just out of there. Little C4 does almost get the net there. Not sure where it fell, but it fell right inside the site. The Blitz all the way to the back end, charging and pushing them out, but Taiyu was there for the cover. Okayu is going for the plant itself. Can they get it confirmed? They're hurt. They're almost gone. They're out of there. Just caught by the end of the smoke canister. They do find a single kill, but stopping the plant is that important play right now, because they have this, a shooting gallery that cuts all the way to the back end. Fish-like, I'm not going to say has saved the round, but he's definitely given Scars the opportunity to win it. Here, on the back of that rush, what can you work with Kinotrope?
I like the fact that the Blitz went aggressive there. It allowed it to basically distract from what was going on, but just fell slightly too early as they managed to find the kill eventually on the planter. And a minute 15, it's plenty of time to make something work with. It's still a 3-on-5, just that Yukis is very low. Doesn't have the easiest guns to play with. The SMG has a high kick to it. The DMR, not the highest fire rate. As the phone calls go off, they'll be aware of at least, well, one of them below. Of course, all of them holding near the site right now. And it's all about the information game. Because what utility do they have left? Well, 3 flashbangs and a bunch of drones. Not much more than that.
30 seconds. Big open breach does make things awkward, but Hayu's gun perfectly positioned. Any of those engagements away from them. First being caught out, Yukis. They're going to have to get them back up. Another 10 seconds of this push. Slowed down to a crawl. This is the fight. It's an important one to try and take. They move in. It will get revealed by the Fenrir. There's Tayu pushing up to get one. Yukis does find one on the end, but another 1 versus 2 with barely any time to figure it out. Looking for the fight. It's not being offered. Sees the legs of one. Goes for the confirm, but Fishlike has the cover. Very close.
Especially the initial part of the round was very close. If that plan would have gone down, again, a completely different kind of game we're talking about. And now the tech timeout coming in from Kinotrope. Must be a bit of a relief for Scars that after these 2 rounds, they're calling it. Kind of means that they are indeed struggling with how to break through properly. Because they have these... Well, they had the initial opening on the first round, and they had the idea here, but it kind of fell apart because they lacked verticality. Question not, like, at that point. Alongside with, like, cover. Another EMP would have been wonderful as well to have, just to stop any utility from being used. And as it slowly ticks out, the tertiary side is about to be revealed. The Scars, they know what to do. Again, they're a very experienced team. For the last 6 seasons in a row, they have come in first of Japan League. So them losing that first map, they're not going to just mope around and be like, oh no, our reign is over. Just fight back. They push it to a map number 3. That's what they want to go for. And there is a lot of unknowns on Skyscraper. And also some knowns that it gets banned a lot against Kinotrope. So it could favor them, but we also saw that the first map that Kinotrope picked was an 8-7. The margins are small.
Margins are small. I'm wondering how close that plant was to being secured. I could see the health ticking away, and I was like, even with whatever's hurting them, so close. An extra 10 health would have been the difference. Maybe just in terms, it still would have killed them, but they might have been able to secure the kit before dying out. 4 apiece, though. The timeout, the conversation. Now the game we only have is the one that is ahead of us. The importance of this tertiary site. If they get to overtime, Scars will have, you assume, the benefit starting on their defense based on the fact that the team that doesn't the starting sides get the overtime sides.
No.
And they would be crazy to go on their attack. But they're not there yet. They'll have the chance. Kinotrope, it starts here for them. Importantly, getting this one could determine whether we even see it from either of their sakes. But just been confirmed. Yep, Kinotrope will be attacking. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's
It does.
The rules. They changed the rules temporarily and then realized the older rules were better and changed them. So I appreciate it.
It was quite, like, confusing when you have 3 different ban methods you could choose from which one you want it. And one of them was they get the first map pick, which like map ban, which basically means you get the pick, but you also get to choose side. Which indeed, like, was chosen by most teams, because why wouldn't you?
Why would you
Pick
not?
the map and decide.
Buck wants to try and open the door. Nobody's actually there currently. The skeleton key wouldn't find a fight as quickly as it thought it might. Nina does take raptor damage. Where the Splits decides to enter from at this point. There's some cover and support coming through the barricade, buying a little bit of space. Do they know about wreck? Because they might absolutely wreck this approach and this hold. The Blitz trying to get some performance round. They slip out. There's Wreck getting Kawa. And there's the reveal of the Puck player and the reveal that everything is going to start falling away. Wreck gets 2. They can't even secure the single kill. They're surrounding them. They thought they had the drop. And Okamesh does find, at least for Shoy, but the rest of the players are just ghosts now. Already slipped away, though. Okamesh does find another. Now, Caillou was dedicated to chasing, but currently he's still looking for somebody that's even gone further deeper, playing around the top of Cargo at this point. Nina and Fish like double stacked up.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Caillou is that connecting player between the other side. The Blitz, a risk there, and massively punished for it.
Attackers have
Yeah, but still though. It's only Tayo, it's a 2v1, suddenly on point, smoke canisters. Still in pocket, one more, 15 seconds, there's plenty of time to try and stall, you just gotta make sure the entrances are blocked. And as the time ticks down, they're both coming in from the same area, you have to ping, you know where they are, you gotta go for a heroic swing. As he goes, he misses most shots, the shotgun comes out, but Okamesh comes in top. Secures
Scream
the
it out,
round.
Okamesh.
He's such an excited player. Every single time they went around, he's just screaming it out.
It's the first time we've seen him properly act. It's the first time we've really had him define around to that level. It's the first time it felt like he's gotten a multiple kill in a while as well. And, you know, he's struggling. As I sort of said, you would often see his name as the first one knocked off the board. Time and time again, there, when the team goes 2 bodies back, to be able to bite those bodies into their favor. The pressure kept on and on and on and on. They're swinging around, winning that engagement, and making sure that they weren't caught unaware. 5-4. Important one for them to round. Think about how close this could have been to a 6-3 right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like if that first round was locked in, which it should have, because they had the 2-minute advantage. And that kind of just fell away because they lacked the next steps of the push. Get the initial ID. Eventually you'll find a drone there. Probably like heard a little mechanical whir and was like, there is a drone in here. Like the mechanical sensors of mute pop off.
to defuse a bomb.
Finds it. But like that opening kill was so clean. With that DMR firing at the Kiba. And I'm not even sure if he wanted to just destroy the Kiba or actually saw the head behind it. The kill came out of it. And then the one onto mezzanines as well. And you have such a big part of of that map cleared out in that case. Or like a lot of the potential danger because the rest were anchor players. There's some small mistakes basically crept in there. And that's something they gotta make sure doesn't happen again if they manage to again find themselves in an advantageous position.
Five to 4, Kenotrope. You are just a slight push away. Now, you were in a similar situation on Cafe. And then things went all the distance. The fact that we might be able to have another all the distance fight here, that's a well-played claw. And it does get the breach there. The Buck a little bit too slow, fortunately, to get rid of it here. Have to play against it, and they do still have another claw in pocket as well. So if this one does get caught, if you can see it, when he gets the ping and the reveal.
Oh.
Good. Sneakily at an awkward angle.
I think he has to go outside the window and rappel up against it to see if he can find an angle.
That
Or go into the
reacts
next room over.
Yeah, and take it, but it's taking a lot of time here out of Kenotrope's approach, and nothing that they really have. Yukis making some work underneath now, currently trying to get some of the clarity over towards the opposite side, on towards jungle. These guys are just keeping an ear out, keeping an arm out, an eye. An idea, they finally find the floor, finally get IT open.
Now what do they do from here? Mezzanine is still being occupied by one of the defenders. It would have been great to have a Capitao on the board, which you could have used to just put fire on the mezzanines. Rek will find a kill into Yuki's below. That's a great opener for the side of Scars.
There goes the next. Fishlake with the shotgun locks it off, and we're finding ourselves in similar terrain. Washoy gets the kill onto one. The Deimos has revealed exactly where they are and where they are, but all they do is fall 2 steps back to another hard wall and tell everybody, hey, there's a Deimos at the top of these stairs. Can I get at least a second person? Okay, cool. The problem's dealt with. The kit's cold on the far side. They do fight their way through one, but the cover, as I said, is there. And there's Scars getting the lockdown. God, little bit too far of a sight to cross. We stay neck and neck, but I don't think that was the sight the game was going to be mattered and made. I think it's this next one. It'll probably define the fate of it all.
5-5, round 11. It's one of those crucial rounds in every single game as it determines who can go for the regulation victory and who is finding themselves safe from not playing in overtime, at least. Kinotrope, they will be looking to take that one home now. If this goes to like 5-6, like they've been struggling on their attack. There's no two ways about it. They've managed to get a round on, which is already great, but they've been like that first round should have been theirs as well. Round 7 days. The round afterwards, that should have been a post plant, but it also wasn't. So surely they need this round now. If this one goes away from them, because Scars has been getting better and better into the game as well, it might be map 3 we're looking at.
5-5. Everything to play for. All the pressure to be put on here. Kinotrope obviously with the one map advantage that was theirs, but they're also pushing Scars to the limit on their choice on the second, which, again, even if this goes away from Kinotrope, as I sort of said, in the midst of Cafe, if they get to that third map, Skyscraper is probably, of all three, the one that Kinotrope calls home the most. And that's a dangerous thing here for Scars. The change will be if they've burnt themselves out putting this much pressure on. It's obviously a marathon and every player will hit a limit, but across this lobby of Japanese players to get to majors, there's, I think, 9 of 10 of them have all played at a major over the past year and a half. I mean, generally Copenhagen and more recent, but there's Nina getting ahead of Okamesh, traded out, very important. Kawa finds the kill on the back of it. Deimos might be gone. The castle as a trade is probably one that the castle is happier to take. Especially when you think of all the soft that can otherwise be picked apart here by the Deimos.
At the same time, it's not the worst operator, or not the worst operator to lose now. Indeed, like, Deimos is a great operator, has a great gun, and like a good ability, but the others are still a little bit more necessary now for what is still ahead of them. And as one of those Fenrir gadgets activate, you saw Rek for a second debating whether or not he should be going up to try and challenge it. There's a minute 20 is left. There's not much prep that's been done towards the actual basement here. So a lot of work still needs to happen, and I believe there's still a roamer or two at large that they need to try and find. Especially with Shoy and Fish like ready on the staircase, able to just move up at any given time.
Now, getting themselves a little bit more set up for this approach with 50 seconds left and a 4 versus 4, not a lot of time.
Still 3 smoke canisters, a bunch of Goya pockets. The time is really going to start to tick here. They need to take these out as soon as they can, because otherwise they cannot even start thinking about going for a plant here, Emmy.
Nope, that's it. They need to try and get themselves tucked around. There's one. Kawa. It's the head of Washoy. Gets themselves this. The 4 versus 3. As I said, the weight of this whole series might rest on this round, but the pressure of the plant is still on them, and Kawa knows that, leading through the trapped inside a box. Rek played these corner power positions well before, and as Yukis hits the ground, Kayu does the same, but in a slightly better manner. They're planting off Peace, but there's the drive. Rek drives himself all the way through. Gets the kill. Massively important over these past 2 rounds. Just slowing things down. And their positional awareness. Scars secure it. But again, so close.
That was a 1v4. He didn't need any of the kills, just the injure. But they lock off that round. They put themselves up to map point. 1 before we reach overtime. Oh, what a painful way to go about it. And then you start thinking about the time management. If only They were a little bit quicker. They would have had time to respond to what just happened. Even if it was just 5 seconds.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
One round, Kenotrope. You can keep yourself fighting on this map. I think if we get to OT, Scars still take it just on the statistical consistency. If they'll be playing 2 defenses and they can get those locked down. But if we did end up in max OT, and that is the site, I feel it will be a very exciting round based on how it's been the last 2 times we've seen it as Scars defend. We still have to get there from here, though. Scars as well, and just as likely to be able to lock this one out here within regulation. Obviously, it came down to a 2 versus 1 plant with only 10 seconds left. There was not a lot of wiggle room for Kenotrope. They're going to see if they can maybe be a bit more demanding of the play that's otherwise put ahead of them. Okumesh on the blitz this time, and the mirror trick prepped and attempted for this wall.
EMP won't help you with this one. Are they gonna put down a... Yes. This is the right way to do that. It's gonna open up. There you go. Well done. Like, I don't know if they knew, but it's like, you have that fuse charge. Why not put it down there at the start anyway, right? Like, of course they could shoot it out, but at least they're not gonna be playing close anymore.
Yeah.
It forces Rec to play the mirror window in a more proper way, rather than as a nice little trick to get rid of it. They could have also used the bandit there, actually, now I think of it.
I'm thinking they probably expected the bandit.
Yeah.
Which is why they played the fuse, and then the mirror was like, oh, I gotta get out of here. I'm screwed. And, you know, fair enough. They still get the gadget they can employ elsewhere. They do have this drone that was doing a bit of a long watch. You assume that might have been in a position as well beforehand. Always a point that you want the awareness on, but the timer ticks closer and closer to that minute left mark. Every player still standing, and Kenotrope not really having any boots inside the ground. It makes me wonder if they're trying to work out what they want to do. The charge is about to come through here. They're going to roll close, but close enough as Fishlike wraps it up on one side. They're inside the site and knocked immediately out. Okumesh is gone. Everybody's gone, and Kawa, all that's left. In a 1 versus 5, runs into smoke to try and net a kill, but a flawless to end Scars' map pick. And they keep fighting, they keep going. We are going to our 3rd map. A best of 1 on Skyscraper is all that's left now to determine who is going to get that first Japanese seat major.
Close game is all we want. Let's go into it after the break.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah.
We have a series on our hands. That's what most commentators say pretty much anywhere around the world. Doesn't matter whether they're in sport or esport. This is going the distance. From 8-7 to 7-5, the storylines are not stopping here. Fluke, just so disappointing at the very end. They had so many attempts on their attack to try and convert and push them the distance, but unfortunately, Kinotrope, they just don't have enough in the tank there.
You think about those 2 rounds down in the basement when Kinotrope were attacking, you're thinking this could be the other way around. The scoreline could entirely be shifted. They were so close to securing the plant. One of them, the second, a bit further away, but it took the heroics of Rack to actually be the difference maker on that round and really sort of kept Scars fighting, kept Scars in it and going. And you know, it's so down to the wire, this showdown. Kinotrope are delivering massively, and Scars, they're being pressured.
They are. And many would have come into this and expected a close game, Hap, but do you think we would have expected 2 series that were, around 2 rounds away from each other?
Oh, that's a rough one. I don't know. It's like, I think I personally would have thought that Scars was able to just, you know, shut this out in maybe in a 2-0 fashion. Not a quick 2-0 fashion, but at least we're going to a map 3 now, so I've already been proven wrong either way. Kinotrope are just showing how much they really want this, and it is like unfortunate because round 7 should have been theirs, round 8 could have been theirs, round 11 could have been theirs.
Yeah.
You know, like at least they would have been looking at an overtime in that case, and potentially even like the 7-4, 7-5 win, and they'll be kicking themselves over that more than anybody else will.
Yeah, it's a bit of heartbreak. I mean, if you want to look at standout players, we kind of mentioned 2 at the very start. One who isn't kind of living up to the expectation thus far, now unfortunately stuck down the bottom, but Nina has continued to perform from game 1 to game 2. You think that, like, at this point, it's almost unstoppable. I mean, all throughout regular stage, all throughout the playoffs, the consistent performance is a real thing from Nina, which is very hard to find, no matter what player you look to in what region. But they're going to need to double down now. We head to a map that we have not seen from Scars for a very long time. Skyscraper does not fill me with a lot of hope. If I'm sitting here begging for Scars to win this, I just have to look at realistically, they haven't been touching this map. They're banning it out in most of these games that they've been playing, Emmy. I mean, has this been left in for a specific reason?
This is the gamble for me. This is the gamble that has been played here by Kinotrope. They haven't banned it. They've played it recently. They like playing it. It's just a map that they'll come to and put the pressure on. And you know, Scars will have a game for Skyscraper. They're an international team. They have to. They will play it. They'll bring it and deliver it. But whether it's expected to do this in 2, seeing Cafe, or now Kinotrope has said, okay, this is how we reveal our final card. This is that moment. And, you know, as weird as it is to say, pressure's on Scars to show the map that they've got here.
Well, I've got to say, I hate when I hear people say that a team is hiding strats or hiding maps. But at the end of the day, it really does feel like if Scars has left this open for their deciding match to go to Montreal, there is absolutely a reason for it. What kind of score are we expecting here?
again, like, right, it's like you have 3 bans. You're not letting this open if you don't want to play it. So I think Scars have something in the back of their hands here, and probably would have watched their game against Enterforce as well and realized that there is some stuff to be gained there. Again, I think Kinotrop still is slightly favored, but I wouldn't be surprised if Scars will take this.
Yeah, Scars will back themselves in. There's no doubt about it. They'll dig their heels in, and you're going to have to expect that. I look kind of to maybe the playing style right now, Emmy, to see whether this might be of any concern. But, I mean, in the series overall, it does feel as though, like, the entry stat is actually kind of even across the board. Like, how even have these two teams been matched up? And were we expecting Kinotrope to even reach these heights?
I want to see the story change for Kinotrope. There's a part of me that wants to see them win it out. After what happened of them having to play 3 best of 3 series, and I know I've said it a few times, but it was so tough. Like, that is insane to me. And then coming out 1 map away, 1 short, so close, every single map. I want to see them push it over. I want to see the celebrations. I want to see Okameshel lose it.
I don't feel survive it.
What'd you say, Hap?
I don't know if he'll survive it if they win and actually qualify. Like, and that's been losing his mind. I'm like, every round they win so far is like that's just going to be too much for him.
I mean, like, the elation and joy you'd get from 1, making it to the Montreal Major. Obviously, that's a really big note. But 2, to do it against Scars when, all the odds are stacked against you. I mean, look at the statistics. It's like, it's not even comparable, Hap. It's not even in the same world. Like, the EPS is outrageously large. 13 points higher. 25 positive entries in comparison to -6. If you were a stats man, you'd be looking at this going, Kino has no hope.
Yeah, but at the same time, I've kind of thrown all the old stats out of the window as soon as we went into playoffs, because stuff just didn't make sense. Like, right, like they won 7-1, 7-2, 7-2, 7-1, 7-3, right? Like that's their scoreline in regulation, and then they come into the semifinals against Crest, and it's like a 7-5 and a 7. I think it was 4 out there. It's like a lot closer already. They've even lost the map now against another team that is not CAG. So it's like, there you have it. Just look at how consistently they were able to put up these, well, just blowout scorelines. Is just CAG that they had a trouble with.
Yeah, which is kind of like, this is probably going to sound quite rude to CAG, but that does surprise me even then. I feel as though Scars just has the number of every team in this region. For them to now go to Skyscraper, which regardless, maybe we just throw all talk of how many times they've played it or preferences out the window, because at the end of the day, this is what Scars is built for. Scars live for these kind of moments. They continually come out on top in the Japan League. The Japan region fears them as a whole, and for good reason. It's time to head to the final map to decide which of these 2 teams is heading to Montreal. Emmy, Hap, this is it.
Rob, this is it, and I'm happy to take it through. Here we go, Skyscraper. Now, I've joked that I've seen this map more than 1 million times, which statistically is impossible, because, well, we've only cast about a dozen maps over this entire playoff, but it feels like a lot. Look at that, is a lot. Okay, I'm gonna take a step back here. I'm gonna take off my balanced and fair hat, and I'm gonna say, usually, Twitch chat, your voting is very specific towards fan favorite. Even when our stats and numbers will paint a story, often these still aren't the most relevant, but that big of a divide. Okay, let's see. Let's see the faith.
I honestly feel they've been listening to us this entire day so far. Whenever we said this team is favored in this game, like, the statistics proved it.
But now,
yeah,
the upset has the people on the board. This is like the Mighty Duck. Everybody's cheering by the end.
Except for the team that loses this game.
Except for the team that loses, and their fans, and their fan base.
Yeah.
Management.
Yeah.
The thing is, there's always the second chance, right? And, I mean, the Scars revenge tour throughout the LCQs, I can imagine, will be brutal if this goes away from them.
Yeah, they'll definitely not be messing around if that's going to be the case. They want to be qualifying again. That gives them a real good opportunity to set themselves in stone for 6 Invitational. Skinatrope, of course, needs to have a bit of a decent performance at a major to get themselves there by points. More text. I cannot translate, I'm sorry. Zamonti gets banned first. Blitz for now, still open. Will Scars remove it? I don't think it's been that beneficial. I think I've seen 1 or 2 jump scares. There you go. The Ying has been removed, but I think, like, from all the Blitz we've seen today, it isn't the scary Blitz that you see in all those ranked clips where they just run in, get like 3 melees and win the round all by themselves. In general, the teams have been pretty good in dealing with them.
Similar bands, similar setup, similar story, but can you feel the pressure currently over this lobby and this server? They are so close, Skinatrope. They have been performing so well. For most of them, it would be the first time going back to a major stage since they were in Copenhagen, even across a couple of different rosters. Mao, I believe, the only one in this lobby that has not played on a big stage or on an international event. Could be that moment for them to step back up. They've had a very decent run so far, but as we get in to the start of this Skinatrope, I'm assuming they won coin flip. He's starting on defense.
That means we instantly get to see a lot from Scars in a way where, you know, they've not played this map. They've banned it almost every single time they could. Now start off on the attack. If they have a decent start, it means that they have a game in here. But if this attack just goes poorly, if this is like a 5-1 lockout for Skinatrope, they might already start putting their hands together and getting ready to warm themselves up to go to cold Montreal.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Cold Montreal.
I hope they have winter jackets ready. Bomb pick them. Didn't go anywhere. Just puts like a couple seconds of caution into one of the players out there, and you never know if those seconds were eventually going to be the difference maker. You might as well.
There is a couple of other details about how this map will play in that maybe might change some of the perspective on things. For all that we've picked it up, let's put some sad cold water on that. Skyscraper was the last map they played and lost against Tag when they had the chance of getting themselves through the last LCQs. And it's a very different story. This is only one best of 3 series. That was after 3. Skyscraper was that final step, that final hurdle they could not overcome. It was also the map that they were going to hit heads on against Scars at one point when they were in a similar place in stage 1. But here's the break, here's the breakthrough, and here's the knock right back down. Mao gets 1, Nina on the trade, and there's Washoy taking full control here on towards Geisha, dropping on towards the hatch. Going for the rotate elsewhere, but full stolen control. Skinatrope, a body disadvantage. Half of the site now lost as they're trying to just piece their way back in. You can see that Scars are taking a moment, reevaluating. They snatched and grabbed some of the territory, but they don't want to overextend because of those sight lines. The drum one that will cut off any actual rotate in towards the engagement isn't one that you want to take another trade on or risk losing that body, losing that advantage. So Scars, they're waiting for Nina to try and force. I say as Alkayu gets caught out by Rek. I don't think they knew that Rek had drifted into this position. They're trying to be dangerous with it, but they could not. Rek, 3 for the round.
A great round there by Scars. They, to some extent, what did they do tactically? Not a lot, really, because what happened was they sent up 2 players screaming up the main stairs. The rest just jumped in from the window. They threw bodies at the issue, which is called Geisha. They managed to get a 2-for-1. You know, overall profit. They then have the ground air as well. They rotate over towards the backside, and suddenly you have them in a sandwich. Tiger bread if you want to.
Nom 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 nom.
Nom nom. It's just like, at that point, you just miss Geisha, which is such a important part of that site usually. And you've lost 2 players on the back of that. And there's so much time left, the attackers are just gonna cruise that one out for the rest of it. But what did they do, like, strategically, in terms of, like, opening breaches and angles? And not that much. It's just, like, throw bodies at the problem kind of solution. And sometimes they work.
Guys get off to the perfect start, the perfect lead. They set the pace. Swap round to a Thorn for the first time we're seeing across all of the performances today and maybe even the weekend. They're far from the most common operator. Castle wants to be a bit adventurous.
Looked it off.
Gets that rebuilt. No shooting through that.
At 2 minutes 30. You look at what they have. You see that the Thorn is there, as you mentioned. Now you can probably expect them to be around, like, the close angles or default plans, hidden in the floor maybe sometimes even. It's just gonna cost a little bit of extra time as the pre-fire is attempted. Not caught anything as of yet.
Oh, here we go. Taiyu smashes their way in. Cuts them across, already inside the site. And I was going to say, they've got the setup to go fast here. Now, the Thorn does pop off and get a kill on towards Wishoy. They weren't quite able to hold on towards the site itself. They lose the bodies. Inside the exhibition office, there's still some cam revealing the approach of Nina here on the back end. There's a rotate of the loose thread Keenatrope player. Get them close in so it's not a 2 versus 2 on towards the site. You could try and play. Some of this is a stretch as the cover comes against it. The Blitz covers their own motion. They want to try and recollect that diffuser, but it is such a dangerous route to take. Nina gets the bait of play. They've forced Cower to go out and round to the corner, the bulletproof, the Blitz. Taiyu, he's playing this perfectly. He's not overextending. He's making sure that everything is watched and well covered. There's the plant attempt. But this, the long watch, do they know about the player? The rotate has come, and there is Keenatrope rebuffing the rush.
Yeah, just a small spray into that smoke, enough to get the injury, and then afterwards the breach as well. Scores again, looking to go quick there, and this might just be a bit of their playbook on this map. We haven't seen it. This is 2 rounds now where they just get a bit of ground, they pull the trigger, and they go. And, I mean, is it, like, can you keep that up is a big question. Like, can you make that viable and get yourself multiple attack rounds? You know, maybe 2. You would probably want to have more than that on this decided map. That being said,
the answer. Can you keep it up? No, they lost that one.
Yeah. For round 3, they're gonna do something similar, or is this gonna be more slow? And when they play more slow, is that gonna play into the hands of Keenatrope? Who,
I mean, you look at the operator selection currently. Look at the operator selection. Obviously, they're not playing with the Finker and the Ash as the combination behind the calls and the Blitz as they did before the Lion. Everything about their operator selection last time screamed we're going to try and smash into this site, even more so than the lineup that they had in the first round. Here, the Dockerby is still going to be picked up. Still very irritating and very prominent throughout this as they go through, but much more controlled. They have hard breach. They have a focus towards getting this verticality and then trying to angle themselves down.
Just a bit of early aggression out there and seeing if anybody would go for repel. Not the case. There's no reason really to go too quick as of yet for the defenders as Cowards going on a bit of a adventure outside. A lot of adventurous players in the lobby so far. And now they just wait. But the longer they wait, the harder it will get. Because the more fortified things will be with the goo mines in place. And if they don't get that Twitch drone to get some work done in terms of the Fenrir mines and the goos themselves, again, like, the struggle just becomes more and more when they finally do get the opportunity to start pushing. And whilst they have opened Geisha, that is really about it. There's a smoke there and a Warden on the opposite side, so even if they want to rely on that, it's not going to do too much.
Two bodies now dropped. Scars. Slow and steady has encircled. Hold here of Kinotrope. Minute 30. So much time for them to, well, continue that. The encircling, the hefty removal. Each player step by step. Fenrir and Mute, all that's left. Single C4 is the Hail Mary gadget, but you've got to try and watch 2 floors just to keep an angle on all the plant spots here. No supporting each other. The players are entirely on rafts, drifting in the ocean of Skyscraper, waiting for the encircling Scars sharks. There's one. A pop-up and a removal. The Ash takes a bit of a beating from Kawa, but cannot confirm the kill, and Fishlight getting the end of that. Well, there's the end of that.
I was gonna say, like, realistically speaking, there's no way out for you there after you get that kill. Like, you gotta skirmish yourself out. Running is not gonna be working out. And Scars, they find their second round. This one, a lot more methodical, like playing it slow, but forcing out the defenders and finding these angles. But we continue to be back and forth, like we have been for the entire series so far. To some extent. Don't know what happened here, if he just hurt something or was like, let me just check if there's someone on the other side. Always a happy surprise to find like an Ash on the other side.
Scars. Step in. 2-1. Again, I don't think it's that they were hiding it, but this energy. Not really anything we've seen from them all day, to be fair, and yeah, different maps, different places of performance, but how sharp things feel, how almost out of their depth. Kinotrope right now is mainly because of the surprise of Scars entirely shifting the pace of play. Get themselves that second round, that 1 round advantage.
Good information below. Knows that there's no roamers around there, of course, on the actual site, but it's a start, especially if you want to be approaching from this area. And it often is the case. We have the big white divider wall in between the house and the restaurant area. And often, especially if you're not going direct like for Geisha, it's where a lot of the fights take place. Just on Drum and Shrine. And those are usually the crucial fights as well. The more time you manage to waste on those 2 rooms, the more likely your defense is to succeed. Nuke is just holding off above. He's gonna get droned out, but again, he's just wasting time. He isn't here to get kills. He is here to waste it and just make it take as long as possible, make it as costly as possible. But then Nina just finds himself in the middle of the actual site, gets himself a kill, drops down the staircase, and suddenly you got your Mute removed, your Smoke is about to die as well. Zokomesh gets a great kill.
There's important ones back. Alkayu gets 1 too, and they're still slow clearing and building their way through Shrine, across the side of Dragon as well. The hop down. And towards the end of Drum, Kinotrope starting to get a little bit more confident, starting to spread their wings, step in to the fire a little bit more. Shui sets some of that down. 3 versus 3. Not a million miles away for either team, but in terms of the use of gadgetry, both of them are running a little bit dry on their resources. But outside of some pocket play is in the drive through, somehow connects, and then drops out, hits the ground, goes for the rotate as Zokomesh gets the confirm and gets 2! Wishui thought he'd pulled off a magic trick, but the only thing was making all of his friends disappear. And all he's done is loop his way back round with Zokomesh! Getting the tear on the end of that sentence.
Great round for him, stepping up when needed there. Bringing it back to 2-2. That could have been a Scars round. They managed to get that injure. You just saw Rashad just run by. You said it, like pulling off a magic trick. He ran by the breach, was being shot at, gets the injure with the very last bullet, and instantly drops back down, hoping to put the pressure up elsewhere, as it was the rest of his team that dropped a beautiful shot there, by the way, to start things off. Okamesh, really the most important player in that round for the side of Kinotrope. And he had a rough time getting going in the previous map. Eventually, he ended up alright in terms of KD. But to have that player just pop off now already, and to do well, is going to build on confidence as well. And confidence is so important. Players need to believe that they can win every single gunfight in the game here. They need to believe that they can win this game. As soon as one of them starts doubting, they will start playing worse. As soon as you start doubting you can win this map, you will start playing worse.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And having a pop-off moment like that only reinforces, like, hell, I am one of the best players inside this region. There's a reason why we're playing this final. And we're 5 rounds removed.
If there's a moment for Okamesh to step up and step in, he's been quiet. Time and time again, throughout these playoffs, it's been the rest of the team. It's been Yukis having huge pop-off games. It's been Alkayo having those clutches that have defined maps. Now, Okamesh gets a chance to shine, as they've done in some of the best of 1 series they've done. Team here at this, keeping them level 2-2, and they want to see if they can try and just tie 2 rounds in a row. If they can get this one cemented, if they can keep that energy and sort of say, look, we're on the path of the course, we've slowed the game down, we stopped this rush through, they're having to play themselves heavier and heavier into formula here. Double hard breach, get themselves the soft breach and the cover, the Grim and the Ash to lead in. None of these Deimos tricks, none of these quick Dockerby Lion rushes anymore. Wreck. Had a big couple moments here. Taking their way towards the top with black stairs and pressure on towards the mirror window before go where else they're needed. Ready to rip a C4 out of a window here, but they need the cover for the players to come through first. Use of the charge. To be honest, you have more than enough hard breach to get everything open you want.
Sometimes it's just more important to have that castle barricade gone than to utilize every single piece of utility to their, best opportunity. See, Rek, he's wanting to open up that breach, but he doesn't know if someone's behind it, so why not just create, and just use the jump over you have? See if it's safe. You might actually be able to support your teammate who can then open it up. Nina right below is going to start opening up a little bit of damage, but most importantly, the mirror window is gone.
Yeah, the player, they were quick to Scarper as soon as that came through, and it gives you this huge angle. Tayo's trying to utilize the pressure. Starts to be turned up a little bit. The surrounding of Shrine, the single player underneath, and you're thinking, okay, Kinotrope, where are you going to go from here? That ground is getting thinner and thinner. Now, they have the pressure of planting, but they've gone with an entirely different route this time. It's slow, it's steady, it's methodical, and it's slowly getting less and less space for you to walk on. The spray down the narrow angle is Okamesh's favor. Wreck gone. The Thorn, again, not very often used, not very often picked and played, but a hell of a gun in the right hands. Nina underneath the buck. Wants to try and draw out a cheeky kill, potentially. It's a bit of a known place, but we've seen those plays go against them before. There goes the first. The Kinotrope, but 25 seconds. The pressure has to start to cook. Nina is cooking. Okamesh gone. Now the man disadvantage firmly away from them. The pressure is starting to hit heavier and heavier as Alkayu pulls off against Washoe. They're putting their way across. Tai with the trade out almost immediately. 5 seconds to get this down and start holding F inside the site. And there's a player sprung and ready to go.
The man of the hour in map number 1 when he played Echo. And quite literally pulled that round out from underneath their feet. Hiding in the corner now. Finding 3 in short succession, shutting down the round. That's 2 in a row for Kinotrope. And that is a necessary round. Again, they are favored on this map. They will be looking to win this defensive half. And now a round away from doing that. 4 rounds away from qualifying. You see it here again. Just love the excitement we hear in their voices. At the end of those rounds, Kinotrope is just living for this.
That's what happens. You don't have a lot of time left. Mistakes. And to be fair, we've seen both teams play that before. As complimenting them earlier on in the game was Rex positioning their play. They're sort of digging into a corner, sitting, waiting, watching, moving around what Kenotrope's attack on Labs thought was safe and then proving it otherwise. Here, Kenotrope, try 2 rounds in a row. The first time either of these teams has been able to make it. If they get 3 here, if they can hold on to this site, which was probably one of the strongest takes from Scars so far, very methodical, very brutal, as they just steamrolled through all the aspects. Kenotrope, a 4-2 split. It doesn't lock you in, but it gives you a good bat of energy.
What do you still have left, Scars? Opening towards Geisha. Will be facilitated. As they want to make sure that they have that verticality under control. From there on, they'll start working. The Twitch, they have the floors to start removing some of that utility, but the most annoying part of any of this is going to be those FNATs in terms of utility. There's a couple bulletproof cams, sure, you can go for that, but besides that, the Warden is just an active ability. You're going to just have to, make sure you take him out before you go for a smoke execute. The Oryx, whilst outside, has the opportunity to just come up for these huge flanks by jumping up hatches, making sure that you need to be worried about more than just staircases.
I like the cover there for the usage of utility. Get it thrown in. Get Selma on the wall and get those angles opened. As I said, it's a sort of systematic demolishing of Kenotrope's hold. Scars do here. The burst steps are above. Clear your way across the top. They're picking apart players that Kenotrope isn't really offering them this time, I say, as Kawa goes for an adventure out the window. And that's Nina. Frequent trade backs, but obviously you take out the top killer currently on your opposing team, and it's down to some of the others to try and step in. Wreck. They're working on the back end. They're getting the VIP stairs all secured off. As I said, it's a procedural take over the top, but taking them a lot longer. Ooh, and almost a lot more deadly. They do get one, but Kawa gets one at the same time. Okamesh is cleared out from above. They have a tentative grasp on verticality, but nowhere near confident enough to enter.
It's not that much time. 40 seconds. They find not one. Mao eventually will drop, though. Second attempt. But they're on the opposite side. And they need to still gain a lot. Fishlight goes down. That is quite problematic. Probably from a quick spray through the side of the actual kitchen. And now in a 2v3, 20 seconds, they're basically just forced to make a rush for it. They need to just go and see if they can get this kid down. And there's a player in the back of the kitchen that could be problematic, especially with its bulletproof camera feeding this information.
There's Fishlight getting the play at the back of the kitchen. They can move in. They have some terrain, and Wreck gets the kill onto one, but now they just have to try and fight the planter. Arkayu holding on to a narrow space. He's done it before! He does it again!
A clutch once more. He was in the right position. The plant was coming in the right place as well. A shotgun in pocket to get the nitro cell over is enough to lock out a 4-2 half for Kenotrope. 3 rounds away now from Montreal. Can they keep it up on the attack? That's that big question. Now they have to dissolve the holds that Scars is going to set up. They're all losing it now. It's no longer just Okamesh. Everybody is going like, oh, we're getting so close. And they don't want to drop the ball once more. They've done that already in stage 1 on 2 occasions where they got up until this point and then couldn't win it.
How many times will this man do or die clutch out the end of rounds? Multiple times he did it at the beginning of our day on Cafe with a huge 1 versus 3 into a 1 versus 2 where they had a blitz, blind fire killing, utilizing the Echo drones, then almost immediately again. And it's just time and time and time again, he's finding himself in this position. And he seemingly just knows what to do. And that is that sort of gifted skill of, you can have players in clutch position, you can have clutch players, but making it seem like another day at the office. Kinotrope. 4-2. They're going to go with a very standard take here. Over the top. They might not know how close they are to a player just on the inside of the samurai window. The support structure of Scars does extend generally towards Shrine, Dragon. They'll have their freedom to run out. It's early interruptive work and a run out from the Warden. You have to make things a bit awkward for them to pass by. You have to force the routes here. It takes the shrapnel. Really tempted to keep pushing. They're just not giving the ground up, Scars.
As they shoot. You want to hold on to it as long as possible. A lot of this is based on repels, and if you can keep them at bay, it just slows them down maybe enough where, again, they'll like make mistakes in the end, like we've seen Scars do on some of those attacks in the previous half. Yukis drops. Nina gets the very first. They know about a second, but a trade for trade comes in, and suddenly it's a 3-on-3. The Legion almost called Wishoy, but there's a player right behind the minibar. Are they aware? No, they're not. Wreck will find a kill onto the window. Will be picked up, though, by the trade. And we find ourselves in a 2-on-2 with 1:20 left on the clock. The diffuser's still in hands here off Kinotrope. And a lot of information still in pocket. On the side of Scars, which they can use to maybe bring this their own way. There's just a Selma and a Claymore.
Now, trying to cook their way towards the side of Shrine. They're looking through all these long angles, expecting which one of the next one to be their demise. And Bulletproof will give the full read away on the approach. They play with the pocket EMP because it's a really awkward one to have to get rid of without the utility, but it'll only buy you a temporary amount of time. They're playing against it as stacked up as you like. The Legion and waste anything and everything. On towards the Shrine approach. The smoke. Playing cautious from long range as well. They've got a body on either of the two sites. Pressure entirely on Kinotrope. They're angling themselves around towards Drum. They realize they can't just hurtle headlong into a single door that's got double the stories of Watch on it. So instead, they've separated. It's all still being revealed by that camera. The first fight pops off into Scars' favor. It's down now. Joao Caio talked about how he's been able to clutch things out on defense. Attack is not being offered the same gifts and boons. There's the rotate. Onto the first. Can't make it with Shoy. Looks the end of the round out for Scars.
Just next to his head on that approach. Scars will be able to at least put a little bit of a dent back. Start closing the gap. As Kinotrope fakes the very chaotic opening of that round. Just kills happening everywhere, and people laying prone on the ground in corners you just wouldn't expect them to be in. Force them to eventually execute as a 2v2, but not really having the opportunity to push from a single point, as they haven't been able to do any prep, as all the fights took place on the opposite side of the map. And they just lacked utility to do it. If they had 3 flashbangs left, for example, that would have been a different execute. You would have flashed those positions, then you would have moved. If they had a Capitao, for example, you know, Firebolt right underneath that drone hole, and you would have had the opportunity to actually plant in gold in a well, sort of 1v1 situation. But they didn't have anything left. It was just a pure gun game at that point. Scars continue the defense and over towards Exhibition. And it looks like they want to stall a main breach. They have mutes, they have bandits, they have Tubarao. And next to that, they've also put Syrian laser gates on the actual breaches. So once it opened up, is it truly opened up?
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Blitz in the pocket of Mao. If they can maybe try and get a bit of that quick snap energy. Put a bit of a handle on and have it handled against them, even on this map. Look at this. Immediate focus from Yukiz. Enters onto the small box, eyes up. Maybe the chance at some soft destruction, hoping nobody was immediate to react back on towards him. It looks like they're still happy getting their own set up as the E1D pulses out. Scars. They're going to look towards the danger outside. They are going to look towards the fight they can have. The shield is here to support them as well. But as the swing comes out, the blitz, are they going to go in? There's a bit of the back and forth, and there's the spray and pray, the motion, but he's blinded by everything on his own team. He's trying to find a route out, but he's woken up in an entirely different spot. There's a trade out Yukis gets one. The C4 gets rid of the Blitz, and Alkayu gonna see if they can try and cement the plant as everything's being held off at this point. But with only the Lion left, it's a post-plant situation. But the Thermite entirely ripped apart. All of those individual engagements lost, unfortunately. You could see what Kinotrope were trying to do, but Scars just won the gunfights this time.
Almost team killed there in the end. We're just having some fun, but
you know.
they stopped the rush to come through. And you already saw, like, as soon as the Blitz walked in, he was down to 40 HP. I think he took, like, a shotgun shell to the side. Not enough to actually kill him, but enough to, like, slow him down enough. And I don't know if players still do it, but I know, like, back in the day, you know, they would turn off their HP bar just so they don't know how much they have. Because as soon as they were, like, on like, low HP, they would play a lot more careful. And as a result, lose their fights rather than when they would be aggressive. But, like, if you're a shield player and you know you've been hit like that, you just don't want to take the fights as aggressively anymore. And I kind of like a deja vu feeling, right? Like where they just breach and send the shield in and try and get the plan down behind it. It's not the first time we've seen it today. It didn't work then. It didn't work now. Most of the rounds that worked out were nice and methodical, slow, and took control of the map inside itself. And all the Hail Marys, one or two worked. The rest kind of just died in the middle of the execute. And we went on to the next round. Barbecue Kitchen, as we continue the rotation. I mean, that Geisha is probably gonna see quite a lot of congestion. If they want to go over there, though. The other approach would be to plant inside of Barbecue. In that case, you need the backstairs, you need to have Karaoke under control, and in general, you have a pretty good opportunity to plant at that point if you have a little bit of horizontal cover on the board.
Quick play here on the Maverick. If maybe catch anybody inside Geisha off that's unaware and playing on the wall itself. There's obviously the hope of that more than there is the hope of their direct trick against the Bandit. Many ways to crack this open, and the thinner the lines get for that position that Fish like playing here, the more awkward it'll be. The protection is that single wall, but hell, already he's not tempted to entirely give it up, but not trust that it's as safe as it might appear. The focus on utility, think about that bulletproof in our first attack round from the side of Scars, and how much, or the first defense round from the side of Scars even, and how much it gave them. You can see the Kinotrope is paying it keen attention this time. Otherwise, without getting themselves closer, there's nothing that can really get rid of it as of yet. The lines down, pantry and prep. They're aware that the site of pressure is building up here more than it is anywhere else, but Kinotrope actually need to make those motions. It's very procedural for now, which it needs to be on Skyscraper. Without too much on the side of Scars having to be moved out yet.
Bulletproof camera was destroyed earlier with one of those Ash charges. There is still another castle barricade that is stopping them from moving in from the pantry side, which basically forces them to either take that fully now and just try and smash their way through, or they're gonna have to go through the window. Now they know about the player behind the kitchen, but he gets the kill. That shuts one down on the side of Kinotrope. It's Tayo with a huge play there, because that really stopped them from using that kitchen.
Washoy finds one as well. There goes Mao, and there goes another. Washoy locked in, locked down. Showing what can be done here on a Skyscraper defense. They just seemingly knew where this approach was coming from. As I said, they weren't entirely forced out of position. They expected everything to come on the back of the E1D. They just took the step to the side, kill, pulled themselves back, and they're playing the angles so brilliantly here. There's one for his troubles, but nothing beyond that. Washoy with a 4K for the round, and it just seems so well responded to, that attack, right? Every single idea of, oh, they can come from here. Right, well, we've got this angle deep from kitchen. We've got this one over from the bar itself. We're still playing this. They weren't forced out above, and I'm not going to say it was a full-style Hail Mary from Kinotrope. They did a lot of early work, but that early work was all centered on one take. You're getting rid of the castles around Prep and Pantry. You're getting rid of this single line above, but not fully taking Geisha, okay, they're probably just going to try and swing in down prep, right? You've pieced that together. They set up their hold to deal with it, and not quite the sharpness from Kinotrope that we'd want.
No, it's. I mean, they use the tactical timeout now, of course, but you would have expected them to, put a defense round, an attack round on the board by now, considering it's supposedly a better map for them, and they do the prep work, but too unilateral. Not as in like it's only horizontal. There was also some vertical pressure out there, but it's like you also need different angles. We could be, we could reintroduce the term split theory if we really wanted to. But it's like everything was just
say split theory.
Yeah.
Fresh get their wings.
Yeah. One more fresh just took off free as a bird. I don't know. It's like that's. But anyway, it's like that. It was all just focused on the one player, and they managed to get a 4K out of it. And sure, that's not supposed to happen, but it was also too disconnected. Where if one person fell to him, there was enough time for him to reset and prepare for the next fight, rather than like a synchronous kind of push, where he can stop one but not both sides.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Scars. Now, we might have had moments where there was doubt. We weren't sure how this map would play out. I never doubted that you could play Skyscraper, but I thought Kinotrope getting here would be the team that would put pressure on it. But you just started with a bout of energy that comes from being a team with all this experience. Now, only 2 rounds separate Scars from, as we said it before, not only cementing themselves at the Montreal Major, but likely, not confirmed, but very likely, cementing themselves at SI just from the points that they would get for going and getting to the stage that they would automatically get through here. Same benefit. And they'd probably want to win some games when they're out there as well, but this game, these 2 rounds could confirm them. SI as well in the grand scheme of things would put them on roughly 320 points to fight. On the top of VIP, house stairs, drifts away past Shrine. You can see that, they're not going to extend for as long as they did last time. Was Shoy from deep gets rid of Mao, who tried to enter into the office.
It's not a great start against for Kinotrope. So pushing in from the opposite side, still worried about all these long angles that have been created. We often talk about, the big divider, but you could also play that the other way. You see it there, Terrace and Dragon completely ripped open with long angles. Even out there, inside of Exhibition, they're just there, and that means you're never really safe. So a different approach will be called. And it seems like Geisha will be receiving the next point of pressure. Fish-like, he was ready for that. Just took up the head cleaning as soon as it appeared. And of course, when you see the rappel cables, okay, at some point a head will come up. So you just follow it, manage to find the kill. But it brings him to 3-5. Breach will be made, though. So will the FNAP be destroyed and Flashbangs to come up to try and help Okamesh, but there's only a 2v4 now.
Together down onto a single player, but now that they're the only one left, Okamesh, gotta see if they can try and remove all 5 as they're back to their feet. Fish-like locked it in. This after their team talk. This knowing that they would have to get 2 rounds in a row after this. We're just going to extend the team talk and conversation.
Yeah.
They'd lost someone out there in that position, and likely a run out. That they're just struggling against the Scars that has felt more locked in on this half of this map than any of the others that they've played throughout this entire playoffs week.
And I said it before, they're letting this go through. That isn't a mistake. They have 3 bans. If they really don't want to play Skyscraper, they would have removed it. And it just shows that they are more than capable of playing this map. They're now on map and series point. 2 of them. To try and lock it off. And they know it as well. It's expected of them to make it, right? Again, 6 seasons in a row, they have been the top team inside of Japan. And they're about to do it for a 7th season in a row, for a 7th stage. That is absolutely unheard of dominance inside of a region. I can't even remember like any of the other regions that had that. Korea always had like back and forth in there.
What a beautiful scenic shot.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Nice things to have when you have a pseudo timeout. Gives the observer the time to get creative.
Scars, 1 round away. 1 round here to keep their legacy, their status. It does make me curious about, obviously, what's going to happen in the LCQs. If you have a Kinotrope playing to this level, as they've done today against Scars, I can't see who would beat them of the teams that we played. And that includes, obviously, Kagasaka, who they beat. But at the same time, there is a Kag that wants revenge. And they're probably chomping at the bit to get back in against Kinotrope more than they'd like to play Scars. I think that's maybe a statement from every team that would go up against them in the LCQs. But here, with 1 round separating them, with all the pressure on towards Kinotrope, this first promotion, this first take is going to be so important. Now, last time they were on this site, they went for a bit of a blind rush in the blitz, hoping to get a plant covered by their own flashes, could not make the connection with the ground that they wanted to, and all of those individual fights around that they decided to pick, they lost. It happens. But those gambles, those costs, they weigh on your mind just as much as they would if you think back to the second map, if you think back to Labs and the 2 times they attempted the plants on the basement that they almost won.
One of the mirror windows has been scattered by the LV explosive lens, the other protected from the twitch, so that has something. But as there is a Finka adrenaline surge, there might be a push to cut to shove as Nina comes in wide and takes out 1.
Whoa, Yukis! They pop off with the LMG like we're 3 metas ago, and it's a 2 versus 2 though. They're holding on now. The Kali is maybe not the gun that you want in this engagement, but if you can get the drop against the similar gun in the pocket of Wreck that wants to take those single shot matter engagements, maybe you can get that connection. Yukis has frequently bit back for the team of Kinotrope. Now they are all that is left of the hope of getting to Montreal here. They have 1 and they find it. They're looking for the second. They get themselves up, and there's the full stop. Fish-like. They send and confirm Scars on the longest road and the most pressure they've probably felt that you can see on the face of Rhett. But they will be going to Montreal Major. They are our team from Japan that we are confirming first. And as I said before, with the points that they get for just going here, they likely have got themselves locked in for SI as well. Scars are still your dominant, reigning Japanese team.
Before today it was 6. Today it becomes 7. And again to the major they will go, where hopefully they're able to make quite some upsets happen as well, like one that they managed to, well, prevent today.
It went further than we thought, but let's see if Rob still has a hold of their marbles.
Marbles? Hello? Where are they? I've lost them. I've lost them. Kinotrope, they were my marbles, and unfortunately, their second half was just, it was not there. It was just absolutely missing. And Scars capitalized round after round, play after play. It's so upsetting. If you're a Kinotrope fan, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. The reverse sweep here has been so clean. I mean, this is why we've seen Scars go back to back to back to back to back to back champions of the Japan League. I mean, it's just as simple as that.
They are, you know, the top team, and they have all that experience. And I said it as well, it's like they will be maybe upset the fact that they didn't win that first map.
Yep.
But they'll not be offset by it because they know that it's a best of 3. It is a marathon, not just a sprint. And also, like Skyscraper coming through, they are professional enough to not let that be a mistake and to be like, yeah, we actually got a decent game. You know what? Let's just see if they want to go for it. And it worked out for them in the end. That was just a flawless second half coming in from them.
Yeah, it was utterly mental. I mean, that's from Scars, that's the determination. You saw it in Rex face as well. It's not like, Emmy, they were kind of sitting there just like cruising along. This meant a lot to them, and they felt the pressure from a young Kinotrope roster.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, I think it's the best test that Scars have had in a long time, and that's even taking into consideration that they lost a map there for a series to run to that level against a team that's sort of stepping in as Kinotrope did today. They played fantastically, and they just kept on improving as well, game after game after game, and you know, here, all you're sort of sitting and hoping is that they can bring this heat, and you can bring this when they get into the LCQs, because I want to see this Kinotrope, the one that pushed Scars of it to the brink, I want to see them do that with other teams. I want to see them take on the international stage right now.
Well, you're having a look there on your screen. It's a pretty decent spread on both sides. It's not like we had really any significant underperformers. Even Mao on a quieter day still up there in the discussion, but there is only one player that can impact a series as well as Nina, and it's Nina. There's no one else like him. Honestly, just like ever since they've stepped into the Japan League, blown away. I've been absolutely blown away by their performance, consistency. It's just across the board. Like in a series like this, plus 12 KD, your cost is at 89%. That is near. That's unheard of. That's 9 out of every 10 rounds that were played. You've been a massive part of.
You want to know what's even crazier? He only has 1 multi-kill in the entire series. So
insane.
It isn't even like he had like a bunch of pop-off rounds, which is why he stepped up there. No, it's because what he's been doing the entire stage, the man has been able to get like consistent kills every single time.
Oh, Emmy. I mean, like, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you really, like, you don't want to put it on an individual's shoulder, but realistically, when you've got a player like Nina, that calm, that amount of poise that you get from an individual like that on your roster, it can't be understated.
It's a necessary factor, right? And you could see the sort of stress. You could see how close it was, and close doesn't matter when the result gets to it, but close is the definition of players like Nina, like those experienced voices that can calm things down, that can try and find these opportunities and punish the opponents. And if you have a lack of experience, if you have hotter heads, if you have things disconnect, you will see it massively affect and impact. And we would have seen this end on 2 maps without Scars being here, booking themselves on the way towards, towards Montreal.
Well, that's just it, right? They're on their way toward Montreal. A team effort captivated by an individual performance. Sometimes that's what it's required. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Overall, I mean, we obviously have the preferred victor of today's matchup. I think as much as my heart may have been with Kinotrope, I think realistically everyone's head was with Scars. And ultimately, if we want to see a Japan team go to SI, we really need to see Scars head to Montreal, which now they've secured.
Like not mathematically yet, but most definitely will be going to Six Invitational. Yes, like I mean, there's still the opportunity that some people make like hero runs, but like if we take what happened last year, they are finding themselves in a better position than what the cutoff point was, and anything that they improve now on the actual major is just going to be additional points that they're going to be able to use for their seeding. So I just want to see them do well. I want to see them go to the main stage as well. They deserve it.
Well, after what we've seen from them throughout the last 2 years, I feel like it's nothing short of what they deserve, and I think they're really they're in that competition, they're in that discussion for international events now to make the stage, to impact the events, which realistically up until I want to say the last 12 months, maybe, APAC has never even been close to being a part of that discussion. Maybe way back in the day, talking like 2019, they started to pop up, but we went quiet for a long time there while Damwon Kia really struggled after a year of solid performances. So it's good to see teams like Scars heading back multiple times, week in, week out, or should I say year in and year out. Let's go ahead and just recap how today has panned out. Not really too much to talk about. Nothing that we haven't already said. It's 2 best of 3s that went the full distance. Emmy, obviously CAG, they just get a little bit of extra cash, a little bit of extra side points, and maybe you can say the seeding might be important for last chance qualifiers, but even they should still go in pretty favoured for that one.
It's $4,000 and it's 5 SI point. And 5 SI point has been the difference before from some of these teams, and now we're starting to get sort of like the crosses out, but what you're looking at as the sort of comparison of these points, GK, they're on 240. They're technically within the top 16 of SI teams, but they will definitely not be at the Montreal Major. Those sort of teams are going to start falling apart as we get more. Kagasaka, they're on 230 plus right now. They I think, get themselves here. If they get to the Major, that's
55 extra. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So pretty crucial. Not more crucial than, of course, our predictions at the end of the day. That's really where we make our money. We actually get paid per prediction. And unfortunately, I fell short in the last one there. But, man. Goddamn Pengu, what? Nah, you can't just go for the favorites.
I think it's... Wait, why did I not get Scars?
Yeah. Take that.
I wonder who pays the salary of the producers for me to be sabotaged at this point. But hey, listen, all I know is
share champions.
I respect Milos and James and Pengu for getting up and doing their predictions every single day.
Yeah,
even when
absolutely.
they weren't working shows.
Yeah. They called up.
Respect.
Yeah, they phone called. They literally got out of bed. They said, you know what, I'm going to wake up. I'm going to call it in. I'm going to make sure that they have my predictions every single day.
Every day.
At 4 a.m.
We never had to. Yep, at 4 a.m. I actually heard Milos woke up at 2 a.m. just to send us his
Just to send a prediction.
Dedicated to Japanese Siege.
Yeah, Milos just wanted to make sure we had the predictions well ahead of time. So, that's just the kind of guy that he is. But I guess it's time for us to just finish up with the last thoughts. As we head into last chance qualifiers, Emmy, we've got pretty big outliers for the discussion for who will be going side by side with Scars to Montreal.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of moment that we look at everything, right? You're seeing, obviously, the favorite has made it. They've made it on a closer wire than they have before, but they made it. So now you've got the Kagasaka story of, are they going to go for the best of 1 dominance? Will things go wrong again? Can Kinotrope find this fight? Will Exist get a little bit of form that was missing later on today? Will Crest even step up? I just don't know. There's so many stories.
Who knows? Hap,
Who knows?
final thoughts before we wrap up the playoffs? Are you doing last chance qualifiers, Hap?
Yeah, we are. We will be back bright and early to do LCQs. I think there's only one team that isn't actually part of the league. So one unknown that is out there, which is called Blue Bees, I'm pretty sure. So it is it'll be interesting to see how that one will play out. Maybe they're going to be able to cause some upsets on some of the teams because, they will be facing one of the top 5 of Japan. So it's going to be a tough fight for them.
Well, who knows? Maybe they'll be the bee's knees next weekend, if you know what I mean. Anyway, let's leave it on that note. Lovely dad joke to close up the show. Thank you very much for watching the Japan League playoffs. We hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we have bringing it to you. Until next week, please take care, stay safe, and good night.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it! Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que